Matt Quinn bowling the first ball of the day to Colin Ingram, who's defending that one back down the pitch. Matt Cole is back with us.
Oh, indeed, and Matt Quinn bowling from the River Taff end. It's thickish outside edge. Actually, with Colin Ingram, you tend to say he's played deliberately for that. He's kept it low anyway through third slip or gully area.
Glamorgan with a leisurely and painstaking start as Kellaway comes down the wicket, makes it a full toss, as if to prove me wrong. He hasn't got all of it, but he's found the mid-wicket boundary. Parkinson bowls, Kellaway sweeps for four, nailed that one. Parkinson wants him playing shots, but
as Quinn bowls to Kellaway, he's put that away on his toes, on the back foot, rising up towards him, but he's just opened the face and
round the wicket. He's gone away, got down the leg side and pulled away, and that is going to run away for four up to mid-wicket, which will bring up yet another 50 for Colin Ingram. It's been a high responsible innings, and he's been and faced 86 balls. We'll have the details from Andrew Hignell, the scorer, in just a moment. To continue from this end, bow short, pulled away into the gap for 4 runs by Kellaway, brings up his 50. And that is as good as innings again from Kellaway, because he came in with Glamorgan 78 for 4.
Stewart is in to bowl. Ingram drives through the offside, beats a diving cover, punched away in classical style for 4 runs.
His 14th over, and bowls Ingram dries and gets 4 more. This time a little squarer. In and bowls again short, and he's taken on, and he's going to get 4 runs. That wasn't very clever bowling. It is a short boundary. Look again
as Kellaway drives into the offside. He's got this one past Bell Drummond, the close cover fielder. It's being pursued hard towards the boundary, but the fielder gave it everything there.
Round the wicket comes the next. The reverse sweep will go for 4. So Ingram has taken 6 runs himself, and another for Kellaway, so 7 runs off that expensive over.
Matt Parkinson so far, but none for 53 off 12 and a bit overs, 13 and a bit overs rather. Swept away, that'll be 4, will it? Yeah, diving attempt by Grant Stewart behind square. The next delivery, Will Harvey, some fielder, is it a short mid-on? Is it a catch or is it grounded? No, it's catch. It's taken by Harry Finch as a flow of bat from Ingram. It's the first wicket for Kent.
Along in due course. Here comes Parkinson then to bowl. Flurry of arms, and Kellaway drives to cover.
For 9. And then 2 for 148. And they're shellacking by Northamptonshire. Good drive into the offside by Cook, and that'll be about 4 runs off the bowling of Denley. Whichever you prefer.
As Parkinson gives it air, and Cook comes forward and drives it down the ground for a straight 4. Pass mid on, up towards long on, up towards the River Taff end, and a conventional backward point. And Kellaway drives and is caught at cover, and Parkinson has his wicket. Kellaway's gone for 90. It's a double breakthrough either side of lunch for Kent, and Glamorgan at 264 for 6. Parkinson bowls, Van der Hoogten goes to the big hit and is caught at mid-wicket. Well, Kent's persistence pays off, as Van der Hoogten decided he had to try and do something to break the stalemate. Parkinson bowls, Harris lobs it back to the bowler. Parkinson has his 3rd as it took the leading edge.
Over the wicket now, bowls again, Lenders down the pitch. Great. That's over Chris Benjamin. That will be 6 runs, straight down the ground. I feel it's in the captain's mind here. Going to tempt him to hit over the top, as he does. And guess what?
Great shot.
He's hit it over the top, and that'll be 6 runs.
They'll need bowls a full toss. That's gone the distance, I think. Well, not full distance, I don't know. Yes, it has. Yeah. Comes Agar, bowls. No, bowls him. 4th wicket for Agar. Very useful partnership there.
Parkinson bowls. Cook tries the reverse sweep and gets this one away for 4 runs.
Very effective.
Nicely played by Chris Cook to break a little bit of cat and mouse. Well, Cook try and hit over the top. Parkinson bowls. Cook does try and hit over the top. He's skied it towards mid-off and he's caught. Chris Cook goes for 36. Matt Parkinson has his 4th wicket, and Glamorgan are all out and bowl, and Jayden Denley blocks the first ball to Fernando at mid-on.
For the onside as Fernando bowls. And that's short, cut away for 4, backward of square on the offside. Got the treatment it deserves.
And that's turned off the legs. It's flicked off something, bat or pad. Just a bit of bat down towards fine leg. Beats
over the wicket and bowls, and this is played for 4 runs backward. Oh no, backward of square. Very much the same shot as could be the last ball before a cup of tea time. As Compton pushes forward, and it is. Tea interval, 14 without loss, and the deficit was 172. It's now 158. 9 to Compton. Denley is on 5. And after we have our cup of tea,
Van Hoogten is in to bowl, worked away on the leg side. That's a nice little flick from Jayden Denley with no apparent effort whatsoever. He's picked up 4 runs through mid-wicket up to the scoreboard, and Denley goes into double figures on 11, Kent 20. Van Hoogten bowls, and that's a nice punch off the back foot by Jayden Denley, who's batting well in this second innings. He may pick up another 4 as Ned Leonard has to eventually give up the chase.
Comes in and bowls, and that's played for a vacant 3rd man, or it would have been squarish 3rd man for 4 more. Fernando again bowls, so that's short, that's cut away 4 runs. Nobody out there. Perhaps Jamal will be thinking there's 3 boundaries gone in that area that might.
Come on, Ingram just for 4, the interval, that's driven into the offside. That's a lovely shot actually by Jayden Denley all the way along the ground.
He waited until he came on to him and then hammered it through the cover.
He bowls with such accuracy, doesn't he? And that's a lovely drive again by Jayden Denley. If anything, more attractive than the 1-2 balls before. And that's hitting exactly the same area. It's not given much width, but driven away for 4. Round the wicket comes Ben Kellaway. And Denley driving that one off the back foot. Will it go for 4? It will do. As Ethan Fernando makes an attempt. But excitement for Glamorgan. Thought they might have had their man there. Even quicker if you like, an arm ball from Kellaway. It's flicked down leg side, glanced for 4 by Ben Compton.
Wouldn't have counted anyway because I didn't have my phone. Kellaway bowls, that's up in the air and should be caught, and it is taken at mid-wicket.
Gave his wicket away.
Jayden Denley goes for 38. Ben Kellaway makes the breakthrough. It's been an excellent day for him.
Harris goes over the wicket, and that's driven nicely through the covers. That might just run away for 4. Yes, I think it will cross the boundary ropes now. So as soon as he goes over the wicket,
there is some danger involved, as that is edged but safely by Chris Benjamin. He'll pick up at least a couple of runs, probably 3, maybe 4. 4 it is, as the ball trickles down to 3rd man.
I think that would be quite severe for Kent. Cut away. It's a lovely shot from Benjamin. Talking about the bird life, the pigeons, that has disturbed just forward of square on the offside. Oh, they've had enough. That's it. Pigeons are off.
BBC sounds as Benjamin gets a nice floaty one from Kellaway and smacks it away for 4 runs through the covers up towards the ground staff area.
It's fair to say. Is Leonard to Benjamin? That's just guided off leg stump. Just straying there, Leonard, and that'll be 4 runs. A glance, Leonard to Compton. That's a lovely cover drive, that. Languid almost through the offside, piercing the field, 4 runs. So, he hits the odd shot. 35 from 97 though. 102 for 1.
In he comes, bowls to Benjamin, and Benjamin plays back down the pitch, and that is the final delivery of the day. Another interesting day, at which Glamorgan gained a very useful lead of 172.
Very good morning and welcome to Sapphire Gardens from your BBC Sport Online team, with Kent resuming their second innings on 106 for 1. That's 66 runs in arrears of Glamorgan. The first innings lead for the hosts was 172, but as we await news of Tim van der Hoogten, because Eddie Byram is on as a substitute. Now,
Yeah.
can we see van der Hoogten anywhere? He did come back on, but not sure if he's on at the moment, which is worrying for Glamorgan since he's one of their main seam attack.
Yeah, absolutely. For Kent, the job is today. It's very, very simple for them. The game plan is to bat today, part of tomorrow, and win the game in the last two sessions. There we go. I say that slightly jokingly, obviously. Try and save the game first. 106 for 1, Compton 38, Benjamin 22. I think they had the best of the two sessions, or the better of the two sessions, late yesterday, but otherwise it's been Glamorgan's game so far and puts them well ahead. Kent trailing by 66.
Matt Cole of BBC Radio Kent, alongside myself, Nick Webb. Dav Pritchard will be along in around half an hour or so. 106 for 1 then, Kent, at the start of day 3. It was pretty bright earlier on, but it has clouded over largely. The cloud, though, is higher than yesterday, and there are breaks of blue sky. It will be Ben Compton on strike for the first ball of the day, delivered by James Harris around the wicket, and forward comes Compton and defends out to Tribe on the offside. And Tribe, interestingly, has got the fielding pads on, and there's also a helmet behind Chris Cook, which suggests that we might get Ben Kellaway straight away from the River Taff end. So Kent 106 for 1, the only man out, Jaden Denley for 38, caught off Kellaway as Harris bowls, and Compton is playing largely off the back foot to cover, and there is no run. The bonus points finished 5-3 in Glamorgan's favour, with both sides claiming maximum for bowling, and Glamorgan just the 2 for batting. So there is just the 1 slip. The ball is in its 36th over, as indeed is the innings, as Harris is into bowl. Compton in trouble there, chopped down on that one at the last moment, and the ball just rolled back gently past the stumps, and that could have been played on. The Sapphire Gardens scenery brightened by a vibrant new mural as you come through the gates. You can see it on the side of the stand of 3 women cricketers in various Welsh strips, as that's driven nicely by Compton and well fielded at mid-on by a diving Ned Leonard, and they decided against risking the single. 3 women cricketers in the 2 Glamorgan strips and the Welsh Fire colours. 106 for 1 here at Sapphire Gardens this morning. Glamorgan women's team in action Saturday afternoon against Yorkshire in the T20 semi-final, as Compton is on the defensive, pushing back to Harris. Glamorgan going through to finals day despite a defeat here by Kent in the last group game off the last ball. 106 for 1 if you're just joining us here on BBC Sport Online, BBC Sounds, or on either of the county websites. Welcome along wherever you're listening or viewing. As Harris is into bowl and Compton on the defensive. So Harris has started with a maiden over. Reminder, if you want to email us, you can do so on the official accounts, Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk or Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk. On X, BBC Sport Wales is the official account. Many people will also know that my personal account, NickWeb2017, if you want to follow me. But if you send in stuff to the official account, that would be nice. On Blue Sky, been contacted as well by Gareth Hill, who regretted not coming here yesterday. Decided to go and watch the seconds at Abergavenny, and the game ended 10 minutes before they arrived. On the bus to Sophia Gardens this morning, he reported. So, welcome along, Gareth, if you're listening in the stands somewhere. 106 for 1. It will be Asitha Fernando. 0 for 24 of his 8 overs. Can he generate a little reverse swing? Maybe. That's down leg side. And well taken by Chris Cook. Plunging away to his left. Glamorgan did get some reverse swing yesterday. Or on day 1 rather. It all blurs into one. At this stage of the season. But Glamorgan against Yorkshire, 2:30 Saturday afternoon. Coverage on BBC Sport website and on Sounds. As Fernando is on his way in, just one slip. Ingram, and a drive and a quick single from Benjamin, and it's well timed because A, he didn't hit it terribly firmly, and B, it was well to the left of mid-off. So concern for Tim van der Hoogten. We'll try and get some news on the exact nature of his injury. Didn't check it last night because he was actually on the field at the close of play. 107 for 1. Left-handed Compton on strike. 38 to him. Off 115 balls faced so far. So he's been in no hurry, but Kent don't need to be. They need to battle along as well as knocking off the deficit. There's Compton on the defensive, playing to mid-on, and there is no run. We have had clusters of wickets, a fact which may encourage Glamorgan, with Kent having that spectacular collapse on day 1, 6 wickets for 7. And then Glamorgan, not so much of a collapse, but their last 6 wickets went for 77. Once Kent had removed Colin Ingram. As Fernando into bowl and Compton defends. Talked to Colin Ingram last night. Obviously very praising. He never bigs up his own form, but very praising of Ben Kellaway, saying he had a massive future ahead of him, and was a very fast learner. The two having put on 172 together. Ingram also saying that his playing future was far from over, despite the fact that he'd be playing largely a coaching role next month in the One Day Cup, available if needed, but the thinking is that he'll be on the sidelines to start at least, as Fernando bowls up in the block hole. Good Yorker, dug out by Compton on the offside. So a lot of Glamorgan supporters would be relieved to hear that his playing days are not coming to an end. He is on contract for another year on the playing front, but will be doing largely coaching work during the One Day Cup.
Yeah, a couple of good Yorkers this morning. First one to Ben Compton, was it from James Harris? Looked like it maybe blew the cobwebs away a little bit, if there were any for Ben Compton this morning. Welcome to day 3.
Fernando steaming in. Compton takes pace down the wicket and glances away towards backward square. It's picked up there by Kellaway. What's he doing out there? And they're comfortably back for 2 runs. I suppose it's because it's a right and left hand. Kellaway usually fields in the gully point area, but it was at square leg for the left-hander. 109 for one then, Kent, trailing by 63 runs, and presumably fairly glad to see Van der Hoogten not steaming in at them.
Yeah, sounded fairly schoolmasterly there, Nick. What on earth's he doing out there? Boy?
young Ben.
Yes.
The cricketers are looking younger. No, he is 21. Picked up his degree last week from Cardiff University, so well done to him.
Congratulations, yeah. So Ben Compton on 40, not trying to jinx him at all, but he's in a, you may not realise it, but he's in a race to be the first 1,000 runs in the county championship this season, as Harris bowls to Benjamin, inside pass to the bat, not middled it up to mid-on. Heavy balled as James Harris, testing these two batters, but yeah, so 31 more will give him 1,000 runs for the season. He's some way ahead of Saif Zaib in second place in the County Championship Division 2. We're keeping an eye on for him on Dom Sibley, who is closer but is yet to bat, so he needs just 24. There we go. Breathtaking excitement as Harris bowls to Benjamin. That's a good shot. I'm sure entirely middled out either, but it's a cover drive between two players. It's perfectly placed, and that is 4 runs for him. He goes on to 27. I say breathless excitement. Some might not describe the accrual of runs by Messrs Compton and Sibley as the greatest entertainment, but certainly would be a feather in Compton's cap in a team that's bottom of the county championship to accrue the runs.
Remind us of the magic number for Compton.
So 71 when he makes 71. Sorry, if he makes 71, I should say. I'm doing all sorts of commentators cursing for Glamorgan this morning. This one's driven up to mid-off. Kieran Carlson fields, and there's no run. Colin Ingram is the man at slip, I would wager, applauding his bowler James Harris, who's already looked, I think, quite threatening this morning. And is bowling well. The ball is 37.5 overs old. Hard exactly to tell what it'll do later on. Kent spinners, well, Matt Parkinson particularly, got a little bit of life out of the pitch from a pretty soft ball beyond the 80 overs. Ended up with 4 in Glamorgan's first innings. They think about a second. Goodness me, don't think of a second there. There we are. It's a little dance from both players at Compton at the wicket-keeper's end and Benjamin at the non-striker's end. So they decided against it. I think Billy Root was in attendance. And Kellaway might have been there as well to try and throw the ball in. And they thought better of it. Compton 40 from 119 balls, 27 from 52 for Benjamin here. Glamorgan, well, 8 more wickets should do it for them, with Joe Denley injured, and a slow pull by Ben Compton, just back of a length from Harris outside the off stump, and a gentle pull backward of square, and that'll be a single. Zainul Hassan, I think, fielding there.
Early wicket for England against India, with Jofra Archer dismissing Jadeja. Called it slip by Brook.
I was reading that England were on top after day one because of the pant injury, which is I thought on top was perhaps a little strong.
Yes,
but I don't write the headlines, I just read them. Is Harris to Benjamin. That certainly got big on him. Benjamin defending it off the middle stump into the offside. The bat jagged slightly back by the force of the ball from James Harris. End of the over, 115 for 1 Kent.
I try and write the headlines for Glamorgan reports, but they often get changed because I'm not very good at writing headlines.
Well, you do yourself a disservice, I'm sure.
It's trying to get something that makes sense, including where possible the names of both teams, but within a very limited number of characters. So which I'm very grateful for Kent's existence, because they're of course the shortest county name.
Well, on behalf of the county of Kent, we're very happy to oblige. So
One letter longer in Welsh, of course, so it's Caint.
There we go. So no Kentonshire for you then. There we go.
Yes, Gloucestershire, Northamptonshire.
Oh, it's just a waste of letters.
115 for 1. Fernando is in to bowl, and Compton jabs it down on the offside. The sun-hatted Ul Hassan does the fielding, and there's no run.
It won't betide you, obviously, if you go to certain counties and call Northamptonshire, Northampton, or Derbyshire, Derby.
Yeah, you can, yes.
I found out it doesn't go down very well.
Northampton's all right, but
Yeah,
Northampton
right.
and Derby or Leicester is not necessarily all right.
Before I'd spoken a word, I think Dave Fletcher had warned me at Derbyshire. I said, don't worry, I know we're in Derby. Very much Derbyshire.
Don't get him started on gulls. As Fernando is into bowled down leg sides. Excited shout from someone, but no contact made as Chris Cook.
You see, I was warned early about that in my cricket commentating career by a former colleague, John Lees at Sussex, who was, as they call him, a twitcher, so a rare bird is spotted across it, and he had actually left his post at times and in the office and said, "I'll need a replacement. There's some sort of bird in there."
Yes, much to the bemusement of Edward Bevan, who was working with him on one
Oh,
occasion.
really? Oh, crikey. I shouldn't have brought that up. I was trying to be as...
115 for 1, whatever floats your boat. Fernando bowls, and that's turned away on the leg side by Compton, and he gets another one towards the 71 that he needs for 1,000 runs. 116 for 1, the deficit is a mere 56 runs. Meanwhile, Dominic Sibley, Compton's rival for 1,000, is still waiting, because Surrey have to take another 4 Yorkshire wickets. They're 407 for 6.
You know, I'd heard that story recently somewhere. There we go. It felt like I've given you a hospital pass and thrown somebody under the bus. I'm not sure, but there we go. But yeah.
116 for 1. Fernando over the wicket for the right-handed Benjamin. It's in, and Benjamin drives, but that felt as though it ought to have been sizzling away for 4, but it just was hit down into the ground, bumped up rather tamely to Ingram at cover. And Ingram is at cover because he's not at slip anymore.
Yeah, so as we've seen in quite a lot of these Kookaburra games, haven't we? The slips disappear quite reasonably early on. Nicks not prevailing. The edge of the bat not being found.
As on his way is Fernando. Bowls to Benjamin, who drives into covers. No run. Well fielded by Kellaway at point. In the match in the top 2 in Division 2, Derbyshire 189 all out in reply to Leicestershire's 398 all out. Leicestershire 14 for 1 in their second innings, but lead by 223. And I guess that Derbyshire's relative lack of success in that match would be good for Glamorgan in 3rd place, if we assume that Leicestershire are going to win it. Fernando in to bowl. That's very short indeed. Might have been called wide, but it wasn't. And the over 116 for 1. 56 runs behind. Rayan Ahmed finished with 6 for 51 for Leicestershire. Nice to see him bowling again. And Aaron Donald was out for 31 on his return to the Derbyshire Championship side, the former Glamorgan batter. And good news for these two counties in the staging of international games next season, Matt.
Yeah, May next year there'll be an international T20, England against New Zealand. And
is that men's or women's?
that's women's, sorry.
Yep.
I'm not saying, I beg your pardon. Yeah, women's.
You may have done, but it floated by me in the breeze if you did. The coffee hasn't kicked in.
Harris round the wicket to Compton. I'll back up the pitch. There is now 23rd of May. There we go. The second international T20 at the Spitfire ground. Saturday 23rd of May, so book early, they used to say, didn't they? A famous holiday company. But, I'm not sure if they're still in existence, so I'm not going to give them the benefit of that. So, News for Kent once again chosen as an international venue, which is good to be kept on the calendar. Round the wicket comes Harris, and pushing forward. I'm not sure Harris will mind that terribly much. I'm not sure he got full meat of the bat to that Compton. Into the offside, fielded by Eddie Byram, the substitute fielder, as Nick was saying. Tim van der Hoogten, a spell off the field yesterday and completed the day on the playing surface, but not taken to field today. So both sides are a man down at the moment. Joe Denley for Kent and Tim van der Hoogten for Glamorgan, left by Compton. It's coming back at him from the right armour around the wicket. There's I think a bit of a shout perhaps from the wicket keeper, approving of the delivery, but Compton knows the ball has to do quite a lot from that angle to come back and clip the off stump. 16 for 1 so far. So a win here would be, and a defeat for Derbyshire. Glamorgan could be ascending into the top 2 of Division 2. So off the back foot, it's jabbed into the ground outside the off stump and down towards deep backward point. Single for Compton. He goes on to 43. Chris Benjamin has 27. This partnership at 55 between these two now.
Is there anyone else in striking range on this 1,000 that we need to look out for? Someone did mention it yesterday.
Safe Zabe.
Okay.
In Division 2. Just looking back to Division. He's on 931. Wayne Madsen has 908. So he's a bit of a way off, obviously, in that Derbyshire game. I'll just recheck Div 1 in a second. There's Harris to Benjamin into the offside. There's no. That's championship runs, I should say.
Zabe's at the crease at the moment.
There we go.
It's on 13 not out.
Adam Lyth is a way off. 874 for Yorkshire. John Simpson of Sussex is 864. So those are the leading contenders.
And Madsen's not going to be batting anytime soon. As Leicestershire just started their second innings.
So it's James Harris then to bowl to Chris Benjamin. Again, he's on the front foot, trying to, or defending that into the onside. Ben Kellaway fields at a shortish mid-wicket. James Harris held his pose at the end after his follow-through. A good look at Chris Benjamin.
I wonder if there'd be any celebration if Compton does get there in this innings. It'd be rather bizarre, wouldn't it, if he raises his bat on 71. Presumably Dr. Hignell will be across these things, as he is in charge of the public address and a man of many statistics. 117 for 1 then. Kent 55 in arrears after a quietish start to day 3 here at Sapphire Gardens, but quiet will do for Kent as long as they keep on accumulating all day, really. Will Beldrum have the option of a declaration somewhere? It would be something of a surprise if that were the case, as Fernando bowls, hits Compton on the pads. You heard the loud appeal. Wasn't quite full volume for Fernando. That was a sort of 7 out of 10 for Fernando, who is a very enthusiastic appealer, and that one was doing too much. It was probably going down leg side and hit him towards the top of the pad as well. So full marks for volume, not quite so much for accuracy. Fernando in, right arm around, and Compton forward, defending back to the bowler who stops it with his boot in the follow through.
Certainly a good shout, wasn't it? I'm talking to Matt Parkinson yesterday about... It's quite notable. Kent were very enthusiastic in the field yesterday.
Very annoying if you're a Welsh supporter or player, I guess.
Music to the ears of the travelling faithful.
Yes.
As I'd said, and he reiterated, not known for... They are a little bit shy, strangely, as a team, generally. So it was marked how noisy they were yesterday.
As that's steered out into the offside by Compton, there's no run. It's just something you feel obliged to do, even if at the rubbish level that I play at, and sometimes behind the stumps, and you just have to keep encouraging your bowlers, whether they're bowling well or not. In fact, either way, I've been known to say well bowled, only to look up and see the umpire signalling a wide.
I mean, as a wicket-keeper, you need to keep the chat up.
I'm not very good. It doesn't come naturally at all. I'd rather just get on with concentrating on what I'm doing, but you have to try and cheer others up as well. Fernando into bowl, Compton forward, defending to mid-on, and there's no run. It's easy enough if it's a good ball or a good piece of fielding. It's just when there's a poor ball or a poor piece of fielding that you have to try and keep people's morale intact.
I went for a jog up and down the Taff yesterday, and that passes cricket pitches on the way back on this side. Is that right? I'm trying to get my bearings, but
both sides actually. Yeah,
there was certainly a wicket taken as I went past. You thought the World Cup had been secured in that one, such as the shouting and glee.
As
enthusiastic.
Fernando is into bowl, a short pitch ball. That is signalled wide this time. The one in the last over might have been. That one was, so he'll have to bowl it again. 117 for one, 118 for one. Yes, the fields up to our left are known as Pontcanna Field. Several playing areas there. Llandaff Field's not far away one direction, and Blackweir, if it's survived the open air concerts, is just the other side of the river. In comes the next delivery. Oh, that's a brute from Fernando, and it's really well played by Compton. That was chest high and angled in on him, and that was really well defended. I mean, if Compton does get to 1,000 first, then that could be a key moment, because that reared up at him.
Yeah, that's a great delivery, isn't it?
Did well to get on top of it. I mean, there wasn't a slip there, but could easily have feathered it through to the keeper. 119 for one. 53 the deficit. Single to Compton, running that down to third man somehow, as Benjamin slashes at that, tries to hit it through the offside, but mistimes it completely, dribbles through off the bottom edge to Chris Cook. You mentioned the game in Canterbury for England women. The week before that, England women play what I'm pretty sure is their first game in Cardiff. That is against New Zealand in a one-day international, and that's on Saturday the 16th of May. Possibly the most lucrative game of Glamorgan's summer will be England against India in a men's one-day international on Thursday the 16th of July, which I would imagine would be a sellout. So England women facing New Zealand in May, England men facing India in July, and then to round off the season, England men face Sri Lanka in a T20 international here on Thursday the 17th of September. Harris in to bowl, and Compton driving nicely on the offside, fielded by Sub Byram, and there is no run. It's a pleasure to welcome for the first time this season to cricket commentary to David Pritchard.
Thanks, Nick. Pleasure to be here, as always. And slightly late arrival with thanks to the seemingly never-ending football season, among other sporting commitments. But yeah, always love being here at Safari Gardens.
As Harris is in to bowl to Compton. Oh, that one is jabbed down. It's gone down to fine leg off an inside edge. He didn't know much about that one. They've gone through for a single, but Ben Compton is in a little bit of difficulty here.
Yes, and I've been following the game from home, listening and watching the stream where possible over the past couple of days, and it's been difficult to decide what to make really of this game. Ebbed and flowed, swings of momentum. Difficult to work out exactly what to make of this pitch as well. There's still something in it for the bowlers.
Yeah, David Harrison admitted at the end of day one that it wasn't as bouncy as they thought it would be. As Harris bowls a filthy full toss that's carved down to third man. That one slipped. Is it called no ball?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Yes,
I think the
it is
umpires.
now. Wasn't quite sure that it was over waist height, but umpire Watts judged that it was. Just slipped out. Can't afford another of those, otherwise you get taken off. 123 for one then. Kent making solid progress. They trail by only 49 runs this morning. I'm surprised that the football season ever ends, really, because there are European games going on for some Welsh clubs at the moment. Just after the end of the Welsh women's campaign, as forward comes Compton and defends. You'd probably pick up some level of football in action 12 months a year these days.
Absolutely, yeah. And if you were to just focus on Wales, like you said, Wales's women finished their European Championship campaign earlier this month, and the Welsh Premier clubs have already started their European qualification, so there is an actual overlap between both seasons these days.
Harris in to bowl, left by Compton, oohs and ahs as it came back, but came back after it had passed the bat. Yeah, understand England women are still going in some tournament or other. Sunday, I believe, against Spain.
And then it all starts again for the men's football in Wales, with the EFL kicking off the following weekend. So yeah, cricket will have its challenges trying to get eyeballs on different competitions for the rest of this summer.
As Harris bowls and Compton is forward. The England-India Test Series doing its best to provide drama. India 279 for 5. Having lost the one wicket this morning, Jadeja caught Brook, bowled Archer. And we await to see whether Pant will bat, having reportedly broken his toe, being reported in Indian media at least. I'm not sure if it's been confirmed over here. Harris in, bowls to Compton, works it on the leg side to mid-wicket. There is no run, so Harris's over is finally over. Added to by the no ball and the single off it, 2 off the bat, plus the 2 for the no ball. 123 for 1 here on BBC Sport Online.
Yeah, very evenly poised this match at the moment. Huge swings of momentum over the course of the match. And there's going to be a change of bowling at the River End, with Ben Kellaway returning. You mentioned at the start of play, Nick, didn't you, that a few of the fielders for Glamorgan are fielding with pads. And interestingly, Chris Cook is making his way off the field, being accompanied by a member of staff.
Oh, that's worrying. That is worrying, as Tribe had the wicket-keeping pads on, but had the fielding pads on.
Substitute wicket-keeper for Glamorgan is Alex Horton.
Now, Alex Horton, that must have been known about, that Chris Cook potentially had a problem, as he is making his way off the ground. Difficult to see what part of his anatomy is suffering.
Yeah, because he's been able to walk off unaided, but deep in conversation with a member of Glamorgan staff. So yeah, hard to know. He's not walking maybe as comfortably as he might.
No.
Yeah, as you say, Nick, a worry for Glamorgan.
Is that potentially a back problem? He looks a little bit stiff as he approaches the pavilion steps, Chris Cook. I mean, obviously keepers take blows on the hands all the time, but he didn't appear to be holding a hand or anything. Glamorgan 2 down.
There's Kellaway. He's going to bowl right arm over with his off break, sees in, and Benjamin defends that one. Extra emphasis, of course, on the action that Kellaway chooses, given his ability to bowl with both arms. Always have to take a second look at the scorecard when you see in brackets that he can bowl with either, as Benjamin flicks this one onto the onside for no run. Yeah, the letters OB and SLA next to his name. Takes some getting used to. Yeah, having an excellent season, especially with the bat, Kellaway, but it's with the ball in his hand. He comes in from the river end and bowls just short of a length, and once again worked onto the onside for no run.
Yeah, I think he seemed to be more using the left arm deliveries in the limited overs competitions, where the batter has a little less time to think about everything.
Here is Kellaway again over the wicket, and Benjamin defending on the back foot. Yeah, more than a party trick, isn't it? It's a form of bowling that's allowed him to take wickets as well as his right arm, which he'll use here. And Benjamin again is on the back foot and playing for no run.
Yeah, I can confirm that he can't write left-handed. It was a matter that popped up on social media yesterday in relation to his exams.
Here is Kellaway, and Benjamin works this off the back foot down just a bit backward of point, and he'll pick up a single there. And that's the end of the over. Kent move on to 124 for 1.
I happened to be outside one of the away grounds where one particularly keen supporter was asking Kellaway to sign several photos of himself, and I said, well, if it's a photo of you bowling left arm, you'll have to sign it left-handed. And he said, no, it'd be completely unreadable. He can't write left-handed.
You could sign 2 photographs at the same time.
Oh, that would be incredibly difficult to coordinate, wouldn't it? Even if he were completely ambidextrous. Right, we're going to have a bit of the medium pace of Zainul Hassan from the Cathedral Road end. So Glamorgan are a seamer down and a keeper down at the moment, and Kent are effectively a batter down. Although it's possible that Joe Denley may bat later on if needed. Kent will be hoping that they can see out the day without him and give Denley a little bit more time to recover. But from the tone of the messages we were getting from the dressing room, it's expected that Denley may be out for something in a couple of weeks, maybe at least. So Glamorgan will be hoping that they're not without Van der Hocht and Cook for next week's match at Lancashire. Here's Ul Hassan then into bowl. It hits Benjamin on the pads, trickles down towards fine leg. They'll come back for a couple of what I suspect are leg buys. Umpire Watts does indeed gently tap the knee in the direction of the scorers up by the side of the dressing room. Getting a little bit gloomier now. 124 for 1. Kent just 126 for 1, just 46 behind. We had periods of relative gloom yesterday, around midday. As Benjamin is forward, driving up to Carlson at mid-off. So this is a Glamorgan 11 out there at the moment, without 3 of the most experienced players, with North East sitting this one out on paternity duty. Van der Hochten off the field from the start today, and Cook going off as well.
Yeah, test of squad depth, and an opportunity for Alex Horton behind the stumps. Highly rated young player, wasn't he? A former England under-19 international. But obviously had his opportunities limited by Chris Cook standing in that team.
Well, Hassan is into bowl, and it's driven back to the bowler by Benjamin. And there is no run. It was... yeah, there's a lot of competition for those Glamorgan gloves once Cook decides to hang them up. Because Will Smale took the gloves in last year's One-Day Cup campaign. Horton did have a run in the T20. So that's turned away on the long leg side. Oh, frantic shouts of wait. Both batters got about a third of the way down the wicket before deciding that it would be best to retreat, as Benjamin played it on the leg side, and it was half stopped. 126 for 1. So Glamorgan have a queue of keepers. Horton is wearing the gloves at the moment. Smale has done in the One-Day Cup, and there's also Henry Hurl, and that's punched into the offside by Benjamin. There's no run. Hurl, who's had a couple of outings for England under-19s as well, and has been scoring runs for the second 11. So Glamorgan essentially have 4 options with the gloves. A bit of a queue.
Yeah, it must be quite frustrating for those players. Difficult to force your way into the team in such a specialist position.
Well, Hassan bowls, and Benjamin blocks it up to Carlson. 126 for 1, 46 behind our Kent. Yeah, Horton had a chance batting at 3 in the last block of T20 games. Didn't really work for him, despite having scored well at the top of the order in second 11 T20, albeit his keeping standards are high, but it'll be a battle for the successor's spot. And a few second 11 games, I think there have been quite a few occasions where they swap between sessions and take it in turns almost.
Yeah, kind of situation like England have found themselves in the past, isn't it? Picking 2 or 3 wicketkeeper batters. Yeah, fierce competition here at Glamorgan for that spot, as Kellaway is going to continue from the river end. He'll be coming around the wicket to the left-handed Compton. It's a full delivery which Compton flicks through mid-wicket, and he'll pick up at least a couple of runs here as the fielding is done in the deep, and it will be 2 runs to Compton, who moves on to 49.
Root and Byram battling for that ball. It was Root who won the race to it, as indeed he did win the race to a place in the absence of Sam Northeast, but be a bit of pressure on Root if he gets a second innings to try and keep his place.
As Kellaway continues around the wicket, and Compton just dabs it to short leg on the bounce.
If Sam Northeast returns next week, as we're told is due to be the case after paternity.
Hope he's managed to get some sleep. Kellaway is in around the wicket, and Compton drives on the back foot, and he'll sneak through for the single, and it takes him on to 48. Kent moving on to 129 for 1.
There speaks a recent father.
Oh yeah, the joys of potty training in our household yesterday. So
don't.
Yeah, I have some sympathy for the sleep deprivation I'm sure Sam is experiencing at the moment, as Kellaway bowls to Benjamin, who whips this through mid-wicket and will trot through for a single.
Yes, I remember up at Leicester a couple of years ago, I think after the birth of his first child, and he seemed quite grateful to be playing an away match where he could get some sleep.
Yeah.
Although his family base is still in Kent.
As Kellaway is in to Compton, who's driving on a back foot and gasps from the fielders who thought that might have snuck through at one stage. Just keeping a tad low there from Kellaway. as he makes his way to the back of his mark and shines the ball and is in around the wicket, and Compton's forward defending for no run. And that brings the over to a close. Kent 130 for 1, still building nicely here, trailing by 42 runs now.
Oil Oracle on X expressing the hope that Colin Ingram might do a bit of bowling today. Haven't seen much of Ingram. He had 2 wickets for 77 last season in the Championship, did Ingram, but hasn't turned his arm over in anger this season.
Used to see a fair bit of it in white ball cricket, didn't we?
As Ul Hassan bowls, keeper standing up, and Benjamin plays defensively. Indeed, but there was a period where I think it didn't do his overall fitness any good, but Mark Wallace was assuring members at the forum the other day that Ingram is actually fitter overall than he was 5 or 6 years ago, obviously in the wake of a knee operation.
Oh, the runs certainly back that statement up.
Ul Hassan bowls, Benjamin defends. Yes, it's strange how he's mutated from being a T20 gun for hire to more of a red ball specialist these days.
Absolutely, and the mention of his bowling does raise that question, doesn't it? When you lose one of your frontline bowlers to injury, it does put pressure on the rest of that bowling attack, and it does usually lead you to lean on your part-timers a little bit more than you would ideally.
Ul Hassan is into bowl, and that's punched into the covers by Benjamin, and there is no run. Ul Hassan, the 5th seamer in this match, has been the 4th when they've played 2 spinners, and I'm sure they would have welcomed having Mason Crane available after he took 11 wickets in the second 11 win over Kent. So no slips for Ul Hassan, just catches on the drive on either side. That's up in the block hole, defended by Benjamin. Ul Hassan is a pretty accurate bowler, won't give much away, and there's not an awful lot of pace, to be fair, so the bowlers, the batters have to work hard to get it away.
Yeah, much been made of the Kookaburra ball in this round of fixtures again, hasn't there?
There has indeed. Ul Hassan bowls and Benjamin drives to cover, and there's no run.
There have been some big scores around the grounds in this round of fixtures, as there was with the other rounds using the Kookaburra, but not across the board necessarily. There have been some games where there's been joy for the bowlers.
Yeah, we've had a spectacular Kent collapse under Glamorgan falling away in the lower order here over the first couple of days. Ul Hassan finishes over, bowling to Chris Benjamin, who defends again. It is a maiden over before Dav starts the next over. Just a mention of the Balconeers publication, Heroics and Headlines at St Helens, that's available via the balconeers.co.uk website. They very kindly sent me a copy, so thanks to John Williams for that. And haven't had a chance to read it due to duties here yet, but at first glance looks very beautifully put together, and a range of stories from over the years at St Helens. And the Balconeers are also running a trip up to Derby in September. You can find details of that on their website. Bookings for Old Trafford next week have closed.
Here comes Kellaway to start his over from the river end. That bounced quite a bit. Compton playing on the back foot, playing and missing. Some encouragement for Glamorgan's bowlers and fielders there. Kind of bounce we've not seen yet today as Kellaway comes around the wicket once more. Again, Compton is on the back foot and hitting this one just backward of point to James Harris for no run.
The chirp is loud among Glamorgan infielders, as it was in Kent with the Kent team for much of yesterday.
Yeah, you've got to keep yourselves going in these relative lulls for the fielding sides, as the batters look quite comfortable as Kellaway comes around the wicket. And this one jagged a little lower than the previous delivery. Compton playing off the back foot. Some interest for Kellaway here in this over, a much livelier affair than his first couple. There's a tweak in the field. There's an extra fielder on the offside as Kellaway is in around the wicket, and Compton, and he's bowled him. Compton got down to sweep, and he falls short of his half century. Compton has to depart for 48. Kent lose their second wicket. They're 130 for 2, trailing by 42.
So Kellaway has both wickets to fall in this Kent second innings. Compton looking to work that away down towards fine leg, came across his stumps and was looking back in anger. As hit pretty much the upper half of middle stump there.
Yeah, he came a long way across his stumps, Compton, and ended up bowling him behind his legs.
It's a little bit one-day-ish, that, wasn't it? Which is unusual for a guy who's got such expertise in the red ball game.
Yeah, especially after such a watchful innings. 147 balls for his 48 runs. And it was just one delivery after there was that change in the field. One man from the leg side moving on to the offside. I wonder if that planted a seed in Compton's mind that there might be an extra gap on the leg side. He looked to play in that direction, but ended up overcompensating, getting down on one knee and sweeping, and ended up almost Yorker length from Kellaway as it cleaned up his stumps.
The incoming batter for Kent, the visiting captain, Daniel Bell-Drummond.
So Bell-Drummond coming in one higher in the absence of Joe Denley, as very much expected.
Yeah, still some work here to do for Kent's batters as they look to wipe out that first innings deficit. It was a sizable one, and they've started well. 130 for 2 is a good platform to work with, but still trailing by 42. There's still a fair distance to go for the away side. Kellaway has 2 balls left in this over. 2 wickets for 31 runs from his 12 overs so far. Another star turn from the Glamorgan Academy product, having impressed with the bat yet again. Been an incredible season for him with a bat, and not a bad one with the ball either. As Bell-Drummond makes his way to the crease and takes his mark. Field adjusted. There's a slip, a leg slip, and a short leg for Daniel Bell-Drummond's first delivery, which he'll face from Kellaway, coming over the wicket from the river end. It's a full delivery, which Bell-Drummond defends. And a very accurate spell this from Kellaway this morning, giving very little away. And as he turns and comes in from the river end, he's a little shorter this time, and Bell-Drummond works that off his hips, and he'll get a couple of runs there to get off the mark. He's 2 without loss. Kent 132 for 2 at the end of the 47th over. That means they trail Glamorgan by 40 runs.
So the applause for Kellaway's successful over. Bowling figures are a right mess in this innings because Kellaway bowled the last couple of balls of a Van der Hoogten over. Van der Hoogten, who we sort of assumed would be all right to play today since he was on the field at the end last night, but he hasn't made an appearance. And Cook is now off. There is no Sam Northeast in this game as well because of paternity leave. As Ul Hassan is in to bowl, square drive by Benjamin, shouts of catch it, but it was nowhere near a fielder as it's gone down to deep backward point for a single. 133 for 2. BBC Sport Wales on X. I'll try and spot your cricket related tweets amid the interesting debates that go on there. Asa Tribe is lobbed the helmet by Alex Horton, and Tribe will field a little bit closer at short leg than he was previously. And Fernando is brought up into the ring as well, so it's Glamorgan looking to suffocate and bore Kent out, but not by bowling down leg side. Hits the pads of Bell Drummond, trickles away down towards fine leg, and they'll jog back for a couple of runs. I'm fascinated by Bell Drummond's running. I mentioned it during the first innings that he goes at exactly the pace needed to reach the stumps by the time. He doesn't waste a drop of effort there.
Very efficient.
Very efficient, yes. That's the experienced pro for you. Ul Hassan bowls and Bell Drummond is efficiently forward and defending. This really is something of a strangulation field set by Glamorgan. There's a short leg, 2 saving the single on the onside, mid-off, cover on the drive, another cover and a backward point. Square leg is deep, and fine leg is deep as well. Ul Hassan bowls. Bell Drummond defends that one perfectly, normally off the face of the bat, and for some reason the excitement's catching because Ul Hassan has his hands up in the air as if he almost sneaked one through.
Well, you mentioned the strangulation of the field setting for Ul Hassan, and perhaps that had a role to play in Compton's dismissal, trying to make things happen, maybe losing patience because he wasn't getting the flow of runs he wanted at the other end.
Yep, good point. Ul Hassan bowls, and off the back foot, that's punched by Bell Drummond. Well stopped by Carlson at mid-off, and he has a shot at the stumps. Bell Drummond is safely home.
Still with that efficient running pace.
136 for 2. Ul Hassan, who took 1 for 0 in the first innings, brought on at the end and had Wes Agar LBW. That was his 11th wicket of the season. Average above 40, but not a bad extra seamer to have in your resources, as that is defended by Benjamin on the leg side. There is no run. Kent 136 for 2, and they trail by 36 runs now. It was 66 overnight, so they've added just 30 in the best part of an hour. As it looks as though Everson will be promoted up to 5. He's on the balcony there. Harry Finch, who what has been a top order batsman, will presumably come up as well. And if Joe Denley does bat, it may well be after the likes of Grant Stewart as well, depending on the match situation.
Kellaway is to continue from the river end. Right arm over to Bell Drummond, who's forward defending. There's an appeal for LBW. The umpire's unmoved. Got a good stride forward there, Bell Drummond.
Yeah, Kellaway seemed to believe in that one.
We're just watching the replay here.
So maybe just a little bit of glove onto pad.
Perhaps. As Kellaway continues to Bell Drummond, who's down the wicket to defend for no run.
From the replay, of that.
Could the umpire have thought that perhaps just outside the line?
Didn't look that way to me, but there we are.
Didn't look too high, did it?
No, certainly not too high. Maybe just a little bit of glove onto pad.
Kellaway is in again to Bill Drummond, who's down the pitch once more, getting to the pitch of the ball to defend.
Umpire Paul Baldwin, resident on the West Wales coast. What's the odds we'll get him umpiring in the Neath games? That's local for him, ish.
Kellaway to Bill Drummond, who stays in his crease this time and dabs it down for no run.
Say localish, it's probably still about an hour and a half away from his home.
As local as it gets on the county circuit.
Quite.
2 balls left in the over as Kellaway skips in and bowls, and Bill Drummond's down the ground and driving nicely for 4. Very aesthetically pleasing shot from Daniel Bill Drummond. His first boundary, meeting the ball on the half volley and driving it nicely through the gap on the offside.
Yes, absolute textbook stuff from Bill Drummond there to get his first boundary and reduce the deficit to 32. Ben Kellaway with the rueful grin of a man who knows he's got a lot of bowling to do today.
And here he comes to bowl the final ball of his over. It's on a length and Bill Drummond defends that. The fielders are excited, but Bill Drummond is safe. That's the end of the 49th over. Kent 140 for 2.
In the most recent championship match here, Kellaway took 6 out of the 7 Gloucestershire wickets to fall in their second innings as Glamorgan pressed in vain for victory, and he also had 5 wickets in the drawn game, and the second innings of the drawn game here against Derbyshire. I wonder if that gentleman doing his scoring writes down Kellaway's left arm in a different colour. 140 for 2. No room to do that on a computer, you see. Physical scoring you can do in a different colour. As that's driven by Benjamin. First ball of Al Hassan's over. Fielded by Carlson. And there is no run. I'm told that scoring on tablet is very simple. I'm going to have to bite the bullet and learn it sometime, but I'm absolutely terrified of, pushing the wrong button at 5:30 and wiping off the entire records of a Saturday afternoon.
There's something satisfying about scoring by hand.
As Benjamin is forward, driving into the covers. No run. He's on 31 off 83 deliveries, so he's slowed down.
I say it's satisfying, but when I'd be playing and my team was batting, I'd be pretty quick to put the flip-flops on and walk away from it.
Would you volunteer to umpire or score first?
I'd have to be scoring, I think. My commitment to the spirit of the game means I'd be too quick to give my teammates out, even if they were giving me a lift home.
Yes. As Al Hassan in bowls, Benjamin drives back to him, and there's no run. I played in a game last month in which 5 LBWs were given across the 2 teams, and I think this must have been something of a record for Division 11. You usually get 1 if it's on the back foot in front of middle stump.
That's what you want. More bowlers umpiring.
Hitting the batter on the ankle, and he's not the guy giving you a lift home. Al Hassan bowls and driven square of the wicket by Benjamin. Away to Fernando, who lopes in off the point boundary. Single taken. 141 for 2. Kent trail by 31. Matt Cole of BBC Radio Kent will be back in a few minutes' time to see if he can make further inroads in that deficit, maybe even knock them off by the end of his half-hour stint on commentary, but the scoring rate so far, that's not assured. Only had 35 runs so far. Let's make that 36 as Bell Drummond deflects one away down towards backward square. 142 for 2. So if you're just joining us an hour in, the only wicket to fall this morning, that of Ben Compton, bowled by Ben Kellaway, was for 48, thus severely denting his chances of being the first man to 1,000 runs, with several others in some sort of striking range. Tribe moves from short leg to silly mid-on on the drive. Al-Hassan bowls and it's driven straight to him. Well, that's field placement for you, as Benjamin drove straight at Tribe, but along the ground, so no chance offered as Bell Drummond and Benjamin meets to congratulate each other, encourage each other, and say there's less than an hour till lunch.
Must be very gratifying for a captain when a field placing comes off immediately.
Yeah.
Reminds me of was it Jofra Archer to, I think it was Washington Sundar in the previous England-India test. He moved Harry Brook to a kind of backstop behind the wicketkeeper. Next ball, caught Harry Brook in that precise position. Here comes Kellaway to Bell Drummond, who drives, and Kellaway does the fielding off his own bowling sharply.
Yes, it's a great shame I've had remarkably little opportunity to watch any of this test series due to work commitments and a little spell abroad.
As Kellaway is in again to Bell Drummond, who drives onto the onside for 1 run. Yeah, fortunately, whether I've been in the office or working from home, I've been able to have the test series on in the background when Glamorgan aren't playing, and I'm not listening to that coverage, of course. That's been a great series. Here comes Kellaway again from the river end. It's just back of a length, and Benjamin is able to chop this onto the offside, and he'll pick up a single.
India have just confirmed that it's a foot injury, haven't confirmed the broken toe bit of it. He won't keep wicket for the rest of the match. He will be available to bat as per team requirements, say the BCCI.
And here comes Kellaway again. A looping delivery, which Bell Drummond drives, and Kellaway reaches to field once again off his own bowling. No run. Bell Drummond might feel that he should have cashed in on that one. Now it looks like Kellaway is going to come around the wicket for this penultimate delivery of the over, as he wipes his brow and comes around the wicket from the river end. Bell Drummond defends safely for no run. 2 right-handers at the crease at the moment, but we're yet to see Kellaway's left arm spin today. That right arm has brought 1 wicket already as he's in and around the wicket, and Bell Drummond tries to sweep, fails to connect, and that brings the 51st over to a close, with Kent 144 for 2, trailing by 28. And nice to welcome Matt back to commentary.
Yeah, great to be on commentary, Dav. And obviously Ben Compton, we were trying to warm up for his hitting 1,000 runs, or being the first to 1,000 runs this season. It may not be now, with Dom Sibley warming up in the wings for Surrey, needing 24, I think. But anyway, more important for the game situation, yeah, his dismissal. Bowled round his legs, was it, slightly, and didn't seem to be much turn particularly. I don't know what you've seen in this so far.
It didn't. We haven't seen much turn. The odd delivery has bounced a little more than the other. Some have kept a little lower, but nothing in terms of prodigious turn. Yeah, it's almost he just played the wrong shot.
Felt the same with, well, similar perhaps with Jaden Denley, who just, I think, got himself just a bit bogged down and went for a big sweep yesterday, and very much the shot that got him out, rather than, I mean, patience obviously from Ben Kellaway and the Glamorgan team, but this pitch, and particularly this Kookaburra ball, as we know, means that bowlers really have to be accurate and patient and try and grind the batters down as Hassan bowls to Benjamin. He's driven that up to mid-on. I thought I heard a shout. I thought it might be the umpire calling no ball. No, it was just excitement from maybe from Asa Tribe. He's at a short mid-on now. No slips. We're getting used to this again with a Kookaburra ball. If you're just joining us, not getting many edges or nicks with the ball not doing very much in the air off the pitch. So it's sorry, Fernando bowling. I do apologise. It's number 78 on his back, the Sri Lankan. Bowled one snorting bouncer to Compton this morning, which he did very well to fend off, but Kellaway mopped him up. Fernando bowling to Benjamin. Lovely straight drive. Asa Tribe, that's a great bit of fielding. He's dived and flicked the ball onto the stumps quite deliberately to try and run Daniel Bell-Drummond out. Great bit of work. I cast my eyes to Daniel Bell-Drummond, and he is standing one hand on hip with leaning on his bat. So a single was not in the offing, I think it's fair to say, but a great bit of work nonetheless from Tribe.
We were just admiring Bell-Drummond's efficient running style, shall we say, earlier, and even better energy conservation there, not moving an inch from his crease.
So to say he's undemonstrative between deliveries is fair to say. Quite often he'll use his hands rather than his feet as well when he's playing, so it does look very self-contained. Fernando to Benjamin. He probably thinks he didn't get full value out of the previous shot. Lovely drive. This one slightly mishit up to mid-off, and Kieran Carlson fields, and there's no run. 144 for 2. And yeah, the field is said an odd one, but perhaps we're getting used to this with the different ball. 144 for 2. Wicketkeeper Horton now, of course, coming off the injured Chris Cook. Backward point, some distance inside the fielding circle, you might say. It's a cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket fairly close. Asa Tribe, as I said, is a short mid-on, almost with his foot on the pitch itself, his left foot, as Benjamin defends this one from Fernando, and a deep square leg and a long leg as well.
Yeah, strange to see such containing tactics at this stage in the game when you are ahead, but perhaps it's just sensible pragmatism from Carlson, because if there's not a great deal in the pitch, and as you said, the Kookaburra ball behaving as it has done over these round of fixtures, perhaps the best thing you can do is contain and then frustrate the batters enough to cause someone like Compton to play the shot he did.
Yeah, I'm imagining that either Fernando probably wasn't thinking, I'll come and bowl again in England, and this is the fields I'll be looking at in late July, but bowls to Benjamin down the leg side, trying to help it on. There's a sort of stifled appeal maybe for an LBW. He's always going down leg, and Benjamin was trying to glance it towards the boundary, but ends up with wicketkeeper Horton. I didn't see Chris Cook go off, and listening back to your commentary, it felt innocuous. It's hard to tell exactly what his injury is.
Yeah, there was a break in play anyway, and then we looked up and he was just walking off the field in conversation with a member of staff, so we'll have to check up on that. Perhaps at the lunch break we'll get an update, but yeah, like you say, it seemed innocuous.
Yeah, we wish him well. As Fernando bowls to Benjamin, back up the pitch to Asa Tribe, who puts his left foot across onto the pitch to receive the ball, and that is the end of the over. 144 for 2. Benjamin 33. Bell-Drummond has 9. A 68 partnership between Compton and Benjamin over last night and this morning, broken by Glamorgan, and I suppose still leading by 28. If they can just grind away, chip away at this Kent batting lineup, but they're in a very good position at this point anyway.
Absolutely, and there'll be a change of bowling from the River End for the next over, with Ned Leonard bowling his first over of the day. He'll be replacing Ben Kellaway. Leonard bowled 3 overs yesterday, fairly expensive for his short spell, going for 18 runs. It'll be pace replacing spin at this end as he makes his way to the back of what is a long run-up, which he begins now with Bell-Drummond to face. It's down the leg side with Horton collecting. Yeah, change of approach from Glamorgan in terms of the bowling style, but again it's that containing kind of umbrella field that Bell-Drummond faces. Yeah, Glamorgan really looking to test the Kent batters' patience here. As Leonard turns around at the top of his mark again. Ball in his right hand, elbows pumping as he makes his way to the crease, and Drummond works this on the leg side just in front of square leg, where Ul Hassan will do the fielding. Drummond would pick up a single, moving on to 10. Kent 145 for 2, trailing by 27.
It's been a bit feast or famine for Daniel Bell-Drummond this summer, the Kent captain. A double century against Middlesex earlier in the piece, and a ton 50 against Northamptonshire in the last game, and then his next biggest score is 61. The number of other low scores within his analysis this summer.
As Leonard continues to Benjamin, who drives for no run.
It's been a bit of a tale of the walking wounded this game as well, with Joe Denley off first and Tim van der Hoogten obviously, and Alex Horton replacing Chris Cook today. Chris Benjamin is still feeling the effects of a dislocated shoulder a few weeks ago, which was at the time seemed to have had him out for the season, but he has defied the medical staff at Kent, who said he probably wouldn't play again, and by coming back in the T20, and yeah, I gather the left shoulder's still a little bit tender.
As Leonard bowls to Benjamin, who drives to mid-on, considers a single but thinks better of it. Yeah, some recovery that for an injury of that severity.
Absolutely right. Yeah, it was second game of the T20 Blast. He was diving for a run and dislocated the left shoulder, and as you say, I mean, that would normally be months out rather than weeks, but yeah, Adam Hollyoake told us after that, he said the medical staff says out for the season. Chris says he'll be back in a few weeks, so we'll see what happens.
Somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, quite. Yeah.
Leonard is in to Benjamin. It's a bouncer that Benjamin just ducks out of the way fairly straightforwardly. As a lively bouncer from Leonard.
Indeed. It's a little bit overcast here, but it's a warm day out there, isn't it? Pleasantly warm, and it's been throughout this match. We missed any hint of rain yesterday when it's on the forecast before we start the game, but it's looking good out there.
Yeah, very sunny this morning, wasn't it? Now the clouds have gathered as Leonard makes his way from the river end. And Benjamin connects quite sweetly. There were some cries of catch as it was ever so slightly airborne, but it's no damage done as Ingram does the fielding. That's the end of the over. Kent 145 for 2, trailing by 27.
Yes, indeed. I'm chatting to Kent supporters this morning. I think just and indeed yesterday, just pleased Kent putting up resistance here. It's not been a great season. Obviously, they're bottom of the county championship, and they've seen some crushing defeats, not least by Glamorgan at Canterbury, in fact, by an innings, and I think just being the better of two sessions yesterday. And Matt Parkinson sort of reiterating that after yesterday's play, that just showing a bit of fight is important for them at this point. Just try to get some morale, some momentum back. 145 for 2. Obviously, the qualifying for the quarterfinals of the T20 Blast is great, but still, most cricketers will say the county championship is the most important thing to them, despite obviously the fewer in the stands to see it, the purest form of the game. That's Daniel Bell-Drummond, defends that back up the pitch. Asa Tribe again steps across the pitch to pick it up.
Yeah, to those of us on the outside looking at Kent with that squad, especially that batting lineup, surprised to see them pick up so few batting points this season.
Yeah, and it was true last season as well, and particularly first innings that they looked really brittle. As you say, on paper, I mean, there are, as I said, with Daniel Bell-Drummond, he's made some really big scores this summer, but just a handful, and otherwise it's been pretty poor from Kent. Compton has been an outlier in that, so they're making nearly 1,000 runs for the season already, but yeah, they've taken a long hard look at themselves, but I think again they had a bad season last season. There's a hangover from that, I think, after winning the first 2 games in sort of bowling shootouts in April. They have found it really hard. Fernando now to Daniel Bell-Drummond, defends that back up the pitch and there's no run. I said it was sort of begging the question yesterday. We were talking about the under-19s game when Ben Dawkins, young Kent opener, teenager obviously, scoring 100 in the second innings, and Ekant Singh, another Kent teenager, in the middle order, scoring 100 in the previous, and Kent's batting failings, and the coach and director of cricket talking about that fans not exactly scratching their heads but saying at some point surely that one or two of those will get a regular berth in this Kent top order. 145 for 2. Fernando bowling to Bell Drummond, defence that into the onside, and Ekant Singh, Simon Cook, the director of cricket, saying pretty sure he would have played in this one had he not been playing with the under-19, so decided to let him do that.
Yeah, the academy in rude health, and you think in recent years Kent have produced their fair share of batters when you think of Jordan Cox and the like.
Absolutely. Yeah. And Ben Dawkins is another wicketkeeper batter, just rolling off a reduction line at Kent, but I think he's unlikely to keep in his later career, as it were. He's not least because he's grown quite a bit. Not saying that the wicketkeepers have to be small, but he's a good 6'3", 6'4" now, so keeping a lot less, batting a lot more. You're not missing any cricket, by the way, because Kieran Carlson has said to Chris Watts, this ball it's more or less a cube now. It's outrageous. Chris Watts has shown it. Looks like he's got something secret in his pocket there. He's just showing it to umpire Baldwin. What do you think? I think it's a no. To say.
Give it back to him.
Yeah, exactly. It's almost they went into a quiet little huddle. Let's not hear anybody anyone hear what we're saying. Yeah, it's gone back. Kieran Carlson just making a polite inquiry. 145 for 2. So yeah, that good news on the horizon, I suppose, for Kent in terms of young players coming through. A bowler would be nice, I think it's fair to say, from Kent, and just once a decade, as Fernando bowls to Bell Drummond, and it's driven, quite timed, low part of the bat up to James Harris at mid-on. And talking about prospects, we've been extolling the virtues of Ben Kellaway in this match. What a prospect he looks, and already making his way in.
Yeah, and I think it's many years since I've heard members and fans here at games talking about one of their own potentially getting international honours. There was some talk of that perhaps when Kieran Carlson was coming through. He's still young enough, perhaps, but Kellaway, he does look like the real deal.
It's Fernando, Sri Lankan now bowls to Daniel Bell Drummond. It's short, it's pulled away low by Daniel Bell Drummond. That's a very good shot. He's onto that quickly, and it's raced away to the boundary behind square. Asa Tribe was at a shortish square leg rather than a forward short leg with a helmet on. No chance for him to react as that's flashed on the ground past him, or raced along the ground. 149 for 2. Again, still 23 behind though. 33 for Benjamin, 14 for Daniel Bell Drummond.
Yeah, he's looked very comfortable since coming to the crease, isn't he, Daniel Bell Drummond? That was a very nice controlled shot, wasn't it? Really pierced that gap.
Can certainly be a punishing batter to bowl against, but as I said, there's certainly a vulnerability early in his innings, which he's shown during this season. Fernando to Bell Drummond, pretty solidly driving that one up to mid-on, fielded by James Harris, and that is the end of the 54th over here on BBC Wales, BBC Radio Kent, BBC Sport Online with the website and the app with the pictures as well here at Sophia Gardens. Welcome wherever you're listening or watching. 149 for 2. Matt Cole, Dav Pritchard and Nick Webb with you today in a triple rotation. Nick's just gone off for a breather for the moment, and he'll be warming up his tones very shortly.
Yeah, just seeing Kieran Carlson get to work on that ball after asking for a change from the umpires. It's become a feature of Test match cricket as well, isn't it? It seems every couple of overs the bowling team seem to be asking for a replacement of the ball. They'll have to make do with the kookaburra they've got at the moment, Glamorgan, as Ned Leonard continues from the river end as he comes charging in, right arm over the wicket, and he squirts that one down the leg side, and Benjamin will pick up a single as James Harris does the fielding at fine leg.
Just looking at the run rate, about 2 3/4 Kent are playing. So defensively but conservatively, it's about time as much as runs, isn't it, for Kent at this point. Effectively, they'll need to bat all day, I think, to make a game of this.
Yeah, and Glamorgan seem to be accepting that there's not much in it in terms of the conditions, be that the ball or the pitch, so it's almost a game of damage limitation and trying to frustrate Kent into giving away their wickets as Leonard comes in over the wicket to Bell Drummond, who leaves that alone outside the off stump.
Once again, Kent under scoreboard pressure, but even if they were to score 100 in the remaining 2 sessions of the day, they're going to be a couple of 100 ahead, you might say, at that point, and that's probably not going to be enough for the last day either, so they may well need to bat in tomorrow morning as well, and see, that puts extra pressure on the batters, doesn't it, that need to be at the crease for such long periods of time.
Absolutely, as Leonard strides in once more, right arm over the wicket, fuller ball this time, which Bell Drummond defends solidly on the front foot.
Actually, just looking across the 2 and a bit innings we've had so far, it's still Ben Kellaway's 90 is the highest score of the piece. And 172 between him and Colin Ingram concluded yesterday was a picture of patience and occasionally some dashing stroke play as well.
Yeah, key partnership between those two as Leonard tries to make inroads into the Kent batting lineup. Bell Drummond dabs that onto the offside, just backward of point, with Kellaway doing the fielding.
Yeah, the lead was exactly the span of that partnership. 172 was the lead, 172 was the partnership. If you're into statistical symmetry,
that's very nice.
It shows how important it was. That's basically what they did.
Yeah, Kent so far, batters have had decent starts, yet to really cash in. As Leonard comes in, arms and legs pumping as he bowls just on a length, and Bell Drummond calmly defends.
Yeah, Leonard's looked lively, just occasionally dropping a little bit too short, which Kent have taken advantage of, but it's good to watch. There seems to be something happening. 150 for 2. There's not much breeze today, is there? It was just a little bit breezy yesterday, but the trees are not being agitated at the far end, beside the River Taff.
As Leonard comes in, bowls to Bell Drummond, who again leaves the ball outside the off stump. And that is the end of the 55th over. Kent 150 for 2, trailing by 22.
I'm going to make way very shortly to go into an update for BBC Radio Kent, but I will manfully describe a couple of deliveries before I go. That is my commitment, Dav, to this commentary routine.
Oh, we thank you for it.
Despite being pestered for football previews while I'm here.
Oh, I know that feeling. It's a funny time of the year, isn't it, when you're trying to stretch yourself between different sports.
It always seems to come too early to me. When you're just getting used to the cricket, and then the football is upon us again. The EFL starting on, or the Leagues 1 and 2 starting Saturday week. Fernando to Benjamin, cuts it away. It's a yes from Benjamin, calling Daniel Bell Drummond through for a single. He goes on to 36. Does Chris Benjamin? Sorry, 35.
Yeah, that's Cardiff City's penance for relegation, starting the season a week early in League 1. So when Welsh Fire start their 100 campaign up at Headingley on the same day, Cardiff are kicking off against Peterborough in the early kick-off on Saturday the 2nd.
That does really show, doesn't it, that 100 and the season and the football season start at the same time. 151 for 2. That's Fernando to Daniel Bell Drummond. Ace of Tribe still there at short mid-on, and just opens the face, runs it to backward point. I'll have to update BBC Radio Kent listeners.
Thanks, Matt. As Fernando makes his way back to the top of his mark at the Cathedral Road end. Hard work for the Sri Lankan and the rest of this Glamorgan bowling attack on what is a tricky day for bowling. A pretty solid batting pitch. A tricky Kookaburra ball. not much to work with as he comes in over the wicket to Daniel Bell-Drummond, who defends once more onto the offside. No run. Ingram and Leonard get to work on the ball before the skipper, Kieran Carlson, looks to shine and add some devil to this Kookaburra ball, which has been the scourge of many a bowler across the county game in recent weeks and months. Always a big discussion point, especially in an Ashes year, as Fernando trots in once more, right arm over to Bell-Drummond, who works it onto the onside, and then Kellaway does the fielding at mid-wicket.
He ought to threaten the players with using an orange ball. I had my first sighting of one the other day at close distance. It wasn't very pretty after it had been knocked round a bit.
And there'll be use of a pink ball in the next Ashes series as well, won't there?
Marvellous.
Mitchell Stark tends to do damage with that, doesn't he? I seem to remember former Glamorgan paceman Michael Neser picking up an Ashes wicket with that ball last time out, as Fernando bowls a full delivery, which Bell-Drummond does well to flick off his toes and pick up a single through the onside. Fernando with hands on head, thinking that Yorker might just have snuck through Bell-Drummond's defences, but in the end it was well played.
Yeah, it was turned into a full toss, really. Yeah, Fernando, well, he knows what he signed up for, because he was here for the first part of the season. Seemed to be hitting his straps in the final game that he played here. He's bowled reasonably accurately, but without reward in this innings.
And here he is once again, bowling to Benjamin this time, who hits the ball straight to Kellaway. No run, and that brings the over to a close. Kent 152 for 2, trailing by 20.
It feels strange to say for a Sri Lankan paceman, but you feel that he'd be at home in a British sort of early summer, spring, green top sort of wicket.
Absolutely.
Bowling a reasonably full length, but you wonder what he could do, given advantageous conditions and looking to hit top of off.
There are a few subcontinental Asian players who I've thought they are made for county cricket in April. I used to think that of Bhuvnesh Kumar when he bowled for India.
As Leonard will charge towards us and bowl to Bell-Drummond, who turns one off his legs for a single. The issue was, in the UK this year, we didn't really have any typical April conditions, because the sun was out nearly all the time in April and May, which I'm not complaining about, but we've had very little time off because of weather this summer. Climate change, who knows? Leonard is in to bowl, and forward goes Benjamin. Plays it back to the bowler, and Benjamin started in reasonably sparky fashion last night, but has since sunk into the rather somnolent groove of run scoring at a fairly slow rate, about a run every third ball at the moment. As Leonard is in towards us and bowls, and that's defended by Benjamin to try but cover, and there is no run, as loudest spectators always congregate near the effects microphone. Let's hope it's an innocuous conversation. 153 for 2, as Benjamin waits for Leonard into bowl. Oh, he lets that one hit him, does Chris Benjamin. rather unusually. Short ball, back of a length, and rather than risk last minute defensive action, he allowed that one to hit him.
Wore it, as we used to say.
Yes,
at my
indeed.
club.
That'll be a bit of a bruise somewhere. Dav Pritchard will give way to Matt Cole for the half an hour before lunch. As Leonard bowls, Benjamin drives to cover. There's no run. Matt Cole is back alongside me.
Yeah, missed who got pinged there between their commentary boxes. Was there?
Yeah, Benjamin just let one hit him, basically.
Not on that left shoulder again, I hope.
I don't think it was necessarily on the shoulder.
It happened to him yesterday, didn't it? Or rather, as you say, just rather fronted up to a short delivery.
153 for 2 as Leonard finishes his over, and forward comes Benjamin to defend out on the offside. Dav Pritchard will go and eat all the lunch supplies before we get there.
Oh, is that right? Yeah.
I think he's also got similar duties to you in that you have calls upon you from other sports, which Dav is reporting for BBC Wales from Paris. The final hurrah for Geraint Thomas, so look out for his stuff across BBC Wales media from Sunday, was it? I presume it's Sunday it finishes. They all ride triumphantly into Paris, saying thank goodness we've survived another 3 weeks on the road.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's a feat of some extraordinary human. It's Fernando Bell, sorry, just distracted by the cricket for a second. It's Daniel Baldrum playing it off the hip down towards long leg, and he'll take himself a single. But yeah, the stamina, just getting a body through that is quite something, isn't it, the Tour de France? But yeah, so Dav is just on a whistle-stop tour of Europe, and Cardiff is one of the stops, is that right? Which is...
He's a busy man, certainly, with the football season.
Yeah, of course.
Lasting into July, as we're talking about it. It sort of more or less crosses over with the preliminary rounds of European competition.
It does indeed. With Fernando to Benjamin, just ducks underneath that bouncer. Slightly down the leg side. Alex Horton takes it on as a sub for Chris Cook, if you're just joining us. 154 for 2. So TNS, are they playing this week?
Yes, I don't think there's been an awful lot of success for the Welsh sides.
Yeah, so apologies there. I didn't mean to give you that hospital pass, but I just saw it in passing. But as you say, the early rounds of those European competitions are early indeed. And the players and clubs will tell you they need more rest. So there we go. Great to qualify for Europe, isn't it? Whatever form it takes. As Fernando bowls to Benjamin. Defends that back up to try, but short mid-on.
I know certainly in the past that Welsh sides operating at semi-pro level have had problems actually fielding best sides because it starts so early, and players who don't do it for a living say, hang on, I've booked me some holidays.
Yeah. Those sides dealing in year-to-year contracts, aren't they, or season-to-season, is the contract will summarily finish at the end of May at the latest. But here's Fernando now to bowl to Benjamin. It's on leg stump. Benjamin has helped that down to backward square. Billy Root fields, and there'll be a single. So 155 for 2. Just about got used to the scoreboard. The pace of the scoreboard. We often say this in commentary, just to work out the runs going up as they're being taken, almost before here at Cardiff, I would say. A number of times I looked up. Yes. Fantastic work.
The moment the batter grounds his bat.
Yeah. So as soon as you look up, it's done. Benjamin 36, Drummond has 17. Still 17 behind. And as we were discussing with Dav a few minutes ago, as Fernando bowls to Drummond in the block hole, Drummond tries to turn that into a straight drive. ends up just bumping the ball into the ground and up towards Kieran Carlson at mid-off, and there's no run.
Yeah, the New Saints lost 1-0 at home to some Luxembourgers.
Gotcha.
Differdanger 0-3, which is not the score but part of their name. It was 1-0 to the Luxembourgers in...
I mean, there's the old joke of sides names finishing with nil, isn't there? But not with 3. That's very optimistic, it seems. Fernando. Oh, Danny Belldrum squares him up. It's come off the edge, I think. There's no slip. It kept low anyway, but that's absolutely done Daniel Belldrummond. That's a great delivery from Fernando. Actually, just coming in towards him. I think just a little bit of nip towards the pads. Belldrummer's put the bat on it, the outside edge, and maybe a gulp from Fernando, but not a shout, because it's gone absolutely safe.
I don't think that would have carried to first
No, I
slip
think
had
you're
there
right.
been one there, but it was in the air for a while.
Just not seen many come off the edge, have we, in this whole game? But Fernando's expertise, 159 for 2. Belldrummond survives. He's on 21. Benjamin on 36, which is why, to labour a point, perhaps there are few or no slips in most of the fields that have been set in this game so far.
Very good afternoon to Caden, who is enjoying today's play from hotel balcony in Mauritius. Convinced he's the only Glammy fan in the country. Quite possibly. Yes, he's messaged us on BBC Sport Wales. Thank you very much indeed. Enjoy the cricket and hopefully the sunshine.
Yeah, as I like to say on these occasions, thoughts and prayers for you out there. Do your best.
Leonard is in from the River Taff end, and Benjamin drives to cover, no run. The deficit is a mere 13 runs.
Yeah, but that still faces Kent, doesn't it, with the task of trying to bat out the rest of the day, maybe into tomorrow, to try and save this game. That's not proved that easy. 3:27 for Glamorgan, including a big partnership, but just the one for Glamorgan.
Leonard bowls and Benjamin works it away on the leg side. He'll get runs here round towards mid-wicket. Fernando will cut it off as he runs round from the square leg boundary, and a throw for 2 runs. Benjamin 38. 161 for 2. Kent trail by 11 runs, and I think they'd be pretty delighted if they knock it off with 2 down. If you'd offered them that at the start of the second innings, they'd have said yes please. Leonard in, bowls, short ball through to Horton on the second bounce. If you have just joined us, Chris Cook went off about half an hour into today's play, not with any immediate obvious injury, but certainly wasn't moving freely. So Leonard is in, bowls. Benjamin drives to mid-off. There is no single to be had there. As Billy Root does the fielding. 161 for 2. Kent should be into the lead by lunchtime, you would imagine, which is 18 minutes away.
Yeah, Belldrummond and Benjamin moving on slightly quicker than Ben Compton did, but still the overall run rate is about 2 3/4.
Benjamin digging in for the long haul as well as he drives into the offside. Fielded at point by Ben Kellaway, and there's no run. I'm sorry, I failed to see how the use of the Kookaburra ball is helping England chances anywhere in the world at any point when used in county cricket in rounds that the Test team aren't playing in. It's just bizarre. Short ball from Leonard. Manages to get some lift out of it, but Benjamin ducks underneath it comfortably. 59 overs on the board, so second new ball around about an hour after lunch, 2:40ish.
Yeah, I'm not sure that. Well, just stating the obvious of what's happened with the Kookaburra, really. But I mean, even if the likes of Joe Root, Zach Crawley, Jofra Archer,
Howell Williams emails from Cardiff talking about the weather. Have Glamorgan lost any time this season in any matches? Yes, they have. There was a stoppage on the final afternoon at Lord's for a couple of hours because of marginal bad light and a very light sprinkling of rain. So they have lost some time for rain. Here in Cardiff, now that's a very good question. I can't remember. There might have been a little bit of bad light right at the start of the season, but nothing that I can actually remember, and certainly all the T20 games were played in full. Thank you to Howell for emailing, glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. As Asa Tribe comes into the attack ahead of Kieran Carlson, the skipper.
he does indeed. 55 rather than 5. A slip in as well. Something different for Daniel Bell-Drummond and Chris Benjamin to think about before lunch. This one's full toss outside the off stump. Daniel Bell-Drummond doesn't really get value for that. Had to reach a little bit for it, was cut it out towards Zain Hassan on the offside boundary. Single taken, 162 for 2.
Tribe bowled 5 overs, 0 for 10 on the final day of the last game against Gloucestershire when Mason Crane was injured.
Talking of that, no Tim van der Houten the whole of this first session of the third day, by the way. If you're just joining us, the Glamorgan bowler injured. On the back foot there, Benjamin, just cutting that to backward point. A no from his captain at the non-striker's end.
Bowled a little bit for the second team at the start of the season. Not much for the firsts.
Tribe to Benjamin. Oh, that is an edge, but it's gone behind square again. It's gone very low. That might be 4 runs. Not sure how much he's trying to cut that, but it's come off a thickish outside edge. Fielder does pick it up just pretty well. Is that Eddie Byram down there? Just trying to see who the fielder is, but that's a well taken 3 on the Kent pair. 165 for 2. 7 behind now. Replay of that shot, but no time with the spinner on here. 165 for 2. As Tribe comes over the wicket, outside the off stump. It bounces up quite nicely, but after it's left Danny Bell-Drummond outside the off stump, which is not much use to Alex Horton or to Asa Tribe. 2 balls to come of his first over of this match, left again outside the off stump by Daniel Bell-Drummond. Come on, Asa, indeed. You may have heard from the field there. He's a Tribe then bowling to Daniel Bell-Drummond. Defends this one straight back at the bowler. It's 4 off the over, 165 for 2. I'll just perhaps over-egging your point about this Kookaburra ball, Nick, that I think even if the international players were playing, what would they learn in these conditions? That don't worry about edging the ball, because that's not really going to happen. The fields, I'm sure Australia will be setting down under in the ashes there will be pretty much umbrellas at mid-wicket and cover. Is that what they would be learning and getting used to coping with?
Oh, absolutely not, because
right.
when I spoke to Tim van der Houten about the issue, and obviously he played more in Australia at the start of his career, played briefly for New South Wales. He said it behaves completely differently over here than Australia anyway, so what is the point?
Yeah.
Perhaps England could invest in a few warm-up matches when they play in the Southern Hemisphere.
What's this witchcraft now?
If they can possibly afford it. I mean, I know it would be expensive to go out there a couple of weeks early and play a couple of state sides. Who'd have thought about that, eh?
I'm just getting on the phone to the ECB now. That sounds great.
Here comes Leonard, and There goes another Benjamin defensive shot. He's on 41. Kent 165 for 2 here on BBC Sport Online. Glamorgan Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Kent Cricket at bbc.co.uk for your emails. As Kent have gritted it out this morning, added another 59 runs so far with 11 minutes to add. Benjamin drives into the offside. Oh, there was yes, no. Kellaway made a diving attempt to field it from point. It was eventually mopped up by Eddie Byram, sweeping on the cover boundary, and they were through for a single. 42 to Benjamin. So no Tim van der Hoogten, no Chris Cook behind the stumps, and Joe Denley having to bat lower down the order if at all for Kent, and Billy Root, who was helmeted at short-ish leg, is now going to short-ish mid-wicket and has the joy of fielding with those substantial pads on. Leonard bowls, and that could be out. It's taken by Horton. They're all appealing, and it's given. Bell Drummond waited. It wasn't immediately clear what it had come off. He was tempted into the hook shot, lobbed it up. Simplest of catches for sub-fielder Horton, sub-keeper Horton. 166 for 3.
I'm not sure quite why Daniel Bell Drummond was waiting there. Is it? I mean, it's a thick sound. Is he saying it's come off a part of the body there rather than the head, or was just pure frustration maybe?
Looked to be off the gloves. He's shaking his head maybe at... Oh, actually, he didn't think he'd hit that.
And I'm wondering if it may have come off the batting helmet. That's what he thought anyway. It has. It's come off the helmet, but whether it's hit the gloves or the bat first.
Something off the arm, I think. Now, whether that was gloves or forearm, because Bell Drummond, well, almost stomped the ground with frustration when he saw the finger go up from Paul Baldwin there.
So I think the noise, the click, was it coming off the batting helmet? But as you say, there was a flurry of bat and obviously gloves going across the body as well. But well, I think it's fair to say Daniel Bell Drummond didn't think that it had come off any of that. As you say, a little jump of anger and frustration from Daniel Bell Drummond. 166 for 3. It's good news for Glamorgan though. Umpire is the one that counts. And Daniel Bell Drummond goes, caught by Alex Horton for 22. And that is a great strike for Glamorgan just before lunch, isn't it? With Everson coming out to join Benjamin. Joey Everson has put on 2 great batting performances in the previous 2 games to help Kent to a draw. It looks like once again it's they'll be trying to cling on here to try and frustrate Glamorgan, but they are a long way off in time, and Glamorgan probably need 6 wickets, 7 if Joe Denley does bat with that injured calf. So Benjamin 42, Everson joins him at 166 for 3, and Kent still trailing by 6.
It's an awkward little period for Everson to negotiate before lunch. 8 minutes to go. And for once, Glamorgan do bring a slip in. Colin Ingram just getting his lines right with Alex Horton, and Ingram seems to be standing, understandably I think, a lot further forward from the wicketkeeper, and he's suggesting to Horton that he might like to come forward a metre or 2, and Horton sort of agrees eventually, as Everson is forward defending his first ball into the offside. Horton keeping wicket after Chris Cook went off half an hour into today's play. I'm sure Horton would be delighted with the chance, having been involved in the second team win over Kent at Abergavenny yesterday by 70-yard runs. As that is defended by Everson. No run. We were marvelling over the under-19 test during much of last night, but it looks as though India eventually gave up.
There was drizzle, I think, late on as well.
Okay.
They came off early,
Rain,
so
was it?
that looks such an exciting game, didn't it? As it's closing in with them 6 down, but also batting very much fast enough to win the game in the overs that were remaining. So, real shame.
They're going about 8 and over the Indian side at one point in the red ball match. Leonard bowls a short pitch ball, that'll be called wide. It is. And another one on the Kent score. It's pleasing to see that umpires do call wides for bouncers rather more in the Championship cricket than they used to.
There's a little bit more leeway given, isn't it, than there is in T20, but
Leonard bowls. That one's flicked away on the leg side by Everson to get him off the mark with a couple of comfortable runs down to James Harris, running round from fine leg to backward square. 169 for 3. Kent trail by 3 runs as we approach lunch. Hal Williams back to say, may I protest in the strongest terms about the provision of Kangaroo 2 hand dryers in the Glamorgan men's toilets. This is clearly an attempt to prepare spectators for the tour of the England Test team down under. It's unlikely that any of us will be going. Thank you, Hal. Oh dear.
It's only truth in the fact that they blow sideways rather than downwards or upwards, making them completely useless.
Cork hats will be compulsory in the commentary box here as well.
69 for 3 as Asa Tribe bowls to Chris Benjamin, reaches that one outside the off stump. It's a bit of a scuff, but it'll be a single. No, says Joey Everson, I'm not taking that second run into the danger end, and quite wise as well. Sand throws in.
Tribe's managed to get rid of his fielding pads to bowl at least.
Yeah, yesterday he was herring around the field a couple of times, wasn't he? In the deep with his fielding pads on, which seemed somewhat unfair. It's take all the risk of being under the helmet and close to the bat, and then also gets to sprint after the ball. That's what happens when you're one of the juniors in the team, I suppose, doesn't it? Tribe to Benjamin, to Everson, rocks back into his crease, plays it gently into the offside. There's no run. 174-3. Tribe shining the ball on his whites. Over the wicket to Chris Benjamin. Defends that to the offside. Found myself as part of a fast-moving 5K around Butte Park yesterday when I was out on my plod.
Congratulations.
Well, yes, I wonder what the applause was for as the runners basically zoomed past me, driven to the onside. I was feeling quite smug about the whole thing until I realised, but so apologies for I got in anyone's way.
Did you raise your game to complete the race?
Unfortunately, I don't go
accidental racer.
From a plod to a jog, maybe. It's about right, 171 for 3. Oh, very exciting. Asa Tribe to Benjamin, driven on the back foot back at the bowl. They had cyclists ahead of the game. I thought, because they were coming towards me as I went out, and I thought, so I made a detour across the grass to one of the other paths, and then there was nowhere to go as they obviously had made a swift circuit of the park and were actually gaining on me from behind at that point. So played with the offside, and there's no run. 171 for 3. So I very much made way. I didn't get trampled in the rush. 171 for 3. But a couple of minutes until lunch here, and 2 wickets taken by Glamorgan. Might not seem like a lot on the morning session, but they are chipping away. Ben Compton trying to like a little paddle against Ben Kellaway, and bowled, and Daniel Bell Drummond literally hopping mad. After being caught behind off the bowling of Ned Leonard by Alex Horton. As I said, there was certainly a click. It It looked like it's hit the helmet, but whether it hit the gloves before, well, the umpire said yes, and he's out. So he went for 22, Compton for 48, 171 for 3. One behind now, Kent.
Can they reach a lead by the lunch interval as Kellaway is in and bowls, and that's short and might have been put away in other circumstances, but Everson just knocked it gently past short leg into the ground. So short leg and a slip for the last over before lunch, as that's defended on the leg side by Everson. Benjamin 43, Everson 3, the men out this morning. Compton for 48, bowled Kellaway. Bell Drummond given out, caught behind by sub Horton off Leonard for 22. The fielders converge, cover comes in closer as Kellaway bowls, and Everson leaves outside off stump through to the gloves of Alex Horton. Three balls to go until lunch. Kellaway bowls the first of those. Again, it's defended by Everson, this time on the leg side to Asa Tribe. So a fairly evenly balanced session. Glamorgan have claimed 2 wickets as Ul Hassan comes into leg slip. Kent have only added 65 runs so far, as Kellaway bowls a filthy full toss that's smacked away for 4 runs by Everson, and that is Kent into the lead. The innings defeat is averted. Glamorgan will have to bat again, however you wish to put it. Kent lead by 3. They're effectively 3 for 3. Don't worry about it, Kellaway. He's prone to the odd little slip, Kellaway, but rather that than firing them in too much. As that one's better flighted. Everson is forward to defend it, and that is the end of your morning session's entertainment. Chris Benjamin is on 43 not out. Joey Everson is on 7 not out. Kent lead by 3 with 3 wickets down, and the players head for lunch. We will be back with commentary on BBC Sport Online at 1:40.
I've got the latest scores from around the country. We'll start at Old Trafford, where rain has brought an early lunch in the Test match day 2, where India have moved on to 321 for 6. That's against England. In the other games in the Rothesay County Championship in Division 1, Hampshire have moved on to 177 for 4, still trailing Nottinghamshire by 401 runs. Lunch of Edgbaston sees Worcestershire in their second innings, 103 so they're leading Warwickshire by 252 runs. Lunch at Home, where Sussex in their second innings have moved on to 77 for 2, still trailing Essex by 223 runs. And there's been a full morning so far at Scarborough, not quite lunch because they're making up for lost time yesterday, and Yorkshire declared on 517-6, and the latest score we have from Scarborough is that Surrey in reply are 33 without loss. It is lunch at Cheltenham College, where Gloucestershire are 259 for 3, still trailing Lancashire by 290 runs. Lunch as well.
Kent are 175 for 3 at lunch, 3 runs ahead after Glamorgan's big first innings lead. A reasonable first session for the home side as they look to press home their advantage with 2 wickets. Ben Compton bowled by Ben Kellaway for 48. Daniel Bell Drummond given out, caught behind off Ned Leonard for 22. But Glamorgan without the injured seamer Tim van der Hoogten and wicketkeeper Chris Cook has also gone off. Kent 175 for 3 at lunch, leading by 3 runs.
From reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, that's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. Glamorgan Club Shop, run by Missouri Sports, is also open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2. It will be open until 5 o'clock this evening. It's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kit, plus a range of recently published cricket books. A reminder as well that tomorrow evening at 6:30 there'll be a special general meeting of members in the Pyramid Lounge. And the Pyramid Lounge is where a full range of food and drink is available today. It's situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and don't forget, if you are a Glamorgan member or a season ticket holder, you get a 10% discount on all food purchases. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castet House stand, situated at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. And with warmer weather again forecast this afternoon, don't forget there are plenty of refill points around the stadium where you can refill your water bottles. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is also open. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and following a refurbishment, thanks to a generous grant from the Welsh Government, there are some superb new facilities available for you to enjoy. So, updated bilingual information boards plus a series of archive films. And today the memory match being shown during this, the lunch interval, as well as again at tea. The memory match is the game between Kent and Glamorgan, Canterbury in 1993. It was Viv Richards' last ever game for Glamorgan, and it was when the Welsh County won the Sunday League. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books, local Glamorgan yearbooks on offer, which together with a range of other items and souvenirs are on sale to raise funds for the running of this facility. And most of the items on offer are the 2 recently published research monographs. Issue number 1 looks at the fascinating history of women's and girls cricket in Wales, and issue number 2 looks at cricket in Wales before the Victorian era. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that with diversity together we are stronger. Here at Glamorgan County Cricket Club we are dedicated to raising the game, so if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting, in strictest confidence, your nearest steward. resume the Kent second innings after lunch. Chris Benjamin and Joe Everson to resume the bowling for Glamorgan, the Cathedral Road end, James Harris.
Well, welcome back to the second session, the afternoon session here at Sophia Gardens on day 3 of Glamorgan's County Championship match against Kent. Kent resuming on 175 for 3 in their second innings, a deficit of 3 runs. I'm David Pritchard and I'm joined on the BBC Sport Wales and BBC Kent commentary here by Nick Webb and later Matt Cole. It will be James Harris, the Glamorgan pace bowler, to start us off in this session from the Cathedral Road end as he just goes through his warm-up exercises. The sun is out here in Cardiff after a rather overcast morning session. Blue skies, Sophia Gardens, a picture in the July sunshine. A ring field, no slips for Harris as he comes charging in, right arm over the wicket. A full ball, a full toss in fact, is played by Chris Benjamin for no run to mid-on. Benjamin resuming 43. Joey Everson at the other end is on 7. Looking to build on the solid platform set for them by the likes of Ben Compton earlier today. As Harris sets off on his run and bowls to Benjamin, who digs out a full delivery. Cries from the Glamorgan fielders. Little to get excited about at times with this Kookaburra ball, which has been frustrating for many a bowler in the county game, but Glamorgan have been very disciplined so far, not given much away. Kent scoring at fewer than 3 runs and over as Harris sets off once more to Benjamin, who's forward driving slightly unconvincingly, a leading edge but does no harm, with Ned Leonard doing the fielding at mid-on. And throws the ball to captain Kieran Carlson, who looks to get some shine on this 64 over old ball. Carlson will be pleased with the fielding efforts and bowling efforts of his team so far today. Not exactly favourable condition for bowlers, but a pragmatic and contained effort from Glamorgan so far.
Yeah, a bit of sunshine is more likely to help the batters if the pitch eases out even further, and it hasn't been giving the bowlers an awful lot anyway.
Here comes Harris from the Cathedral Road end, another full delivery, and Benjamin drives that nicely. Kieran Carlson's got a race on here to stop a boundary, and he does just that, stepping inside the boundary and cutting it off for 3 runs. Well run by Benjamin. Kent moving on to 178 for 3, Benjamin on 46. Yeah, Harris looks like he's trying to take the pitch out of the equation so far since the restart.
Yes, Fernando tends to bowl fairly full as well. It may be the way to go, really. Certainly worked for Waka Yunis back in the 90s. Take the pitch out of it and just stick it up in the block hole.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what kind of pitch with a Yorker like that, as Harris is in. Another full delivery, which Everson drives for no run. 1 ball left in this over. Yeah, I wonder how Waka Yunis would have fared with this Kookaburra, I'm sure, as well as any other seamer might have with his reverse swinging Yorker.
Well, if it's just too blimmin' fast in the first place, then it doesn't really matter what you're bowling on what surface.
Here comes Harris, elbows shifting, and he's in. More of a conventional length this time, with Everson defending, and that brings an end to the 64th over. Kent 178 for 3. They lead Glamorgan by 6 runs.
It's been a match of injury problems, with Kent suffering that problem with Joe Denley early in his innings, limped off when he was on 17 and did not return.
To resume the bowling.
Tim van der Houten marched off early in the session last night, returned to field for the last couple of overs last night, so we sort of assumed he'd be okay today, but we have not spotted him. And then Chris Cook leaving the field half an hour in. No obvious blow or strain, but obviously something that was causing him considerable discomfort, which is why Alex Horton is behind the stumps. And you would guess that Cook knew there was some sort of potential problem, otherwise Horton wouldn't, I mean, he might have been here, wouldn't necessarily have been here, having played a seconds game over the last few days. Kellaway then from the River Taff end, and Benjamin driving. 6 for 3 effectively, Kent. Maybe 3.5, 4 if Denley is either badly encumbered or unable to bat. Joe Denley, that is. Kellaway bowls, back on his stumps goes Benjamin and defends on the leg side, and there's no run.
Yeah, the prospect of a not fully fit Joe Denley and Rishabh Pant has hobbled to the crease at the England-India test as well.
Yeah, they're back on after a slightly early lunch because of rain. Benjamin defends 3-3-5 for 6 at India in the first innings at Old Trafford, which is where I'll be hitting on Monday night for Tuesday's game. Kellaway bowls, and back on his stumps goes Benjamin, defends to short leg, and there's no run. Looking forward to doing a championship match against Lancashire for the first time in several years. Kellaway bowls at short and knocked away gently by Benjamin. Carlson is now in at short mid-wicket. Carlson the captain for this match, with Sam Northeast absent on paternity leave, so Glamorgan without a bit of experience on the field at the moment as Kellaway bowls. Benjamin punches off the back foot, but Kellaway intercepts, and Kellaway has got through a maiden pretty quickly there. The Glamorgan over rate is level at the moment for the match as a whole, but with Kellaway in play, you suspect he's liable to bowl quite a lot today, then they shouldn't have any problems in the run rate falling into the red.
And the fielders make their way for the next James Harris over. As we saw before lunch, no slips, nobody in catching positions, but here he comes, and his first ball on the length is blocked by Everson. Yeah, Glamorgan happy to play the long game so far today, and they've played on that sense of frustration for both their wickets today. Ben Compton sweeping and getting himself bowled by Ben Kellaway before Daniel Bell-Drummond was somewhat contentiously caught behind off Ned Leonard's bouncer. As Harris bowls again, full delivery which Everson drives, but for no run, with Ul Hassan doing the fielding and the covers. Yes, given the conditions, although Glamorgan have played it rather pragmatically, I think Carlson can be happy with his bowler's discipline, Nick?
Yes, they haven't given too much away.
As Harris is in once more, full delivery which Everson flicks off his legs and will come back for a second run backward of square leg.
It's noticeable that Harris, who quite often is the Glamorgan bowler instructed to bang it in short in search of a wicket in barren times, and although they've got a deep square leg back, he has been bowling, as you said, a fairly full length.
And here he comes once more to Everson, who in similar fashion flicks that off his pads, this time only for a single. So 3 runs off this over. Kent 181 for 3. That lead inching up to 9 runs. Yeah, test of patience for both teams. Glamorgan having to bowl in tricky, unfavourable conditions. Kent having to occupy the crease and try and set Glamorgan a competitive total to defend as Harris is in. And Benjamin defends for no run. 1 ball left in this over.
Yes, Kent at least managing a couple of half-century partnerships in this innings. 62 for the first wicket, 68 for the second wicket, which is more than they managed in a 2-man partnership in the first innings, albeit there was 61 in a 3-man partnership, including the injury to Denley.
As Harris comes in and he's bowled. It looks like Benjamin's played on there. The breakthrough comes for James Harris, who's bowled full since the lunch interval. He pushed that one slightly wide of the off stump. Benjamin reached for it. Glamorgan have their 4th wicket. Chris Benjamin, who looked to be playing quite nicely there for 46, he's out. Kent 181 for 4. Their lead only 9.
133 balls soaked up by Chris Benjamin, but he may well look back in anger there, because he dragged that one on from way wide of his off stump, albeit not quite as wide as he thought it was, as he looked to smack it away through the covers, and got a big inside edge on. It was a good couple of feet outside off stump, and would have gone nowhere near. And he walks back, shows the difficulties really of batting long, and the skill that was shown by Ingram and Kellaway yesterday morning in taking that stand up to 172, because the Kent batters so far, everyone has got a start, everyone's batted, well, the least so far is Bell Drummond, who was in 2 minutes short of an hour, so everyone has been at the crease for a while, but no one has passed 50 as yet.
Yep, Glamorgan's discipline bowling bearing fruit again. As you said, Nick, Chris Benjamin had shown great patience to that point, but rather reached and played a shot which probably wasn't on for such a wide delivery. And there's been an element of frustration in all 3 dismissals today, perhaps playing a shot which wasn't quite on.
I'm not sure that should have been a run scoring opportunity really for Benjamin. He just got the bat too far out. It was there to be hit, but he got outside the line, dragged it on. It is Harry Finch in then at 6 rather than 7 in the first innings, due to the continuing absence of Joe Denley from this match with that calf injury, and Finch managed just a single in the first innings. He was caught down the leg side by Chris Cook off Tim van der Hoogten, but van der Hoogten, who claimed 3 wickets in the first innings, has not been able to bowl since his 7th over and has not been on the field today. And not entirely surprising that there's a bit of wear and tear to van der Hoogten, as Kellaway bowls and Everson is back on his stumps defending, because van der Hoogten has played in every championship match, and he played in the first block of T20 games as well. Missed a few in the second block. Kellaway bowls, gives it air, and Everson is back on his stumps defending. No run. So van der Hoogten played in 10 of the 14 T20 Blast games. As Kellaway bowls and Everson stretches forward and defends. May well be 12 Blast games next season. It does seem to be some sort of consensus among the counties that they can lose 1 each at home, as Everson defends in order to partially meet the players' concerns about travelling between back-to-back games, which is not ideal for any sort of professional athlete, I guess. As Glamorgan look to turn the screw in terms of field placing, Kieran Carlson is wandering into somewhere fairly close. Colin Ingram has gone to leg slip. Kieran Carlson will go to slip, and Tribe is under the lid at short leg. Kellaway coming around the wicket, sticking with right arm for the moment, and that's pulled away and really well stopped by James Harris. For a senior fast bowler, that was one heck of a stop. Tumbling to his left at short fine leg and saving 4 runs, turns it into a dot ball. Kellaway in the sunshine, and Everson defends on the leg side. Root does the fielding. It's the end of a Kellaway maiden over. He has 2 for 43. In case you're wondering about the .2 next to his name in the overs column, he bowled the last couple of balls of a Tim van der Hoogten over when the seamer left proceedings early in the evening session last night.
Yeah, James Harris doing his fellow bowler a favour there, keeping it a maiden for Ben Kellaway, because that was an uncharacteristic rank long hop from Kellaway, who's been otherwise very accurate today. Harris maybe bounding and jumping with more energy after taking a wicket with his most recent delivery.
A Michelle for Ben Stokes, 5 for. India 8 down for 337. Stokes getting 2 in the same over. Washington caught by Wokes, and Cambodge without scoring.
As Harris continues from the Cathedral Road end, Finch defends. There's still no conventional slip, but there is a leg slip for Finch. Still largely the kind of field that Carlson has employed for much of today. Almost like a one-day field in places, if you could imagine the ring. A few stationed dotted around there. Boundary runners at square leg and deep backward square. And another of the offside fielders has moved to short mid-wicket as Harris is in. Finch is forward defending. And you can tell a wicket has been taken recently because the volume in the field has increased again. Though in fairness to Glamorgan, they have been chipper all day, even when the goings got tough. Kent effectively 9 for 4 as Harris runs into Finch, who looks to play it down the leg side. There's an appeal for caught behind, but there's a shake of the head from the umpire, and Harris has a rather pensive look. Might have come off the thigh, hard to tell, but no dice for Glamorgan on this occasion. But there's certainly a lift among the fielders, and a few more smatterings of applause among the home crowd after that wicket in Harris's previous over, as he continues to Finch. A full delivery, which Finch drives, and Harris fields well with one hand on his follow-through.
Yeah, Pant is still at the wicket, despite what appears to be a broken toe. He's 42 not out off 65 deliveries. He's not swinging at everything by any means. 2 4s and a 6.
I think that 6 came yesterday as well, didn't it? But I guess if you want a player who's gonna just stand there and swing, he's as good as you're gonna get, isn't he? Harris bowls a full delivery, which Finch defends onto the offside.
Must admit, I'd forgotten that you can't have runners in the international cricket, which is odd in my opinion.
Yeah. Must have been concerned that some were maybe abusing the system.
Yeah, but still allowed runners in first-class cricket here. usually fairly apparent if there's been a genuine injury.
Harris is in, and Finch drives nicely onto the leg side, but it's fielded, no run. And just while we're speaking about Rishabh Pant and sixes, he's just launched Jofra Archer into the stands, right on cue.
So the Indian innings into its, what England hope will be its closing stages on day 2 at Old Trafford. The other championship game at the top of Division 2, which we're keeping an eye on, is Derbyshire against Leicestershire, where Leicestershire enjoyed a big first innings lead of 209 runs. In the second innings, not faring so well. They are 164 for 7. Lewis Rees has now got a 10-wicket haul in the match. Leicestershire 164 for 7, but still lead by 373. Kellaway into Everson, forward defending, no run. Ian Holland is 65 not out. Fox's top score by some way. Looks as though they've probably got enough of a lead against Derbyshire. So it's driven into the leg side by Everson, and there's no run. If Leicestershire were to win this match, even with a Glamorgan draw, it would take them ahead of Derbyshire. Kellaway bowls fast, pulled away. Well, Everson was onto that one really quickly because it was quite a rapid delivery for a spinner, but it was dropped short, and Everson rocked back outside off Stumpy and pulled it through long on. 185 for 4. The lead is 13 here at Sophia Gardens. BBC Sport Online. As Kellaway bowls and pushes forward, does Everson. Defensively this time. No run. And Kellaway has shown that he can keep his nerve under fire at times. Long bowl in the last innings in the last match. An attempted pull shot by Everson, makes little or no contact this time. I think it was off the pad just wide of short leg. The support for Kellers, he's universally known, I think, in the Glamorgan dressing room as he bowls, and that's defended by Everson. As talking to one of his teammates earlier in the season, I said something about Ben. He said, "Who?" "Oh, Kellers." Didn't actually have Ben springing immediately to mind for Mr. Kellaway. Glamorgan was 13 points ahead of Gloucestershire and 16 points ahead of Northants at the start of this match. Gloucestershire going well with the bat in a high-scoring affair at Cheltenham. 278 for 3 in reply to Lancashire's 557 all out. Ben Charlesworth is 155 not out for the Gloucesters. Middlesex made 625 for 8 at Northwood. Northants are 231 for 6 in reply, but Saif Zaib is still there, 57 not out, and still with the chance of being the first to 1,000 first-class runs in the UK summer.
Yeah, Ben Compton missed out on the chance to win that particular race today, as Ul Hassan goes through his warm-up exercises in front of us from the Cathedral Road end. Again, that similar field, no slips for Ul Hassan as he's in. Bowls on a good length. Finch is back defending.
Looks like we're into the later running timings of day 1 rather than the very prompt timings yesterday when we actually got to tea at 3:40 and the end pretty much at 6 o'clock or a minute past, because We've got 30 overs to go until the tea interval, so that'll be somewhere around 4 o'clock.
As Al Hassan continues, and another defensive shot from Finch.
We are, of course, on championship commentaries obsessed with tea intervals.
And over rates are one of the big discussion points in Test cricket at the moment as well, as Al Hassan makes his way to the top of his mark. Horton standing up behind the stumps to the paceman who bowls, and Finch plays a defensive stroke to point for no run.
I mean, I genuinely struggle to see the reason for not bowling out the overs if the light is and playing conditions are okay. Is it a television thing, do you think, that the TV schedulers say, well, our programme will finish at whatever it is o'clock?
Well, that was one point made when they were discussing it in the last test, and apparently the TV producers say they're often waiting for the players when it comes to slow over rates. As Al Hassan bowls again, and Finch drives a full delivery through mid-wicket for a single. They're using drinks breaks and extended drinks breaks as an example of where time is lost, and the broadcasters' point was that they're often waiting for the players rather than the other way around. So
you tend to think that the mid-session breaks are just ad breaks, basically. But I know it's an intense combat in Test cricket, but it's bizarre that it is played at such a slow over rate in many cases.
I mean, there are a number of contributing factors, aren't there? Captains changing their fields between every ball. As Al Hassan bowls a full delivery which Everson blocks. Surely that can't add that much time unless you're really tinkering between every single delivery.
It's bizarre that the ICC doesn't see fit. I mean, you lose points in a championship table, and people can get fined. Captains could even get banned if it persists. But why isn't there an immediate penalty? Either you stay out there until you've bowled them, or if you haven't bowled them, it's 10 runs per over at 6:30.
As Al Hassan is in, and another full delivery which is driven, and Carlson fields sharply to keep it to no run.
Just think the penalties aren't immediate enough to concentrate people's minds.
Yeah, I think that is the point that a few have made at all levels of the game, isn't it? Because players will live with financial fines, especially when they're outweighed by the bonus of winning.
Yeah.
Nothing.
You lose 2 points in the ICC table. Well, that's every couple of years. It's a bit of a vague concept to many. You don't concentrate on it immediately until it gets until the sharp end, I would imagine.
Yeah, in a tight game where a run chase could be coming down to the last wicket or two, and you're told that you're slow over it could cost you 10 runs, then that really does change things. Well, here's one man who should keep the over rate ticking over nicely. Ben Kellaway.
In comes Kellaway from the River Taff end, and Finch works that one away for his second run out towards mid-wicket. Fernando is the fielder. 187 for 4, 15 runs ahead. 6 wickets remaining, or 5 if Denley is unable to take part in proceedings without risking his future health even more. That injury that this appears to be some sort of calf strain. Kellaway bowls, and Everson leg glances down towards backward square. Harris is the fielder, and it's another single. But Glamorgan have noticeably improved their over rate since the first few matches this season, in which they played poorly and also had a lot of trouble with over rates. That's driven by Finch to cover. There was a deduction at Lord's, albeit rather a harsh one, because they slipped to -1 in the last few minutes of the game when Middlesex smashed a couple of sixes into the stands. Kellaway bowls, Finch defends. 188 for 4.
At one point I've heard in this discussion is the role of the umpires in all this. Is there room to incentivise it for them?
Kellaway bowls. Oh, Finch chops it down into the ground. It bounces up to keeper Horton. Yeah, maybe umpires need to be a little bit more proactive, but they're not meant to be the stars of the show. Last ball of the Kellaway over, and Finch shuffles across and then ostentatiously gets his bat out the way when he gets there. 188 for 4. Kent lead by 16 runs, and it is very much a battle of patience, isn't it, at the moment?
Indeed, and the camera pans around the ground to those enjoying this burst of South Walian sunshine.
Can't complain about the sunshine this season overall.
No, very little time lost to bad weather in all formats, as Ul Hassan continues from the Cathedral Road end. Bowls on a length to Everson, who's forward defending for no run. This could be a result that would be very handy for Glamorgan's promotion push. It's a congested table, isn't it? Leicestershire, you'd imagine, would... Well, there'd be quite a bit of a gap at the top if they were to win that game at Derbyshire. As Ul Hassan continues and Everson defends again. And if you're looking at it pragmatically, perhaps, in terms of the 2 promotion spots, that's probably the result that would do Glamorgan more good at the moment.
Absolutely. Panther's gone, bowled by Archer for 54, 350 for 9, India.
Here comes Ul Hassan at the top of his mark. Full delivery to Everson, who drives, but for no run, with Harris fielding at mid-on.
Ben Stokes' first 5-fer in Test cricket since 2017. Well done to him, because it really didn't look as though he'd be able to bowl much again at top level.
No.
His fitness worries that he's had over several years.
And some of the lengths of those spells he bowled in the last Test. As Ul Hassan is in and Everson defends. Now, great to see one of the world's greats at full throttle.
Great entertainer, really, whatever he's doing.
Two balls left in this over for Ul Hassan, who's over the wicket and bowling on a length again to Everson. Very consistent and disciplined spell this from Ul Hassan. Much like the rest of the Glamorgan bowling attack, who haven't given much up at all today. Made it slow going for Kent at times. They're at 188 for 4 by now, lead of 16. As Ul Hassan is in, a shorter delivery down the leg side. Some cries of anguish, thinking that was almost a chance, but it's the end of the 72nd over. Finch is on 2, Everson on 15. Change of ends for the batters, and a change of commentator up here with Matt Cole replacing Nick Webb. Welcome back, Matt.
Yeah, thank you very much. Chris Benjamin dragging onto his stumps from seemingly 3 or 4 miles outside off stump. Doesn't improve the mood, I'm sure, in the Kent dressing room, but Glamorgan, it is his 16-run lead for Kent at the moment, looking to press the advantage. Made 8 for 4, 2 for Finch, 15 for Everson. And perhaps it's easy to say, oh, that's a bit unlucky, but in that respect, Colin Ingram and Ben Kellaway got very lucky for their 172 yesterday. That's, of course, I'm joking. It's driven up to mid-off, and there's no run. Once again, staring down the barrel of possible defeat here, unless these two, perhaps Grant Stewart, he's pulled 2 miracles out of his kit bag this season for Kent already. Might need to be another. Left outside the off stump. That's Kellaway, quick delivery. Past the off stick to Alex Horton. He's taken a catch today to get rid of Daniel Bell-Drummond. Just before lunch, just after lunch, Chris Benjamin going, bowled by James Harris. And on the back foot this time, Finch in bright sunshine, driving the ball to Colin Ingram. And there's no run. But yeah, Kent, it's exactly last chance saloon for them here, but after these two and Stewart, it is very much a tail for Kent. It's Kellaway to Finch, defends that. There's no run, that's the optimism I'm sure Glamorgan will have. I'm sure Glamorgan fans will be bitterly reminding me of that if Kent bat out the rest of the day with those three in charge. But 188 for 4, Glamorgan very much scenting victory here. That's dead batted again by Finch. He has 2 off 21. Joey Everson 15 from 39, a lead of 16. And for Kent fans, I'm well aware that if I may just be one-eyed, Glamorgan fans will forgive me for this. This is really the tale of their season. It's whatever you might say about Daniel Bell-Drummond's dismissal, and he doesn't normally react, and he was frustrated. It happens both ways, doesn't it, for sides? And Kent just haven't been good enough, I think, so far in the county championship this year.
Yeah, it must be frustrating for them. Looking at this innings in particular, scores of 38, 48, 46, 22. The starts are there, aren't they? They've done the hard work in many respects, and some of those wickets felt rather self-inflicted, didn't they?
Yeah, I'd agree. From Jaden Denley yesterday, going for a slog sweep when he seemed to be going along pretty nicely with Ben Compton, a 62 opening partnership.
Well, Hassan continues from the Cathedral Road end. It's a short delivery down the leg side, which Everson works down towards fine leg for a single.
I'd say for Kent fans, perhaps spitting feathers at Daniel Bell-Drummond's departure. I don't think Colin Ingram was entirely happy with his departure yesterday, so we'll perhaps tuck that behind the ear and say no more. 189 for 4. Finch 2, Everson 16, and even without Tim van der Hoogten, this Glamorgan bowling unit have really kept to their task.
Here's Ul Hassan on a length this time. Finch defends. They've brought in 2 of their fielders, Glamorgan, square leg and deep extra cover, have both come into what would be in a one-day game, the ring. So it's just that kind of wide, fine leg who's on the boundary. Still no slips. So on the face of it, not an aggressive field, but plenty of people in stopping the single and trying to strangle Kent. As Finch defends again for no run.
Yeah, I saw a couple of comments about this field, like Glamorgan, they're on top. Why aren't they attacking? I think this is more or less an attacking field for as far as you can go with the Kookaburra, isn't it? They could have 4 slips in, but they wouldn't have caught anything today or yesterday.
That's the thing, it's probably challenging what our idea of a conventional attacking field is.
Yeah. Well, if nothing else, this experiment has done that. There we go.
Rob Key's thinking, I've got people to think laterally.
Yeah, thinking outside the box for all of us.
Here is Ul Hassan on a length, and Finch defends to the offside.
Yeah, it has been difficult to get the ball off the square at times, particularly when the ball's very soft, this Kookaburra ball, and hence these fields which are, when batters are being pinned down, they're trying to play their shots and getting through a bit early, perhaps, with the ball not coming off the bat very quickly or not hitting it cleanly. 89 for 4.
In comes Ul Hassan once more, which Finch just prods down towards third man. And there's a chase on here for Asa Tribe, and he does the fielding effectively, and Finch will pick up 3 runs. But otherwise, yeah, it has been as if Glamorgan are really trying to squeeze Kent, almost trying to bowl them into submission, isn't it? And with the state of play as it is now, a lead of 20, 4 wickets down, it's working. As frustrating as it might be for bowlers with the Kookaburra and these conditions. As Ul Hassan comes in to Everson, who drives well, but straight to Carlson at mid-off for no run.
certainly seems the MO for successful teams, doesn't it? Is just keeping the concentration and the consistency and almost waiting for the other team to make errors. I mean, you can see it both ways. You would say, well, surely you want their other skills to be to the fore, rather than, well, let's put the ball in the right place all the time, or as a batter, let's not play any injudicious shots rather than fine stroke play. But yeah, this is changing the idea perhaps of cricket in the English summer. 92 for 4. It's Ben Kellaway continuing, as I continue to be perplexed slightly by his bowling analysis, but of course he did take over from Tim van der Hoochten yesterday, which is why he starts his over on 20.2 overs to Finch. He's got a short-legged, well, it's a little bit uppish as it went back to Kellaway, but not really a chance for caught and bowled. With Carlson at slip, try but short leg. And then on the drive, pretty close in at cover. Pretty close cover there, and mid-wicket as well. So Kellaway bowls again to Finch. That one was closer, I think, to is that Colin Ingram there, just trying to get the ball at that short cover position. Is that a chance? He's holding his pose like maybe it was just going to ground, I think, as the ball was struck at him.
Yeah, and he's shaking his hand as if that might have done a bit of damage to his fingers as well.
He was hit hard, certainly, by Finch. He's on 6. Joey Everson on 16. It's a far cry for Harry Finch from very recent times when he was helping back Kent to victory in their final T20 Blast match against Essex, making a 2-runner ball 60 odd. Everson defends that into the onside. Did have a great chat with him, but before anything else happens, and you know exactly what I'm talking about this with what's going on in the field, had a great chat with him about him reinventing himself over the past couple of seasons, and talking about his regrets of the early part of his career when he very nearly drifted out of the game entirely. Said he felt he'd wasted his opportunities at Sussex, squirted off the bat of Joey Everson to slip along the ground to Kieran Carlson. Very just frank and honest about that, saying, looks back on it and says he had opportunities at Sussex but never really grabbed hold of it. Now he's reinvented himself last season as a wicket keeper for Kent. And Kellaway to Everson. His lever's out the offside for a single, 194 for 4. And just towards the end of the T20 Blast qualifying campaign, has been hitting the ball really cleanly, scoring at 2 a ball, completely different from what we've seen in the county championship. And I asked him about that and said, where you must be delighted, where's it come from? And he just said he's been working on it all season, trying to reinvent himself as a top order batter in T20 cricket as well. So I would say great respect to him for that, for trying to grab this second opportunity at professional cricket. It's Kellaway, 2 close catches for Finch as he leaves that one. End of the over, 194 for 4. For those that don't know, he was drifting out of the game, the professional game, but came to Kent's rescue during COVID. Scored a century against Sussex, I think in his first match in the 4-day stuff. Was part of Kent's winning side in the or played a part in the T20 Blast, part of the winning side in the One-Day Cup the next season, and grabbed himself a contract as well. So, in his early 30s, he's a sort of second coming of Harry Finch, if you like.
That's great to hear.
Yeah,
because cricket being that much more precarious in existence to lead for a professional sports person, you do see people drifting out of the game, retiring young, and great to hear that someone's been able to revitalise themselves. It'll be Ned Leonard replacing Zainul Hassan from the Cathedral Road end, and the paceman comes in over the wicket, and Everson drives. Yeah, you mentioned that One-Day Cup success. I was thinking of Joey Everson and his heroics, and that was the making of him, wasn't it?
And poignant certainly for Nottinghamshire fans, as they won it at Trent Bridge, didn't they, with Joey Everson starring, having just moved to Kent. But yeah, it's still waiting for him to sign a new contract for Canterbury, but we'll hear news of that, I'm sure, before long.
Here is Leonard to Everson again, who defends. Yeah, do you see him attracting offers from elsewhere?
I'm sure he and his agent it's agents these days, isn't it? But of course, on their affairs. But yeah, I think a player of his calibre, and he actually performed one of the better, if not the best, player for Kent last season in Championship Division 1 as well. A more or less steady, constant improvement as well.
As Leonard continues and Everson defends onto the offside, tries to push for a single, but is turned back.
I think it's as much as you can hope from a young player, isn't it? Is that they progress, and it seems he's learning from situations. He talked about his innings, which basically won them the game when they looked all but sunk at Hove against Sussex in the T20 Blast, and a blistering 40 odd not there took them home. So yeah, key performer for Kent, I'd say.
Here's Leonard again, a shorter delivery which Everson pulls down to wide fine leg, who does the fielding, a single. Yeah, we're talking about injuries earlier and how precious your all-rounders can be in situations where you're without a bowler like Glamorgan and in Everson.
Yeah.
You've got a genuine all-rounder.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, that was his best performance with the bat for Kent, but his bowling, his economy rate's been fantastic over the series as well, with medium pace dipping to downright slow at some point with a variation, and none the worse for that.
Here's Leonard again, full delivery down the leg side, which excites Carlson at mid-off, but nobody else.
Quite so. We haven't seen Joe Everson bowl quite as slowly as Sam Curran. I don't know if you've seen his slower ball this season.
No,
almost the moon ball.
Oh, brilliant.
And yeah, I mean, obviously he's a fantastically talented cricketer, but it has absolutely perplexed people in the blast this season. Obviously, T20 cricket is constantly evolving, isn't it? And as a bowler, especially, you need to have tricks up your sleeve.
Here's Leonard to Finch, who drives nicely off the back foot through point, but looks like he'd only pick up a single for it. Yeah, I made a career of moon balls, but that was just me at full pace, sadly. That's the end of the over. Kent 196 for 4, a lead of 24. Yeah, was it Jeremy Snape who had
it was, yeah, indeed. And it is sort of resonant of that, I have to say, from Sam Curran as well. I saw that it wasn't a dismissal against Kent, but one of the dismissals, and a comment on the video saying batter ought to be embarrassed. But when you're constantly thinking, someone like Sam Curran, ball coming onto bat and swinging through, the batter's just tied themselves up in knots as it loops down towards them, and they're wondering what on earth they're going to be doing with it. So it is comical, but yeah, constantly venturing. So you're the inspiration, is what you're saying for.
I don't want to take the credit, but yeah.
Oh, you wouldn't say it yourself, and let me do it. Ben Kellaway, who's maybe an inspiration of himself. Himself as a player for Glamorgan. It's probably quite quickly. We talked to Ed Bevan about that yesterday. It certainly works for him, doesn't it? Not getting much turn, but asking questions of Harry Finch outside the off stump. He's padded up to that one. It's gone through the wicket keeper. 3 close fielders now, very close fielders for company, driven by Finch past one of them, the man at Silly Point, and that will go for forward. No, it's a great stop. What a great diving stop, and we've seen some great fielding. It's Eddie Byram, the sub fielder, and they'll come back for 3 in the end, was it? I think they're on 3, yeah. Everson's down this end on 18, Finch has 10. So now for Everson, as the field changes, Carlson at leg slip. Sorry, it's Root at leg slip, Carlson at slip, and Tribe it was under the helmet. He is indeed at forward short leg. Kellaway just looking for the push and the prod from the batters. Off spin. That was quick as well. Almost dragged down a little bit, that one, and Everson tries to take advantage by swatting that away down the leg side. Single, it's 200 for 4, and a smattering of applause. As I said before, you get used to the fans that travel away with your team, don't you, and seen a handful of well-known faces for Kent, and they'll be applauding just beneath us. That's where they've been sitting for most of the game. Kellaway to Finch, one bounce to try, but short leg and no run. But I think, as Nick said before, they're pretty realistic, pretty sanguine about what Kent are doing here. Just hoping for a good performance, but lead of just 28, Glamorgan it is, who are closing in on victory. This one squirts away a little bit from Harry Finch, but on the ground at the field of Carlson, there's no run. Offside.
Yeah, he's really darting them in, as you said,
Yeah.
Kellaway. It's almost like he's bowling with a white ball. And I guess when you've got the kookaburra in your hand, you've got to try and be inventive, as we were saying earlier.
A real contrast with Matt Parkinson for Kent, who prepared to take all the pace off the ball and bowl, give it a lot of air. And again, the arms coming through really quickly, almost like a medium pacer to Harry Finch, trying to catch him unawares, but he defends that one to the onside, and that's the end of the over. 200 for 4 Kent, leader just 28 against Glamorgan here, with Glamorgan still to bat again. But yeah, Parkinson definitely got some turn yesterday and took 4 wickets in total, but there were times when the batters were advancing down the pitch, obviously trying to pick the ball they could take as a full toss. Ingram and Kellaway did that particularly well against him.
You try not to labour the point about Kellaway's ambidextrous skills, but you do wonder, with 2 right-handers at the crease, if this goes on, yes, the turn isn't significant, but perhaps that left-handed option might come in useful.
I keep having to remind myself that they're a bowler down here, Glamorgan, because they're rotating. Kieran Carlson's still got to.
As Leonard bowls a full delivery at the start of his new over. Yeah, and Carlson has options. I mean, he used to bowl quite a bit of off-spin himself, but haven't seen as much of that lately. But those he's entrusted with the bowling duties have done a good job so far.
Yeah, just looking at the economy, and Sand's going for just over 1 and over. On the 6th of 7 bowls to be used.
As Leonard bowls again, a nice strike there from Everson. Hit that hard through the offside, and he'll get 4 runs for it. It was just short of a length from Leonard, and Everson very quick on that length, rocking back and slapping the ball through the covers for 4.
I do wonder with this pair, actually, I suppose, with 2 and a bit overs to go until the new ball's available, and seam wrong from one end, you would imagine that Kieran Carlson will take that new ball, so trying to make the best of it now, but it's not a given, again with the kookaburra ball, to keep labouring the point that will give much to the bowlers. It might just mean a harder ball to get to the boundary quicker for the batters.
Quite. Leonard is in. A short ball, which Everson looks to hook, but doesn't connect. Yeah, sat up nicely off what wasn't that short a length, was it? And exactly how you're saying, that kookaburra with only a couple of overs left in it.
I think, Ned Leonard's done pretty well to get any life. Bit of carry as well out of this pitch. It's on wicket in this second innings.
Here comes Leonard once more, with it to Everson, who drives off the back foot to Carlson. Yeah, he's a sweet striker of the ball, Everson, isn't he? Always sounds good off the bat. Carlson gets to work on that ball. Some final signs of life before you'd expect him to take the new ball, as Leonard makes his way to the top of a very long run-up, and here he comes to Everson, who defends. 1 ball left in this over, 2 after that until the new ball becomes available. Yeah, all Glamorgan's bowlers have offered control in these rather unhelpful conditions, which is the best they could hope for, really. They've kept them on top so far. As Leonard charges into Everson, who defends the final ball of the over to leave Kent 204 for 4. That's a lead of 32 runs.
Just checking out the top 3 in the chase for the 1,000 runs, and it's gone, so it won't be Ben Compton. But I can't work out whether Saib of Northamptonshire or Dominic Sibley of Surrey made it there first. So there we go. I think they've both got over the line at this point for 1,000. So
yeah, Zaib's still going.
Yeah,
18 not out.
Sibley just needed 24. He's 27 not out now. So I'm not quite sure. Actually, has Saib made it over the line? Maybe just a couple of runs short. There we go. It's not Ben Compton, so I'm not bothered anymore. It's not important. 204 for 4.
Sibley scored a third of those in one innings, didn't he?
Yes, yeah.
That was one of the Kookaburra rounds. Was it when Surrey got 800 odd? Yeah.
Just, yeah. A less than edifying spectacle, though. Obviously one for the record books as Kellaway bowls to Finch. Takes a bit of pace off this time from the pace he's been bowling. It's rather gone through Colin Ingram there. It's going to go for 4, is it? Not quite. Eddie Byram follows up and they'll come back for 3. Finch goes on to 13, Everson 23. 207 for 4, the lead just 35 for Kent. And as I recount all too often, the most recent triple centurion for Kent, Sean Dixon, in the game against Northamptonshire some years back at a very flat Beckenham. I can honestly say it was only exciting the one moment when he put it over went over the 300, because the rest of the game 207 for 4 straight back at the bowl, with due deference to a huge partnership between him and Joe Denley and all the other big scores on both sides. It's the greatest spectacle. 207 for 4. Kellaway to Everson, single taken to the offside. Those batters may well be saying, well, you remember a couple of years back when there were all sorts of green pitches and, you know, it was a lottery whether you'd get any runs or not. Perhaps they just take them when you can get them.
Yeah.
208 for 4. Finch has 13 here. And will face. There we are. There's a leg trap almost within his, well, in his peripheral vision, I'm sure. He has a forward short leg and a silly mid-on, would you say? Right close to him there. It's gone down the leg side. So, and Ben Kellaway, coming round the wicket, has certainly tossed it down the leg side as well, hoping for Finch to do something. It's a slip as well, so they are very close to him. So yeah, short and square, and short just at an angle. A silly mid-wicket for Finch, just outside the off stump. Plays it to Eddie Byram, is pretty close on the drive there as well. Kieran Carlson's at slip, just trying to innovate to make something happen here. Partnership at just 27 at the moment for Kent. Finch blocks that one out into the offside. Byram comes scampering in to field. 79 overs on the board. Kent 208 for 4 on the second session of the third day. The lead of just 36 against Glamorgan, who are to bat again as well, with Matt Cole, Dav Pritchard and Nick Webb with you today on BBC Wales, on BBC Radio Kent, via BBC Sport Online on the website and app, and with the pictures here at Cardiff as well.
Just having a look at these different field settings.
Yeah.
Carlson is trying the word that is often used about field settings and captaincies, especially from Australian pundits, is funky. Can you set a funky field? I don't know why that is the adjective of choice.
The head coaches describe
The
it.
ball at the Cathedral Road end, Asa Tribe.
It's Asa Tribe to return.
Another sign you'd think that the new ball is in the back of Carlson's mind, with Leonard given a rest and the spin of Tribe to return. He's taken his pads off for this. Tribe has a short leg and a conventional slip. Here he comes from the Cathedral Road end, for which Everson just dabs on the bounce to that short leg fielder. Slower in the air, Tribe than Kellaway. Just gentle breeze. Now moving across the ground as Everson is forward defending.
Lots of encouragement for Acer Tribe. Yeah. Fielding unit.
Everson sweeps it in the air, and that's gone all the way for 6. Sweet strike from Joey Everson. First 6 of the innings. And that moves him on to 30. Kent 214 for 4, a lead of 42.
Yeah, generally been quite hard to time those shots, but as you say, Joey Everson has absolutely middled that. 4-6. Thinking before this over, before the chatter out in the middle, it just gone a little bit quiet here, hasn't it? Was expectation or concentration from the spectators? No breeze either.
Yeah, dark cloud is just hanging over now as Tribe continues to Everson, who's forward to defend.
Just any sign of, well, yes, there is. There are. As soon as I say any sign of bowlers warming up for the new ball.
As Tribe bowls on a length and Everson defends onto the offside.
See that Fernando is doing his high kicking routine, and now he's going through some deliveries. The boundary rider on the offside currently.
And here comes Tribe over the wicket. A wide delivery, which Everson chops through the offside. Hassan will do the fielding, and Everson will return for a second run at the end of the 80th over, taking his personal score to 32. Finch at the other end on 13. Kent 216 for 4, a lead of 44, and it looks like that might be drinks.
Yeah, the umpires, have they come together for the new ball? Not sure. Is Ben Kellaway? No, he's handed the ball back to one of the umpires, so I'm assuming there will be some quicker bowling going on. Yeah, Ben Kellaway is walking away. It's almost like sleight of hand, trying to watch where the new ball might be. I think Tribe has it now. Kieran Carlson is there as well. James Harris has arrived at the far end. If they try and do misdirection here, it's a great job. I see the Fernando then appears from behind the umpire. James Harris is going through some extensive bowling warm-ups, but I think it will be the Sri Lankan who's going to bowl eventually as everyone departs. Thank you, Andrew Hignell. There we go, to confirm the other rumours. So the Sri Lankan who is yet to strike in this second innings. 216 for 4 Kent. First ball with a new ball. Finch just dabs on that one. Low and on the ground to backward point. And Ben Kellaway. Yeah, new ball is 1 ball old, and Alex Horton, the Glamorgan wicketkeeper, has absolutely no company, does he? There's no close fielders around him. 216 for 4. Field almost spread. It does look defensive from here, doesn't it? You'd think, with the new ball being taken. To see the Fernando to Finch. Defends that into the onside. See the umpires showing the new ball.
I was just saying, looking at the ball, I can't get...
Are they still bowling the on? Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
Is that it?
The new ball has been taken.
Thank you, Andrew Hignell. Yes.
Did they just bowl 2 balls with the old
Yeah.
ball?
Yeah.
I thought so. It looked... I was like, I know the Kookaburra is bad, but a new Kookaburra doesn't look that tatty, does it?
You'd hope not. And there we go. Attack, 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 say Glamorgan. They brought a slip in. Colin Ingram alongside Alex Horton a good way back for the pace of the Sri Lankan. Let's see the Fernando bowling from the River Taff end now to Harry Finch, and then we are. It does disappear off the bat a little bit quicker, and that will be 4 runs. Eddie Byram has made a spirited sprint after it through the covers, but nicely timed on the half volley by Harry Finch. And he moves on to 17. It's 220 for 4 Kent now.
Yeah, that new ball does fly off the bat that much quicker, doesn't it? It has a nice comfortable stride forward and nice flowing drive from Finch.
See, there runs to play with, I guess, for Glamorgan here with a lead of just 48, so I don't mind that too much if they can get some movement in the air or off the pitch. Goes the new ball straight away, or sorry, 2 balls after it was due. Sort of reached for by Finch, and that could well be 4 more. Actually, he's not really middled that. I think Byron might stop this one, might he? No, goodness me. Going quicker than I expected. It was a reach outside the off stump for Harry Finch, and it's no more than sort of checking it through the covers there. It's not a full drive. Enough timing, enough on the ball and this quick outfield to take it for consecutive boundaries.
Yeah, it's the kind of shot you think Chris Benjamin was trying to play when he got out to James Harris.
Yeah. I think, if anything, the amount of force that Benjamin used trying to smack it through the covers may have been his undoing, but yeah, dragging it from quite a long way outside the off stump. That was the previous, or the last wicket to fall, the 4th. Finch goes for that one. It's high over first slip, and there we are. Haven't seen many edges. That was a thick edge over the slips. Catch it, someone shouted helpfully. Colin Ingram would have done, but it's carried him. Not much. Actually, yeah, it's quite a thick edge. Was it going wide of him as well? May well have been. But that's 4 runs for Finch. I was talking about his scoring rate in T20, so that's 2 dot balls off the old ball, 3 falls off the new one, as if to emphasise. But again, if he's playing edgily, it will be worth it for Glamorgan if they can take 1 more wicket. As I said, once you're past Finch and Everson, Grant Stewart certainly can be absolutely fabulous with the bat, but into the tail after that. Left through to the wicket-keeper in this no run. End of the over, 2-8 for 4, the lead of 56 for Kent. Finch is 25, Everson 32.
Useful strike rate of 300% against the new ball so far from Kent. Build a decent lead if they can keep that up.
They could take that back to the golden
Turning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, James Harris.
This has looked dangerous throughout this game. It's bowled really well, I think. But, 2 wickets in the first innings. That wicket of Chris Benjamin after lunch, which could be an important one. So just chipping away at this Kent lineup. Bowl, yeah, from the Cathedral Road end. So you were light here, Dav, on the. Is it a sort of European tour for you at the moment? It's, you're encompassing as many sports as possible in a week. That's the role of a reporter.
Yes, and yeah, very, very fortunate that we're able to report on so many sports as Harris continues. And Everson hits it through the covers, and that will be 4 runs. Short and wide from Harris, punished by Everson. Yeah, so from covering football earlier in the week to here at the cricket today and tomorrow, and then to Paris on Saturday to cover the final stage of the Tour de France on Sunday. Geraint Thomas's final appearance at the race he won back in 2018. So yeah, big moment in Welsh sport, end of an era.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's Harris to continue to Everson, who leaves the ball outside the off stump.
And for you, and I suppose for Welsh listeners as well, it's an incredible story, isn't it?
It is, yeah, because when we would have been growing up in the 90s, Geraint and I similar ages, nobody would have dreamed of seeing a Welsh person even compete in the Tour, let alone winning it. And now we've had as many as three riders with Owain Doull and Luke Rowe taking part in recent years as well, and to have someone win it, well, that's just on another level. Here's Harris. That's defended. James Harris, by the way, very keen cyclist.
Is he?
really into his pro cycling as well, so I'm sure he'll be tuning in once this match is done to the final couple of stages. Yeah, cycling's really taken off, I guess, in the UK in general, hasn't it? Since probably about 2012, that era, with the London Olympics and some of Garrett's former teammates, Bradley Wiggins, Mark Cavendish, the like. Yeah, I wonder if we'll see another one day. Here's Harris to continue. It's half an appeal down the leg side, but not from Harris himself. And Everson didn't seem too concerned. 2 balls left in this second over of the new ball.
I guess you might get an opportunity beyond the end of the tour to talk to Geraint as well, to
hopefully
try and sum up the career. And
so his final race of all will be here in Cardiff, actually, the Tour of Britain, which is a nice touch, is finishing in Cardiff as a form of tribute to him. So that'll wrap it up nicely as Harris is in. A full delivery and beats Everson outside the off stump. Good end to the 82nd over. Oh no, 1 ball to come, sorry. Yeah, so a chance to properly reflect then in September, but I think this will be his 14th Tour de France he'll have completed, and epic each one of them. I think I calculated it's something like 26,000 miles he'll have done just in the Tour de France alone over the years. And if you want to put that into context, that's the circumference of the Earth. Here's Harris. Full delivery, which Everson throws the bat at, and he'll get 4 runs backward of point.
Could have gone almost anywhere. That felt like that shot.
There were a couple of hands
not
in
exactly
the air.
where intended, I think. Yeah, he's looking through the covers, isn't he? And it's ended up backward a square, I think. Yeah, exactly. But the camera person quite properly followed the eye line of Joey Everson there. Not where the ball was going, unfortunately. 2-3-6 for 4.
Well, the runs are flowing a little more freely for Kent, and at the end of that 82nd over, I'll make way for Nick Webb to take my place.
Dav, thank you very much. He's got all sorts of flights and train journeys to work out to Paris. The logistics. Back in the day at the BBC, perhaps there would have been a valet to do that for him, but perhaps there still is. I don't know. I don't know what the largesse of the respective stations is, but it's a fantastic story. Go on, Thomas. So Fernando from the River Taff end bowling to Finch outside the off stump through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run. Looks like they've decided to attack the new ball here, Nick Webb, and certainly from Harry Finch in the previous over. He disappeared obligingly to the boundary for 3 4s.
Yeah, it's a balance you have to take, isn't it, in these circumstances, whether to try and play his shots, get some sort of a decent lead.
Ingram is the slip alongside Alex Horton, who's on a sub for Chris Cook, if you're just joining us. He's come back at Harry Finch. I think he's left that on length, so would have gone over the stumps anyway, just outside, I think, the off timber. 2-3-6 for 4. But we've been discussing, haven't we, with our respective stations and the time of year when I hadn't factored cycling in, but there we go. That's different demands for different stations, isn't it? So, I got very excited when Emma Raducanu was hopefully we wanted her to win Wimbledon this year, obviously, but didn't quite work out. 2-3-6 for 4 as Fernando bowls to Finch. We don't have anyone at BBC Radio Kent who is at school with Emma, though, so we quite have we don't have the connections that you do here. 2-3-6 for 4. 25 for Finch. 40 for Everson. See Fernando from the far end, diminutive Sri Lankan pace bowler to Finch, goes down the leg side. There's a shout from Alex Horton, or from somebody. I think it might be Fernando himself, actually, head in hands. He was hoping Finch might help that down the leg side. I think it's almost customary now isn't it, for sides to appeal when it goes down the leg side of the batter as
Well, if it
look like they're gonna
flicks
glance
anything,
it,
really.
yeah.
I mean, the keeper generally, in a lot of cases, doesn't know what it's hit. You just ask the question. It's come off something.
Sort of natural excitement, I suppose. If there's a sound there. 2 balls to come. Of this, the 83rd over. Lead of just 64 for Kent. Glamorgan bowled themselves to victory here. Straight back at the bowler. Fernando, it's thrown at the stumps of Harry Finch. It's broken the stumps. Finch doesn't react. Yeah, the umpire's just going to step across to Fernando.
This is something that players are warned about.
There was a directive at the start of last season, wasn't there, saying that umpires would be very strict on that. That as a bowler, you'd really have to think that you've got a chance of getting the batter out. An umpire ball, when it's explaining to
They're going to impose
Kieran
a penalty,
Carlson.
I wonder. Let's see if there's a signal for the
I wonder.
scorers. No, just a word between the 2 umpires and Kieran Carlson.
To be fair to Harry Finch, he's not reacted, but he was absolutely in his crease when the throw came in. So
At least the throw didn't hit him, I don't
no,
think.
that's true, and it's about intimidation, isn't it? Or bowlers taking their frustrations, I suppose, out all the time, and it was almost a regular thing, wasn't it, in proceedings past. Fernando bowling to Finch, works that into the onside toward. That needs a tribe there. Yeah, they'll take no runs off that. End of the over. 2-3-6 for 4. Everson 40, Finch 25. They came together at 181 for 4. So the partnership, which I didn't see it go up. Is it 55?
Yeah, it's gone past 50, with that volley of boundaries.
Yep.
5 boundaries since the new ball was taken. Was it I was walking around the ground at the time. Was it the first 3 balls with the new ball went to the boundary?
With the new ball, yes. They bowled 2, didn't they?
They bowled 2 with the old one, and then the next 3 balls went for 4. Harris, who also conceded a couple of boundaries in his last over, finds that one being punched through the covers for 4 more by Everson. It's being chased down and not quite caught by Zainul Hassan, who gave it a really good go and did hurl himself at the ball, but a fraction too late as it hit the boundary as he dived over the top of it effectively. 240 for 4. Kent leading by 68. Daniel Bell-Drummond thinking about his declaration at lunchtime tomorrow. Who knows? Harris in to bowl and steered away on the offside by Everson.
Just on that note, you may have already mentioned it, but Leicestershire have declared now against Derbyshire. So 2-3-6 for 9. They've set Derbyshire a theoretical 446 to win, giving themselves plenty of time, I guess, to bowl them out as well. So Leicestershire at the innings break now, 398 and 2-3-6 for 9. Derbyshire 189. Leicestershire hoping for a victory against the team in second place.
Harrison bowls, driven on the leg side by Everson this time. We'll pick up the single as Leonard picks up, scampering round from mid-on. 2-4-1 for 4. Kent lead by 61 under darkened skies now. It is heavy dark grey cloud overhead, similar really to periods around the middle of the, maybe just a little earlier in the day yesterday. So we come up to 3 o'clock. Harris to Finch, and he's playing that one pleasantly through the leg side, and that one will race away for 4, I think, through mid-wicket, as the chase of Leonard proves in vain. Well, the new ball is doing Glamorgan no favours at all at the moment, and Kent are tucking into it happily with a series of boundaries from both ends. 245 for 4. Glamorgan's task starting to look seriously difficult, despite leading by 172 at the change of innings. Harris bowls, slashed away by Finch on the offside, single down to Al Hassan at deep point. Lewis Rees, by the way, for Derbyshire ended up with 5 for 64 to add to his first innings of 6 for 56, so a seriously good match with the ball for Lewis Rees, the Derbyshire all-rounder. And Derbyshire need some serious runs to win that match, although declaring with 4.5 sessions left, I suppose it's the right thing to do. Everson drives to mid-on. Glenn picks it up, and there is no run, so Kent prospering. Finch has 30 off 53 deliveries. Everson has 45 after 73 balls. Balls faced, a new feature on the scoreboard in recent weeks for the championship games. At any rate, Test match, England are 27 without loss now. Duckett has 26 of them in reply to India's 3-5-8 all out. Pant made 54. Batting one-handed maybe. Stokes finished with 5 for 72. Archer 3 for 73, a wicket apiece for Wokes. And for Dawson, here's Fernando in the relative gloom into bowl, pulled away, 4 runs down a fine leg. Short ball, Finch dealt with it well, swiveled and punched it away. And subfielder Andy Gorvin could not get to it. .250 for 4. Kent lead is 78. It's effectively 78 for 4. Maybe 5 if Joe Denley can't bat. Fernando steams in bowls, and Finch works it on the leg side. And they'll take a single to mid-wicket. Asitha Fernando playing his first match back for Glamorgan. Played in the first 6. Claimed 17 wickets, including 4 in the win over Kent at Canterbury, and 6 in the win over Northants here. This place as an overseas bowler, then taken by the Aussie spinner Matt Kuhneman, who also bowled Glamorgan to a victory. Fernando in bowls as Pilfer caught behind as Everson went for the hook. The batter is unmoved, and so crucially is umpire Baldwin. Well, I had a case where they thought it had hit something. If it was anything, it was the top of the helmet, but they haven't asked for a helmet check, so Mr. Baldwin rightly unmoved by that appeal. .251 for 4. 2 wickets for Kellaway, 1 apiece for Harris and Leonard in this innings, but it has been really hard work for Glamorgan already into the second new ball, and Kent, the batting side, have benefited from it. Fernando bowls, Everson blocks it defensively for once to cover. No run. Looks as though tea will be somewhere around the 4 o'clock mark if you're looking to time your afternoon refreshment wherever you're listening, with the intervals here. At Cheltenham, Gloucestershire battling to avoid a potential follow-on, I suppose, against Lancashire. 338 for 6, still 219 behind. Fernando in, bowls. Everson turns it on the leg side, thinks about a single, and is sent back by Finch. 160 for Ben Charlesworth for the Gloucesters. till he was stumped by Phil Salt, Lancashire's Welsh wicketkeeper. Lancashire being captained by James Anderson, and we will see in due course whether he features again against Glamorgan next week. He did play against them in Glamorgan's last championship encounter with Lancashire at Old Trafford in, I think, 21. Pulled away, shouts of catch. He wasn't timed there by Everson, and it wasn't to hand either. As Matt Cole will come back in alongside me with Kent. Well, relatively plain sailing for them at the moment. They're not out of danger by any means. They don't think we'll be out of danger until maybe lunchtime tomorrow. If they're still batting, they'll have a very good lead by that point.
Yeah, I suppose as a rule of thumb, they want to at least have as many runs ahead as they were bowled out for in the first innings, but that did include an absolute collapse in the middle order, so they'll want as many as possible. 2-5-1 for 4, 79 the lead. Not enough to bowl out by any means at the moment. Harris bowls to Finch to leave near the off stump. Some excitement from the wicketkeeper.
I was just picking up rather late on pictures of the pitch at Taunton. At least I think there was a pitch, because there were 3 bits of wood at either end.
I was saying that to Ed yesterday, that the pictures I saw, it looked entirely green, and it was all spin. It was 10 wickets taken by Vaughan with 4, I think Leach with 6 in the second innings of that game against. Oops. It's pulled away. Shouts of catch it. Might be shouts of stop it actually, as it's gone behind square. It's pulled away by Harry Finch. It's 4 for him. He goes on to 39, 255 for 4. Yeah, it looked. So Craig Overton took 7 in the first. Is that right? I think, and then Leach took 6 in the second and 4 for Vaughan. So it was all spin. And yeah, Somerset eventually winning by 5 wickets. And they win 2 days.
I think Durham expressed considerable disquiet before the game even,
right, yeah.
And their president, Ian Botham, was very scathing of the Taunton wicket at his former club.
As Harris bowls to Finch now. Finch driving that one. Wait indeed, straight at ace of try. It's a smart stop, no run, 255 for 4. Yeah, of course, he was... I don't think he'll be the first time he's challenged the authorities at Taunton. But seems somewhat against the grain to be talking about his old club, but or 2 of his old clubs, I suppose, involved there. 255 for 4. Harris bowling to Finch. Drives it into the ground. Bobbles up towards try but cover once again.
Botham posted on social media pictures of the match pitch before the match, and
Crikey.
said as next Somerset player he finds it appalling. It reduces the game to a farce.
Yes, it doesn't look great, does it?
And if these are before the match, as he says,
Yeah. As Harris bowls to Finch into the onside, and not only very, very green, but massive amounts of wear.
yeah, you'd quail at that for a club match at any level, wouldn't you? Let alone a first-class professional match. It looks absolutely terrible as a surface, and well, you do hope that Somerset are marked down as a result of that.
Well, the ECB in the past couple of years, 255 for 4. It's Harris bowls now to Finch. Defended back at the bowler, stops the ball dead on his follow through. 255 for 4, lead of 83. Finch 39, Everson 45. Pretty sure there was an edict, wasn't there? Was it 2 seasons ago that they were going to get very, very tough on pitches which were, again, trying to prepare players for international cricket, which were very much subpar. I wonder what that's preparing for them.
I'm not sure. I mean, obviously there have been a lot of comments about the Kookaburra ball producing lots of draws, and maybe they're just trying to counteract that, but it does seem to be going to an extreme. If you play on something that looks like it's a local council pitch where the ground staff have had the week off or something, and someone's just rocked up and stick 3 bits of wood in both in either end. Fernando is in to bowl a short pitch ball that may be called wide. No. 255 for 4. Lights of the scoreboard are shining out quite brightly at the moment against the darkness of the trees. It's quite murky. I don't think it's time to get light meters out quite as yet.
Well, my opinion would differ on that, Nick, for no apparent reason that anyone can think of, but I think they should be off now and perhaps just call it a draw.
Thank you, Matt Cole of BBC Radio Kent, as Everson turns that one away on the leg side, and it's well stopped by the bespectacled tribe.
I think the fact that both umpires are at the moment carrying gas lanterns might give you an idea that can't believe it. 255 for 4.
Caden on Twitter discussing which youngsters we think might get a go in the One Day Cup this year. He mentions Hurl, Horton and Franco. Horton is out there at the moment as a sub for Chris Cook. Everson drives very fluently indeed, but it's stopped by Billy Root at cover and there's no run. Henry Hurl featured sort of in one game last season, but didn't take the field in anger. The match up at Birmingham, which was reduced by rain, he didn't get a bat in an 18 over Glamorgan innings, and then just about as Glamorgan were out on the outfield warming up, the rains came again and they didn't play. As Fernando bowls and Everson drives, doesn't time it at all, sends it to Tribe at mid-wicket. It's a match which I remember with some pain because I was due to be covering it, but was unfit due to a fielding injury. It's a couple of nights before, came down flat on my back and was having horrible back spasms for several days. One of the most painful things I've experienced.
Immediately adjusted my posture when you said that.
Fernando in, bowls short pitch ball. Everson doesn't want to know about it. Umpire Baldwin considers its trajectory and says that was a wide.
Yeah, I've had back spasms myself, and I'd have to say, Nick, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't recommend them as
I could. I had one fairly sleepless night where I could barely turn over in bed without yelling.
Yeah.
And
I certainly found I had a vocabulary I wasn't aware of, deep in the subconscious.
256 for 4 here. As Fernando bowls, Everson turns it to mid-wicket, no run. Yeah, so I wouldn't be surprised if Henry Hill got to go in the middle order, probably as a batter because there's so many keepers around. With Smale took the gloves for it last year. Cook might get a rest for at least some of the games. Alex Horton has had a go this season in the T20 Blast, hasn't come off in with the bat, but he's obviously a very able keeper as well. Fernando in bowls, and Everson is forward, playing to cover. There's no run. 256 for 4. The lead is 84 for Kent. Romano Franco, a teenage spinner from North Wales, left arm spinner. Seen a little bit of him in the in action in the second 11. Been quite impressed with what I've seen for him. So in the absence of Crane and Kellaway, I would have thought he would have got a game here or there. There's Glamorgan's backroom staff enjoying their afternoon tea, pictured on the stream, but we've got 12 overs to go till the official tea interval.
It's going to be James Harris then to continue from the Cathedral Road end. Yeah, Kent will be without as Harris bowls to Finch. Tries that, probably full length delivery up towards mid-off. No run, Finch is 39. Everson 45. Will be without Sam Billings for the Oval Invincibles, and to Anna there as well. Zach Crawley with London Spirit when he's available, and Fred Clarkson with the Manchester Originals. But as far as a one-day side, only really Tawanda Mieye would have been playing in that anyway for Kent, as Harris bowls to Finch, and shot off the back foot into the offside, and single taking is on to 40. 257 for 4. Just to include that, a couple of batters being out of the lineup won't hurt Kent necessarily in terms of trying to blood the likes of Ekansh Singh and Ben Dawkins further, who've been in England under 19, so they could have a strong side again, Kent, this season. I'd say their lack of loss to the 100 is definitely their gain in the One Day Cup, if that makes sense. Bouncer from Harris. Underneath it is Everson.
Yeah, in terms of other younger players who might get a go depending on how far they rotate selection and take the development policy, then there's also Callum Nichols, a young batter who hasn't played an official first team game, and Tom Norton, who's still 17, seam bowling all-rounder.
It's Harris bowls to Everson. It's guided into the offside, all the sandfields, and they'll take one more. Everson 46, Finch 40, the lead at 86.
And there are plenty of batters who are sort of more senior players, if you like, who are probably desperate for a chance. Billy Root playing in this game. Eddie Byram has been on as subfielder but hasn't played since April in the first team, and Tom Bevan, who's just had the one championship game this season.
Harris bowls to Finch, shortish ball, it's pulled away at square, and there'll be a single. 41 for Finch, 46 for Everson.
Ben Morris mentioned as well, a young seam bowler with the second team, did well in an appearance at Chelmsford in the One Day Cup last season. Has not been able to force his way into the first team reckoning this season.
Harris once again to Everson. And that's driven into the offside. It's a nice looking shot from Everson. I don't think Al-Hassan will stop that. Goodness me, what a great stop from Zain Al-Hassan. Very much second favourite. Thought that was a boundary, all ends up. And the rope moves, but he scooped it back before he's hit the rope. And that will be it won't be 4 runs, I should say, just the 2 runs. Everson 48, Finch 41, 261 for 4. Was that just the 2? I think it was, yeah. At the lead of 89.
So, Kent enjoying the afternoon session, as they've lost just 1 wicket so far since lunch, and added a further 86 runs, and tilting this match towards a draw. Or will Daniel Bell-Drummond be thinking at the back of his mind, well, if I declare at lunchtime on the final day, give our bowlers 60 overs to have a crack at it? Depends on the balance between runs and wickets and over rate, and etc, etc. 43 overs remaining today. Say if Kent were able to score at what are they doing? 3 and over. Well, that'd be another 130. Could be leading by 220 overnight.
261 for 4 then. Finch just nudges that into the onside. He's a try because at short leg stops it. It's Nick's over. I'll let him do the rest of it. But I thought I'd take that first ball. It was important for me.
Absolutely. Get yourself in the game.
Carlson at slip.
Kellaway in, bowls to Finch, who leg glances to Fernando at short fine leg, and there is no run. As long as one of us describes it, it doesn't matter. It's a team game.
88.1 is my lucky number, Nick. I told you that before we started, so...
82 now used to be the medium wave frequency of Radio Wales. As Finch leg glances, actually probably still is. If not many people listen on AM these days, I guess. Assume it's still there. 261 for 4. Kellaway in, Finch forward, carefully. Kellaway has now bowled 24 overs, but he won't be stopping because he's got another 2 balls to go in this over. Slip and the short leg in place for the off spinner, and Finch drives pleasantly into the offside. No single taken, rather. 42 to Finch, 48 to Everson. Could he be the first Kent player in this match to a half-century? Bal Drummond's 42 was the best in Kent's modest first innings. Compton 48, Benjamin 46, Everson 48 not out, Finch 42 not out. Everson blocks back to the bowler. There is no run, just a single off that Kellaway over. It's 262 for 4 and the lead is 90 runs. Kent missing, as you say, a handful to 100. Are they likely to sort of voluntarily rotate and chuck in youngsters?
I think to be honest they would anyway. So Akash Singh may have played this game. He wasn't in the under-19s, but Jaden Denley would certainly come into the squad, I'd imagine. They're keen to get Ben Dawkins a game, under-19 opener, and Akash Singh as well.
Has Dawkins played any championship cricket?
He's not as yet, no. We thought he might play in one of the T20s actually. He was mooted as playing one of those, but didn't get into the side in the end. But yeah, very highly thought of. Sam Billings talking about him and Akash Singh particularly at the middle order batter as a real prospect for the future. Obviously, promising players are one thing, aren't they? You've got to prove it in the big boys game as well. I've got a correction to make, and I'm very glad to make it too, actually. That Fred Clarkson hasn't been picked up by the Manchester Originals. I read that on a fairly esteemed cricket publication online, and so there we go. My mistake. Should have consulted with the Kent office. So yeah, just questioning whether he'll play the One Day Cup. If not playing for the Netherlands, he would be available for One Day Cup games and a white ball contract for Kent. It's Zain ul Hassan who's going to bowl to Finch, keeper up to the stumps. Alex Horton, who's been on most of the day as a sub for Chris Cook. But yeah, could well be focused on youth for Kent. I mean, it's great to be strong in that competition, I suppose, as well, but you can give those younger players a chance, can't you, to be in front of crowds and find out what they're like under that pressure, how they develop. And Finch is reacting to it, really got big on him from ul Hassan, plays it to the onside, fielded by the keeper, coming around to sort of square leg position. 26244. I've been remiss in not giving out the Kent email address, but Mike from Sweden's been in touch anyway. There we are. Despite my reticence, KentCricket at bbc.co.uk. It's our brand new and corporation branded address. It's Sam bowling to Finch, defends that one into the offside. And good length delivery from the Glamorgan bowler, who's been accurate to a tee. Very good economy as well. 1.5 overs bowled, just 10 off it so far. Hi, this Mike. Hope you're having a good summer so far. Watching the stream, listening to us and to TMS. Crikey. That's ball through the offside from Finch, keeps it low, opening the face, and it's a single past the man at gully. So Kent 2-6-3 for 4, lead of 91. It says very warm in Sweden, although it's been raining. Good fishing this evening, says Mike. Happy to see Zach Crawley continuing his England career. That was earlier. Is Zach Crawley still in? I look nervously across to the monitor. It looks like he is. Oh, he's just hit 4. There we go. He's on 22 and a 58 for none for England. He says he'll be so important in Australia. Big runs from there, predicts Mike. Wickets there, very Crawley friendly. Take good care, he says. Regards, Mike. Mike, thank you for that. Good to hear from you. This is from Hassan. Big shout as it's played. Well, not entirely middled by Joey Everson. He's just goes off to square leg for a minute and rehearses that forward defensive. Ball to come. He gets through his overs pretty quickly. Hassan, medium pacer, but not messing around between deliveries either. He's ready once more. 2-6-3 for 4. Kent bowls to Everson. He rehearsed that forward defensive. Got to use it the next ball. Straight back at the bowler. No run. It's none for 11 off 10 for Hassan. 2-6-3 for 4. Lead of 91. Finch 43. Everson 48 here on BBC Sport Online. Welcome wherever you are listening. I think our email addresses are sort of syncing up, aren't they, with the new addresses? So there's a Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk or Kent cricket at bbc.co.uk. I think there's a pattern there, and I think it may be deliberate.
That suggests coordination across the BBC. I couldn't possibly comment.
No, so maybe I'm stretching a point.
Kellaway jogs in and bowls, and Finch comes down the wicket and then defends when he gets there. 2-6-3 for 4. Lead 91. Application from all the Kent batters to some degree as Finch drives expansively. It's beautifully stopped at wide mid-off, and they just take a single. The man there, I think, is Leonard, falling well. 2-6-4 for 4. Everson needing 2 for his half century, and will get one of them as he rocks back and flicks it away through the leg side. 2-6-5 for 4. Kellaway to Finch. Oh, that's a short ball. It's pulled away and he's missed out there, really. That's spat up a bit, actually. And
Just felt like he was trying to save Ace a try, but at short leg there. He's a nice man, but he wanted to take runs there as well. But as you say, he missed out a bit.
Kellaway in again. Driven back to him by Finch. No run. Someone having a good chat down beneath us.
Enjoying themselves, and why not? Pleasant day out there.
It's warmer than it looks from here.
Yeah,
I forgot the aircon was on up here. Kellaway is in and Finch is defending on the leg side. There's no run. Went for a little walk round the ground, and there are one or two gentlemen without shirt.
Yes, I noticed that. I wouldn't say it's entirely brave because it's quite warm, but there we go. Got to watch out as well. Get the slop on there.
Yeah, I don't think there are many sun rays peeking through at the moment, but it's pretty warm, that.
2-6-5 for 4 at the end of the over. Lead of 93. Everson 49. Finch on 44. Just scanning the excellent BBC cricket page, and we were just talking about that pitch at Taunton. Australian pitches will challenge England, says Steve Smith. So maybe we're both wrong, Nick, and that's exactly what Somerset should have been preparing as far as a pitch. They're going to leave all the grass on them and dig up both ends. Ul Hassan bowling to Everson stands tall, bat still. Some lift there, did all Hassan. That's a great take from Alex Horton. You're a wicket keeper, obviously, so you know how to do these things, Nick. But
I know how they should be done. It doesn't mean I can do them.
always kind of astounded, especially. No, Hassan isn't fearsome pace, but that ball was lifted off a length, and Horton's just whipped it out of the air.
Look, I've been known to stand back to spinners who are pushing it through a bit, frankly.
Quite right too. You don't risk any injuries. It's Hassan to Everson. Oh, he's gone! He's lifted the ball into the covers. Joey Everson will be really disappointed with that. And he goes for 49, and yet another Kent batter gets into the 40s, doesn't make 50, and it's a long, slow walk of disappointment for Joey Everson. Head down, bat on shoulder, and it's been caught at cover. Didn't catch the fielder. It's Colin Ingram with the grab. It's a sharp catch as well, but head high catch. 265 for 5, and that's a big wicket for Glamorgan. And with Grant Stewart due to come out next, and we probably won't see Joe Denley unless it's a real emergency for Kent, and I wonder if they would risk him at this stage. Stewart is the last batter, the all-rounder between Glamorgan and the tail end of Kent's batting now. 265 for 5, the lead is below 100, it's 93, and they've got their man. Patient. Actually, I think Hassan has bowled really well. Just wonder if Everson was just feeling a little bit bogged down there, trying to attack Hassan. He's got 1 for 11 now off 10.2.
Yeah, I don't know why you need to feel bogged down, really, because taking time out of the game is as important as getting runs. And what is it with this Kent batting lineup? That is the third player in this innings out in the 40s, and Bell Drummond in the first innings, and no one has got to 50 yet. Harry Finch may well change that. It is the tall figure of Grant Stewart striding out towards the middle past the little Glamorgan coaches encampment. It's a long way from the dressing room, so when I went round earlier, Richard Dawson and David Harrison are perambulating at the moment, making their way back there, and someone else out there as well. It may well be Ian Harvey, the former Gloucestershire all-rounder and sidekick to Richard Dawson at Gloucester as well. 265 for 5, lead 93, and every time you think that Kent are wriggling clear, they lose a wicket.
Yeah, 26 overs those two were together for 84, and every wicket obviously is important for Glamorgan, but one more here and they are into the tail.
And I think, I hate to denigrate any players, but the last 3 didn't contribute in the first innings.
No, that's entirely fair to say. Grant Stewart, well, I was saying to Dab earlier on and the listeners earlier on the commentary, Nick, that he's pulled out 2 miracles out of the hat. Perhaps miracles would be unfair to him. 2 rabbits certainly out of the hat. With his 180 against Gloucestershire and a ton against Lancashire as well. The one against Gloucester actually was in a losing cause, but 180 from number 8 is quite something. And then 100 against Lancashire from the same position. Wideish, that one, goes for his shot, bounces up to try that cover, and there's no run. But to expect him to do that again is a very big ask of the Kent number 8. He certainly doesn't owe them anything, but a ton would certainly be handy at this stage. 265 for 5. Dare I say it, actually. I don't want to call this game off, but a ton from Grant Stewart here might just settle this as a draw, but that's all he has to do. Hassan has different ideas. As Stewart pushes it into the onside, no run.
Were there to be a century, would it be a reasonably rapid one, do you think?
Yeah, I think he said, and I was very much complimenting him on the knock at Lancashire and saying, it was a great combination of defence and power. As Hassan bowls to a Stewart, works it into the offside. It's a no from Harry Finch, I think. That wasn't the Aussie twang. As it goes into the offside, good stop in the covers by Acer Tribe, 265 for 5. And I said, how do you manage to combine the two to stay long at the crease? And he said, that is actually just the way I play. He said it's totally his natural game is watchful when he can be, but never shy of going for the hits as well. And said how important Joey Everson had been on that occasion. Well, Everson's gone now. Finch, it'll have to be his foil. Hits the pad very much going down the leg side and out into the leg side, and actually came off the bat, so that appeal working in no shape or form, but an appeal nonetheless. 2-6 for 5, and Stewart is off the mark. And good over from Ul Hassan. 11 overs, 4 mains, 1 for 12. Handy. That's right.
Yes, he's an effective bowler, particularly at home, I think, along with Gorvin. Neither of them is the fastest, but they both know how to direct the ball straight from one set of stumps to another, which is a useful skill in the world of cricket. England 68 for noughts in reply to India's 358. Zach Crawley of that parish is 27 not out. Ben Duckett 40 not out off 38 balls. Kellaway is in to bowl to Stewart, who's playing forward. Oohs and ahs, obligatory.
And the Indians now obviously terrified of Zach Crawley after that show of anger from him in the last test run.
As that's pushed back to him by Stewart, and there's no run. So Stewart was sawn off in the, stranded rather than sawn off in the first innings, left 5 not out as he ran out of partners very quickly. As Kellaway directs a man back towards the mid-wicket boundary for the big pull shot. Kellaway bowls, edge dropped, I think, at slip by Kieran Carlson.
You can see him in the chest as it's come to him so quickly. Just see the replay of this one, and we will.
No, I should have taken that really. Into the midriff. And Carlson couldn't grab on despite a couple of attempts. It's a clear chance put down by the skipper.
6 and a bit overs to go until the tea interval. Obviously, if Kendra's significant numbers down, it might be even longer than that.
Hole is a hoik by Stewart, and that's gone through everything. There may have been a bottom edge, possibly. It's run down to the boundary, and it's just byes. That was an ugly shot, and it entirely distracted keeper Alex Horton, and just turned a bit, but turned past the leg stump and past the grasping gloves of Horton.
To say it's very good signs from Glamorgan, isn't it? Stewart not timing the ball at this point and very nearly getting himself out a couple of times.
Kellaway bowled, Stewart forward, defending, back to the bowler. No run. Oh, Ben Kellaway should have had his 3rd wicket in that over, but Carlson couldn't hang on to the slip chance, and Stewart survives. Thank you, Dr. Hignell. 6 overs to go till tea, ladies and gentlemen.
If you are venturing onto the electrical, we kindly ask you not to take anything
Don't take food and drink with you. Oh, there's Chris Cook is out there. Chris Cook is sitting in his training kit on the side of the pitch.
There's nothing too serious.
But it obviously means he's not going to take the field anytime soon, after leaving after just half an hour this morning. 270 for 5, lead 98.
Yeah. 6 overs until tea. Going to make a further breakthrough on Hassan to Finch. Back foot, levers that out to the offside. Cesar Fernando Fields on the boundary, single taken. Grant Stewart doesn't look in the mood to let the bowlers get on top, does he, at this point?
Doesn't look like that sort of player.
No. I mean, exciting when he gets going. Less over Glamorgan fans, I appreciate, should he do that. He's that firmly up to mid-off, fielded by Kieran Carlson, who dropped him in the previous over.
Derbyshire 32 for naught, requiring a further 414 to beat Leicestershire in the battle of the top two, and a Leicestershire win would probably benefit for Glamorgan, may well take them into the top two.
Sand now to Stewart. Once again, he's hit that very firmly up to Kieran Carlson, but he's playing a shot the ball here. Grant Stewart.
Gloucestershire, the team behind Glamorgan, aren't going to win. They're still 184 behind Lancashire with their last pair together, even if one of them is Marchant de Lange.
271 for 5 as the sand bowls to Stewart, just farms that down behind square off the pads, single taken.
And Northants are miles behind in their game against Middlesex as well.
Middlesex made 600 and something, isn't it?
Northants to 60 odd for 8.
So Zain Ul Hassan with 2 men on the drive and covers 2 cover fielders, Tribe and Ingram now. Ingram stops it as Finch just pushes it there. Ingram was rather squarer when he took the catch off Everson after the bowling of Ul Hassan, the last wicket to fall. 72 for 5, Finch has 45, Stewart 2. So last ball of the Ul Hassan over, and Finch finds Tribe this time with the ball hit to him on the ground. And the lead is exactly 100 for Kent. Not nearly enough to bowl at, not nearly enough of a lead to threaten Glamorgan.
200 though would be a very different kettle of fish.
Let's make it interesting, I think.
Which is still possible for the visitors, depending on their batting resources. And well, if Kellaway had taken that wicket in his previous over, then would have been potentially into the tail if Denley's unable to bat until really low down. You would have thought if he is going to come out, then next would either 8 or 11 would probably be it, wouldn't you? Either one side or the other of the 3 tail enders.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Kellaway to Stewart, who's back on his stumps and missing that one. He's not looking entirely at home against the spinner at the moment.
Yeah, Denley on one leg. Trying to compare him against the batting resources to come, with no disrespect to anybody.
Kellaway bowls, so he's beaten again. There's appeal for cut behind, but rather belated from Kellaway, to be honest. Carlson and Horton went up. Carlson's, even though he's got the captaincy duties, he's quite excitable with his appeals. Kellaway in bowls, and that one's steered wide of Carlson, and there'll be at least a couple of runs. Carlson is chasing it down towards the 3rd man boundary, turns and gets his throw in on the turn, almost off the ground, to be honest, and keeps them down to a couple of runs, which is good for Glamorgan, because Stewart is looking decidedly ill at ease, and Glamorgan will want Kellaway bowling at him as much as possible.
Yeah, he's not enjoying himself out there at the moment, that's clear to see.
He's under 4, and that's about a shot, just a gentle push down towards backward point for a single. 275 for 5. Lead has gone past 100, 103, with 4 overs to go until the tea interval. Back on his stumps goes Finch. Blocks it. To Ingram at mid-wicket, no run. Kellaway in again from the River Taff end, and Finch tries to force into the offside, finds Root at cover. No run. End of the over. 95 overs have been bowled. Kent at 275 for 5. They lead Glamorgan by 103 here on BBC Sport Online. And I'll take a brief break for some writing, and Dav Pritchard and Matt Cole will steer you towards the tea interval, 4 overs away.
We'll do our very best. Certainly, as Zainul Hassan takes his cap off and hands it to umpire Watts at this Cathedral Road end. 275 for 5. The right arm seamer with Alex Horton, the keeper, up to the stumps. Bowling to Harry Finch now. Driven to cover. He's a try and fields, and there's no run. How are the planes, trains and automobiles going for you, for Dav at this point?
We're getting there.
We're getting right.
The travel is done. Accreditation is proving a slight challenge at the moment,
Right.
but fortunately with the Tour de France, the art of blagging might come into play.
There we are. All the persuasion and charm needed. Here we go. 275 for 5. Defended by Stuart, no run.
In Paris, of all places, you know, you're just playing to the gallery. But hopefully, amid the chaos of the team buses and the thousands of fans, we'll navigate our way through.
So testing your ingenuity as a reporter.
Indeed.
Yeah.
But yeah, full focus on matters at Sophia Gardens for now.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
With Glamorgan, they're closing in on victory here. That's a firm shot by Stewart. It'll get him at least 2. It'll be stopped on the boundary by, I'm not sure who. There we go. I'm missing something. Number 11? Gorvin, thank you very much.
Good squad number knowledge from the back of
Yeah,
the room,
fantastic.
Nick.
On as a subfielder. Did he buy him off now? He may well be. Driven by Stewart back past the bowler. Said he's not choosing to defend many of these, if any, Grant Stewart. He's looked really uncomfortable against Ben Kellaway. So he has 7 of 21 so far. Finch 45 from 83. But again, I'd say from Grant Stewart's point of view, he loves the ball coming onto the bat as a free striker of the ball. And Morgan just making it hard for him at the moment. 277 for 5. Perhaps he's just getting to the pace of the pitch like everybody else. No one's got 50 for Kent as yet, as Nick was saying. Many have tried. Many have made 40s. But no one's been chosen as yet. 277 for 5, lead of 105.
Yeah, is the sense with the tail on the horizon that they better get on with it and hit runs they can manage now?
Yeah, very much so. As on a sandball. Stewart, is he trapped? No. Falling forward. Impact maybe outside. I'd be interested to look at that one again. Healthy shout from Zainul Hassan, and certainly it beaten Grant Stewart as he fell forward. 277 for 5. End of the over. The lead of just 105. I'm not sure we're going to be shown that one.
Yeah, it looked like he was falling over it slightly, didn't it?
Yeah, it did. Maybe it's might have hit him outside leg stump, maybe. Possibly. Could have been inside edge. We're not to know. It's the end of the over. Kent 277 for 5 anyway. The umpire's definitely not giving it.
Kellaway to continue from the River Taff end, and it's a loopy first delivery, which Finch drives for no run.
I think Ben Compton had said earlier in the piece about the first innings that the players making starts and not going on. That's
As Finch works a Kellaway delivery off his legs for 1.
in that innings, obviously, and looking at this this Kent line up again. 38 for Denley, 48 for Compton, 22 for Beldrummond, 46 for Benjamin Everson with 49. They're all getting somewhere, but maybe not enough to challenge Glamorgan here.
Kellaway bowls, Stewart drives. As you were saying, Stewart looking a little uncomfortable against spin in the previous over.
Kellaway certainly leading him a merry dance at this point.
2 fielders out in the deep for Kellaway, who's in. And Stewart defends. It'll trickle away for a single down to point where Gorvin does the fielding. Yeah, the only 2 to go on and make fairly big scores, Kellaway and Ingram, as you mentioned earlier, Matt, the exact difference in the 2 first innings, that partnership. Kellaway is in, and Finch defends.
Just a couple of overs after this until tea. Kellaway's going to switch to going round the wicket, so moving Grant Stewart at the non-striker's end.
Here is Kellaway again. Finch again happy to defend. That's the end of the 97th over, so 17 overs into this new ball. Kent 279 for 5, the lead is 107.
As Nick said, another 100 on that would make things interesting, I think, but that's going to ask a lot, I think, of this pair with Joe Denley. Will he come out to bat? He might, I suppose, think it's worth it.
He's in his training kit at the moment. They just panned to the pavilion.
There we go.
Wes Agar's in his whites.
Thank you for that, yeah. With Ulasan coming in for the start of a new over to Stewart on the back foot, defends it back at him. So yeah, it'll be Messrs Parkinson, Agar and Quinn, who didn't muster a run between the 3 of them in the first innings. And is that an if with Joe Denley? I mean, if it is a pull or a tear, then Kent might think at this point, is it really worth the risk for games to come for Joe Denley? We'll see the medics will have their advice as well. Driven into the offside, stopped by Tribe. As Stewart tries to free the hands. 8 from 27, not for the want of trying, I would say, from Grant Stewart. Certainly is hitting the ball stoutly, but can't pierce the field. Good bowling, good field placing by the captain at this point. I just wonder how frustrated he'll get out there. Back foot, that's well guided from Stewart to the left of Asa Tribe, and they'll just take a single though out to the fielding of Cesar Fernando, and on to 280 for 5. So we're running up. Yeah, tea might just be just coincide with 4 o'clock at this rate, I think, with the Kellaway at the other end. So that Kieran Carlson in conversation with Zainul Hassan. Finch is irritating them, I would say, at the moment. 46 from 87. He's just got his head down, trying to clear the mind, no doubt. As Colin Ingram is going to be, well, the field is altering. In fact, Ingram and Tribe going into the sorry, he's a right-hander. The onside, so it's square leg and leg slip. Well, this is interesting. To the right-hander, Ulasan is coming over the wicket. So it's a 6-3 field. The 3 are on the offside. Is he going to bowl down the leg side or leg and middle? Middle, defended into the offside. Fields of his own bowling, Ulasan. So as you say, more funky fields.
Yeah.
From
I was expecting to see some short stuff with the way that field is set up, especially with Horton stepping back as the keeper. He's been stood up to Ul Hassan all day, and Carlson might be asking him to bowl a few effort balls here.
Makes sense, doesn't it? With, as you say, with Horton back and Ingram at leg slip now, and and instead that one's good length. Finch works it up to mid-on. James Harris fields and then hits that one man applauding, just exhorting his teammates perhaps onto one more wicket before tea. Will that be the chat? One more, with 7 deliveries available. On the sand now to Finch. Finch just whips it away on the onside, beats the field on the infield, and beats the fielder sprawling for it. It doesn't look great, I have to say, for the bowler. Did his best, but that is 50 for Harry Finch, and warm applause from the crowd here at Cardiff. 50 off 90, probably quite spirited from the Kent supporters as well. The first of their batters to make a half century. 50 from 90, 284 for 5. Harry Finch once more coming to the county's rescue, might say. 112 the lead then at the end of that over. One to come before tea. It will be Ben Kellaway as well, which you weren't going to take him off, I think, at this point. If you're Kieran Carlson, with Stewart finding him very difficult to play.
Well, exactly, yeah. Stewart struggled a little with Kellaway in the early stages of his innings, and with 2 wickets to his name, the Glamorgan all-rounder looks to be full of confidence, bowled very accurately all day, and he's in from the river end, and Stewart just moves back and prods that to mid-on for no run. Yeah, Finch and Everson before him, just upping the run rate ever so slightly.
Yeah, made 84 in that partnership, and working through 26 overs as well. Almost a session's worth.
As Kellaway's in again to Stewart, who drives for no run off the back foot. Here comes Kellaway, twirling the ball in his hands and bowling to Stewart, who defends forward and will get a single from that defensive stroke onto the offside. Yeah, although there's not been much devil in the pitch, and we've talked about the Kookaburra ball, you'd think with Kent, if they can even eke past 150, get towards 200,
yeah.
you're posing the question at least, aren't you? And
I was saying earlier, if they can make what they made in the first innings, to hope that they can do what Glamorgan did for them, albeit with a massive batting collapse in the middle.
Here's Kellaway. Finch works it down towards fine leg on the back foot, where Fernando will do the fielding. Single to him takes Finch on to 51. Kent 286 for 5. 2 balls left in this Kellaway over.
I do wonder how keen Grant Stewart was to get to the striker's end at this point, just before tea, but here we are. Take all the runs they can get, I guess.
Here is Kellaway to Stewart, who looks steady enough in his defences on this occasion, and he's got 1 more ball to navigate before the tea break. The clock 1 minute to 4. Slight adjustment for this final delivery of the session. The leg slip is back in place. Colin Ingram, the man tasked with that position once more. Carlson, the orthodox slip, as Kellaway comes around the wicket to the right-handed Stewart, who slaps that back over the bowler's head.
Watch out.
And that goes for 6. That is some way to end the session from Grant Stewart. And it looks like one of the spectators will have to do a spot of fielding there at the River Taff end.
I think everyone is okay, because it's 4-5 rows deep there, isn't it? And there were people taking cover urgently, but I think everyone is okay. And they've worked out what the ball is as well. Well, explosive end to the session, but very much Glamorgan in charge. 292 for 5, leading Kent are leading by 120 here. Finch has 51, Stewart has 16. That's tea, everybody. We'll rejoin you in 20 minutes' time.
Reminder that the Glamorgan Club shop owned by Missouri Sports will be open until 5 o'clock today. It's situated opposite the 2 and is selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kits and a range of recently published cricket books. As far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can still be purchased in the Pyramid Lounge, which is situated on the ground floor of the Patches Pavilion. Don't forget there's a 10% discount for Glamorgan members on all food sales. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit situated beneath the Castor Howell stand. And snacks are available in the vending machine at the rear of the indoor school. Don't forget that tomorrow at 6:30 in the evening, a special general meeting for members will also be held in the Pyramid Lounge. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is still open, so you've still got an opportunity to quickly pop up during this tea interval to have a look at some of the new displays or to watch the memory match, which is Kent against Glamorgan Canterbury in September 1993. Alternatively, you can peruse the selection of second-hand cricket books, old Glamorgan yearbooks, or the research monographs, all of which are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. And the museum will be closing shortly after the end of the tea. I've got some latest scores from the other games taking place. Once again, we'll start at Old Trafford, where they just resumed after the tea interval. India were dismissed for 358 by England, Captain Ben Stokes claiming 5 wickets, and in reply England 77 without loss in the 14th over. It's tea as well at the Utilita Bowl in the division weighing counts between Notts and Hampshire, where Hampshire is still trailing. Nottinghamshire by 304 runs at 274 for 5 in their first innings. At Edgbaston and Worcestershire in their second innings, they're currently 190 for 8, leading Warwickshire by 339. At home, it's tea there with Sussex in their second innings, 203 for 3, still trailing Essex by 97. And they're still playing at Scarborough, where Surrey have moved on to 161 for 2, still trailing Yorkshire by 356 runs. Moving into Division 2, at Cheltenham College, Gloucestershire have just been dismissed by Lancashire for 381. Gloucestershire are therefore trailing by 176. And could well be following on against the Red Roses when play resumes after tea. At Merchant Taylor's School, Northamptonshire are 261 for 8, still 364 runs behind Middlesex. And finally, at Derby, Leicestershire declared their second innings.
Kent are 292 for 5 at tea. That's a lead of 120 over Glamorgan. With this game still in the balance, Glamorgan have continued to chip away today, while Kent have provided stern resistance. Harry Finch is 51 not out. 3 of the batters have reached the 40s. Wickets for Ben Kellaway with 2, James Harris, Ned Leonard and Zain Ul Hassan. This game intriguingly poised. We resume at 20 past with Kent 292 for 5, leading by 120.
That's all right, cheers, thank you. So yeah, just follow up with the big league there, so
To resume the Kent second innings after tea, Harry Finch and Grant Stewart to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the Cathedral Road, then Ned Leonard.
Good evening, welcome to the final session on this third day of the County Championship, with the match interestingly poised. Kent 120 ahead, 5 wickets down in their second innings, and Ned Leonard bowling to Harry Finch on 51 not out and defending that onto the offside. Finished with a bit of a bang just before tea. We'd been on about how Stewart was struggling against the spin, and all of a sudden he whacked him for 6.
Indeed so. I think everybody that was at that small part next to the sight screen to the far end has returned. Yeah, but there was a little scattering, wasn't there? And perhaps so they were thinking that Grant Stewart was about to get out closer to the wicket, but yeah, a resounding thud as it hit the bat and hit the seat at the far end.
Here's Leonard then, into bowl, turned away on the leg side by Finch, the first Kent batter past 50 in the match. He now has 52. 293 for 5 and lead 1-2-1, 200. Might be very interesting for both sides.
I've not got through all the nightclubs in the city centre as yet, so it'd be nice to have another night, Nick, for me to dance the night away. So let's see, 121 the lead. Yeah, I mean, it looks like it'll go into a fourth day, unless they get through these wickets very quickly and back quickly. It's a possibility too.
As Leonard in, bowls, Stewart drives to mid-on. I would be surprised to see Glamorgan batting tonight, to be honest, given that there are 5 wickets in hand. They've only taken 4 so far today. I know that Kent's tail order is possibly not the strongest, but they need to get to them first, and we don't know the capabilities of Joe Danley with his calf strain. Glamorgan been without Van der Hoogten all day and without Cook behind the stumps for most of it, as Leonard into bowl, slashed away meaterly by Stewart for a single out to Fernando at point on the boundary.
I'd be interested to know if keen-eared listeners can tell the difference between the ball coming off the bat of Grant Stewart and coming off the bat of Harry Finch. It seems to be a resounding. It's got a lot of low notes, I would say, when it's coming off the bat of Stewart. Everything seems to be hit substantially, even for a single.
As Leonard is into bowl to Finch, and that is pulled, but straight to short mid-wicket. Kellaway fields, no run. It'd be an interesting competition for which we don't have the technology. If we described, what the shot was and where the ball had gone, and got listeners to vote on who'd hit it.
I've spot the ball by
audio version of spot the ball.
Excellent.
Spot the bat. Spot the batter. There are 5 saving the single now and 4 out, as Leonard bowls a full-length delivery that Finch carefully covers up and defends back to the bowler. 2 singles off the first over after tea. Kent lead by 122 at 294 for 5. 2 wickets falling in each session today. Bell Drummond for 22, Compton for 48 in the morning session, and in the afternoon Benjamin for 46, Everson for 49. Finch made it out of the nervous 40s, and he's 52 not out.
So they're targeting Grant Stewart then here, aren't they? They want the match up with him and Ben Kellaway, who's caused him a bit of problems already. He was dropped when he was on just one. Grant Stewart, 17 now, and Kellaway just altering his field. He's pushing back. All has sand towards the long on boundary. Stewart maybe just trying to control his natural instincts to smack it there or over there. On the back foot, just nudges it to Billy Root at cover. There's no run. Slip in. Short leg as well for Kellaway. Full toss by Kellaway. And Grant Stewart doesn't perhaps get full value for that. That's just bumped it up towards Hassan at long on. Single taken. Come in, Zane, they say. All is forgiven. It's a mid-off Harry Finch. Not expecting quite such explosiveness from him. 295 for 5 then Kent. 327 Morgan made in their first innings. So Finch back to the bowler. Talking before tea. Surely Kent have to make that at the very least to match that. To keep this game going. The going concern. Kellaway to Finch would have anything to bowl at. Try picks this one up as Finch not quite the middle of the bat, but ends up with the short leg. Rates +4, is it? Is that right? It's nudged into the onside, and there's a single.
That's what it says on the board. Green is 4.
Yeah. And yet 30 overs remaining at 4:30.
Around about 6:25ish.
Yeah. So they're bowling 4 overs faster than par, and yet it'll be half an hour after 6. Anyway, I'm confused. Not for the first time. There's probably a very good reason for that. It's defended by Stewart into the onside, and there is no run. Finch 53, Stewart has 18 so far. The lead at 124 now.
Kellaway doing a few stretches as he finished that over. He's a weary boy. He'll sleep well tonight. 296 for 5.
He's just stretching the lower back there, isn't he?
As that'll be Leonard to continue from this Cathedral Road end here on BBC Sport Online. Oil Oracle on X is really impressed with Ul Hassan. Might have found our genuine all-rounder if we could pick him and Douthwaite. We'd significantly improve the batting lineup without weakening the bowling too much. As Leonard is on his way in and bowls, and off the inside part of the bat, Finch plays it down to square leg, single taken, 297 for 5, 125 ahead. Ul Hassan probably needs to get his average of 26 up. 6-7 runs. Since he contributes the bowling effort as well, probably a batting average of 32-33 would be okay as an opener. As that's off the inside edge of Stewart's bat down towards fine leg. It is stopped by Billy Root down at the river end, but Stewart was lucky to get away with that one, didn't know much about it. He moves to 19, to 98 for 5.
Yeah, got a bit of luck there, didn't he? Kent will need that as well as concentration and fortitude to get themselves through this tricky last session on the third day.
Leonard chasing his way into bowl. Finch covering up and defending. Leonard seems to be putting considerable oomph into this. Tearing in. Talking about back spasms, Steve West, Cardiff says, I've had back spasms for 20 years. I feel your pain, sir. Best medicine is watching cricket. Thank you, Steve. 298 for 5. As Leonard, fairly gloomy conditions, is on his way in. Pulled by Finch, out towards square leg, just about stopped on the boundary by Gorvin. He's taken over some of the sub-fielding duties from Byram in the absence of Van der Hoogten all day. Horton has kept wicket since about 11:30 with Cook off the field. 2-9-9 for 5, an impressive second innings resistance from Kent, whatever happens now really. The lead 1-2-7. Leonard in bowls, Stewart plays to cover, Finch does the fielding, and there is no run.
Sorry, yeah, you can almost... The narrative of this game is exactly that, isn't it? They've made a good fist of the second innings, but the collapse in the first may well cost them a defeat here at Glamorgan. But it's not the first time it's happened for Kent either.
The rueful voice of Matt Cole.
I'm not calling the game off just yet.
As Leonard in, punch towards point by Stewart, tumbling half stop. And they'll go through for a single. 300 up for Kent. The lead is 128, and we have 29 overs left tonight. In fact, were you still on the applause for the 300? Were you still on football duties when Kent won their matches early in the season?
I was indeed.
So you haven't actually called the Kent Championship win?
No.
Yeah.
No. I've seen a number of defeats. I wasn't responsible for all of those. Well, I wasn't responsible for any of them, but yeah. It's been a difficult summer for all concerned with Kent with the county championship. But at least some excitement in the blast. There we are, consolations. So Kellaway bowls to Stewart. It's on the full. He slammed that out towards wide mid-off, but doesn't actually get all of it. It's a good stop as well. Throw from the floor there. Is that Ned Leonard just scooping it back?
I think so.
Yeah, it's great fielding, at least to keep them to 1. 301 for 5. Finch has 55, Stewart 21. Finch the highest scorer for Kent across the 2 innings so far. Reaches down and pushes that one back up the pitch, and there's no run. So yeah, you take the wins where you get them, where you can get them, I think, from that point of view.
Well, the T20 is the one that gets bottoms on seats.
Well, that's true enough. Kellaway to Finch. He's dragged that down a little bit as Kellaway, and Finch pulls that away past the man at short leg. Ace a try and 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. He's on to 59. I was going to point out before we started actually that we're 102 and a half overs into this innings. There will be an element of fatigue for the Glamorgan bowlers without Tim van der Hoogten, the other 6 that have been used, and Ben Kellaway's into his 31st over.
Yeah, Kellaway's starting to look a little bit tired, isn't he? They've been a full toss and a long op in this over, to be honest.
So 59 for Finch as he faces. That's another full toss, and that's dealt with by Finch. It's not dealt with by Finch. Well, he's got a single, and it's safe out to Andy Gorvin, the offside. Yeah, he definitely missed out on that, didn't he? There we go. But maybe a surprise ball as well. But
moon ball.
Yeah. Consistency, as you say, from Ben Kellaway, just perhaps starting to go a little bit. Bowls now. That's a better delivery. Oh, and Stewart almost made that look very good. He took pace off there, Kellaway. It's bounced down towards him, and I haven't seen a replay of that, but it's Kellaway now to Stewart on the back foot. It's beaten him again. It's kept low outside the off stump. It's the end of the over, and Grant Stewart will be all too pleased with that. Those last 2 deliveries. The first one was really slow, but challenged Stewart. The next one zipped past him outside the off stump, maybe a little bit low. Stewart, well, every reason, I suppose, with Stewart facing to keep Kellaway on. He seems to have him on toast at the moment.
Yeah, as long as he's not wearing too much, because that was a real mixed bag of an over from Ben Kellaway. A couple of quite poor balls, and then a couple that beat the bat, and he's just shut his cap down in utter frustration, Ben Kellaway, as he walks back. He's suffering actually with a bit of a problem with the lower back by the look
you
of
can
it.
see him just feeling the lower back there, and
And if he were to have to go off as well, I think Glamorgan really would be struggling for bowling resources. As Ned Leonard is on his way in and bowls, and that's driven on the onside by Finch, and guess what, it's Kellaway who has to do the fielding. He did bowl 38 overs in the last championship game a few weeks back in the second innings against Gloucestershire, but obviously these are still new disciplines for a 21-year-old guy who was batting longer than anyone else as well for Glamorgan.
yeah, just Kieran Carlson just had a quick word with him there. I wonder if that was to say, are you all right? Can you carry on?
Leonard into bowl, and that's punch back past, and it's beaten the dive of Fernando, and it will run towards the boundary, and it's a furiously tumbling stop by Carlson. There were fielders all over the place. How many did they run? I wonder.
3, I think.
There was a dive by Fernando at mid-on, Carlson chasing back from mid-off, and he's taken a bit of a knock as he thudded into the boundary boards for the sponsors in front of the sight screen, and all for the sake of saving one run. 309 for 5. The lead is 137, and Leonard is into bowl, a short ball that's down the leg side, and Stewart threw the kitchen sink at it and didn't make any contact.
Yeah, he's going at the strike rates at 50 for Grant Stewart, 21 off 45 or below 50. That's not the way he operates normally. If he's in 45 balls, you normally get pretty much 45 runs out of him. But yeah, he's finding it difficult out there, and Morgan making it tough for him as well. I believe that the way that Ben Kellaway is stretching and re-stretching his back, going to keep him on for another over.
Leonard bowls short, pulled away and towards the grandstand and into the grandstand. 6 more for Grant Stewart as he latched onto that short ball. It was just going towards the leg side, and well executed hook pull shot down to square leg for 6.
I wondered if Andy Gorvin was in play there for a second. That's the track of the ball, but
it's ended up about 15 rows back, so probably not.
No, he's not the tallest on the field, and he's certainly not 25 feet tall. So I didn't realise he'd gone that far back. That was a clunk
into the shut area of the grandstand. It's just the first 8 or so rows are open for championship matches on that side of the ground.
Yeah, so he's not lost the ball, but just took a while to retrieve it. Umpire Watts looks at it. Oh, hello.
Some excitement down below.
Yep, went for 6, sir.
3:15 for 5. Leonard in, bowls slapped away on the offside, and that's beaten backward point, and it'll run away for 4 more for Grant Stewart, who's going on the counter-attack now. Very firmly played. Might have been in the air for a while, I think, that one, but beat the diving fielder there, and it's gone away for 4. 3:19 for 5. The lead is 147, and all of a sudden a 200 lead looks very achievable for Kent, despite having been 172 behind on first innings. So Leonard bowls, nice full length delivery, driven by Stewart to cover 13 runs off the Leonard over. He now has 1 for 52 off 13. No van der Hoogten on the field today, and it could be a long old haul for Glamorgan in their efforts to dismiss Kent, and who knows, they might face a very tricky chase at some point tomorrow.
I was mentioning earlier about Grant Stewart having hit the highest score by Kent number 8, 182 earlier in the piece. And thank you for Liam for sending this through. So it's an historic list of highest score in each batting position for Kent. And there are some names there, it has to be said. Frank Woolley's in there, Bill Ashdown's in there, Arthur Fielder, in fact, at number 11. Numbers 8, 9 and 10, you never guess who they belong to. They're all to Grant Stewart, and they're all centuries. 182 against Gloucestershire earlier in the season, 130 against Lancashire earlier this season, and 103 against Middlesex in a pink ball game a few years ago. But it's a change of bowling at the River Taff end. It's Kieran Carlson, and very nearly, Ben Kellaway has gone off, by the way. More importantly than all that, I do apologise, looking down at my computer for those Grant Stewart stats. Ben Kellaway is off the field. Does that mean Eddie Byram's on again? There'll be 3 subs on though for Glamorgan as Carlson bowls to Finch and just gently plays it back at the bowler. It is indeed Eddie Byram now at mid-wicket. Andy Gorvin is boundary rider on the offside. There's one on the leg side as well. Slipping a short leg in as Carlson bowls to Finch. Looks to play out the offside. Well, Carlson's come on, and I have to say the volume has been turned up. You've done something with the microphone there, Nick. Have they been on mute? Oh, indeed. 3:19 for 5. Bowling change, trying to get some momentum. Glamorgan here towards another wicket. Back foot for Harry Finch, just punches that up to mid-on. No run.
Yeah, Carlson, after the emergence of Kellaway and with Bashir for the first 3 matches as well, Carlson has bowled very little and hasn't taken the wicket.
Over the wicket comes Carlson. It's a great drive off the back foot and equally well fielded by Billy Root at cover. So keeping this 5 dot balls, Kieran Carlson now to Finch. Should we look for the single there? He might look for it. It's not going to happen. Catch it, they shout at Ace a try as the ball bumps along the ground next to him. End of the over. It's a maiden to start.
Yeah, Carlson last season, when he did bowl a bit more regularly, took 10 wickets at 58.9. In terms of his success, he's, I think, had most success in the One Day Cup as a bowler, which seems to suit him. Just does enough with the batters needing to come at him. 3:19 for 5. It's quite darkish. And if Fernando were hurling them down, the umpires might feel inclined to look at their light meters. Leonard is not a slow bowler by any means, and it is he who is charging in from this Cathedral Road end and bowling to Stewart on 31 not out, and Stewart on the defensive to cover.
I mean, here you can quite clearly see the lighthouse at Penarth from here, can't you? I think just going circulating. So I presume it's very gloomy across Cardiff Bay there.
It's probably Cardiff Council trying out a new concert venue, I expect. Everywhere else in the city seems to be news for them.
I'm not going to make any comment on that because I don't know which side I'd be on next.
3:19 for 5 as Leonard bowls, and that one's just hit the bottom edge and dribbled back past the stumps to Alex Horton. Well, riding his luck is Grant Stewart, but he's still there on 31 not out.
Just getting news actually, it's not Penarth that we can see, it's Milford Haven, so it's goodness me, it really must be dark across the coast, around the coast of Wales. They have to come off.
Leonard into Grant Stewart, 31 not out, and he's slashed that one off an edge down towards third man. There were shouts of catch. Horton didn't go for it, so it wasn't within his range, but that's what you get when you get no slips. There's no one to catch them. 35 to Stewart. 3-2-3 for 5. Kent's lead goes past 150 with that shot. He could be 250 ahead at stumps.
Current with the bowler, but tough to bowl at, and this field to bowl to, I'd suggest, for Ned Leonard with Stewart on strike.
Leonard bowls, Stewart plays that one to cover. Tribe fields, and there's no run. This game could literally go any way, couldn't it? Could be a relatively modest chase for Glamorgan, still below 200. It could be a Kent declaration at lunchtime tomorrow and looking to give themselves 60 overs to bowl Glamorgan out.
Crikey, I thought I was an optimist, Nick. There we go.
Well, it's a strange old contest, this one.
Yeah, fair play, yeah.
As that's short, pulled, just over mid-wicket by Stewart. The infielder there had a real go at it, Eddie Byram, but he'd hit that one firmly enough, Stewart. That was see-ball, hit ball, biffed away through mid-wicket for 4.
Glamorgan have ostensibly got what they wanted, which is Grant Stewart on strike.
He's playing shots and he's scoring lots of runs at the moment. 2 boundaries in this over.
But to be fair to Glamorgan, it may be they feel that him risking this is the shortest line to a wicket for them.
5 saving the single, 4 out, and the deep. Fernando is flexing as if he's going to have another bowl fairly soon. Leonard bowls and steered away by Stewart reasonably defensively for once. 39 to him, 63 to Harry Finch. Kent 327 for 5. You're on BBC Sport Online. Matt Cole, Nick Webb, David Pritchard will be back for another blast fairly shortly. And the game swinging towards the draw, or even towards Kent.
Yeah, the lead is exactly 155. Kent making exactly what Glamorgan made in the first innings so far, but for 5 wickets, 327 for 5. Finch on 63, Stewart has 39, and Carlson bowling to Finch. This partnership at 62 between these two, so done reasonably well. Short leg and a slip still in. Onto the back foot goes Harry Finch, and propels it into the onside. Eddie Byram, one of the 3 subfielders for Glamorgan, holds it. He has been a tale of injuries during this match. It's for Kent and for Glamorgan. There's bat and pad forward there, Finch. It's an optimistic shout, or was it just the excitement? It might have been that the bat was near the pad, which was near the ball, albeit Finch isn't the tallest man, so his stride forward might not seem quite as exaggerated to the spinner. So Carlson, quicker delivery, dead batted by Finch on the dot ball. 2 to come then from Kieran Carlson. Finch drives that one gently up to a mid-on as either Fernando fields. Sorry, it's Sam there. It's either Fernando is stretching out the hamstrings. Backward square leg, hopping on one leg now, getting the balance going, the ankles flexed up. Defended by Finch, end of the over. Sri Lankan now does his high kicking routine. Auditioning for a chorus line there. 327 for 5, it stays, maiden over.
Yep, Kieran Carlson sent down a couple of maidens to start off with. And
returning to bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Asitha Fernando.
it is the Sri Lankan, as confirmed by Higgers on the PA. But this partnership now worth 62 for the 6th wicket. Shouldn't really be flourishing because Stewart has dropped at slip off Kellaway on 1. Chris Drew emails glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk. Can I point out that Zane's bowling average almost reached 100 earlier this season. He's now got it down below 60. Still like more runs from him, but he keeps it tight and has turned himself into a useful stock bowler. Well, Hassan, when he joined the county in the second 11, was batting 5, 6, 7 and bowling in maybe first change. Fernando in to bowl. That one came out rather oddly. Rather slowly, in fact, and went through outside off stump. So 3, 2, 7 for 5. 2 wickets in the morning session, 2 in the afternoon, none at all in the half hour since tea. Sound of an excitable dog somewhere. Don't think they're allowed in the ground, so must be just outside. Fernando in bowls, and Stewart plays it comfortably through the offside for a single. Colin Ingram doing the fielding. I'd like to see Colin Ingram have an over or two, to be honest. Possibility of his leg spin making something happen. And leg spinners are fun to watch because something's always liable to happen, whether it's runs or wickets. 3, 2, 8 for 5. Kent fighting back strongly. Really, ever since the lunch interval yesterday, when they were well behind the proverbial 8 ball. A couple of strong sessions yesterday, and today's more or less belonged to them. Fernando bowls. Carlson gets even more excited at mid-on, appealing for a catch that bowler and wicket-keeper did not. Finch trying to swing away down the leg side, well taken by sub-keeper Horton. So Glamorgan are 3 men down. Chris Cook, Tim van der Hoogten and Ben Kellaway all off the field. As Fernando bowls down leg side again. Slightly erratic come back to the attack from Asitha Fernando. Not the tallest for a fast bowler, around the 5'10" mark, and broad across the shoulders. He's stomping away at his footmarks now. Surprised Mr. Watts lets him be that vigorous. And Kieran Carlson is joining in, trying to maybe flatten a little bit of surface. There's a bit of dust coming up. Carlson is now satisfied. Fernando has the ball back and will run away from us, and this is 20th over yet to get in the wickets column, and Finch is on the defensive. Finch 63 off 121 balls, so just better than a run every other ball, and slightly faster than some of his earlier colleagues, to be honest, because Compton and Benjamin were both pretty restrained in their scoring rates. 63 to Stewart, 4 as to Finch, 40 to Stewart, 38 Tenley, 48 Compton, 46 Benjamin, 49 Emerson. Bit of a pattern. Did that touch something on the way through down the leg side? I thought I heard a little nick on that one. Yeah, it did hit something. It's given us a run, I think. And did Horton get a glove on that one down leg side? Didn't quite carry, I don't think. Maybe it would have been on the half volley had he managed to get his paw underneath it, but he didn't. 64 to Finch, 329 for 5. Lead 157. David Pritchard back on commentary.
Yeah, thanks, Nick. It's a question of who's grinding down who here. We thought it was Glamorgan for the majority of the day, keeping the scoring down, frustrating Kent, putting themselves in a winning position, but Kent have fought back very strongly. as Carlson continues from the river end. And Finch is down the ground and hitting it back over the captain's head for 4. An aggressive stroke from Harry Finch. And Kent, relative to their earlier sedate scoring, motoring along.
Yeah, it's the first shot in anger they've tried off Carlson, who started with 2 maidens after replacing Ben Kellaway. Zain Holzhan has the delights of find the ball underneath the Hoffer cover. It's a fun game, I would say, for all the family, but it's really usually for players and ground staff at Sophia Gardens. They found it. Holzhan lobs it to Leonard, who will lob it back to Carlson. 3:33 for 5. Treble Nelson on the board.
Yeah, Finch now on to 68. And this partnership is worth 68 runs between Finch and Stewart. Very handy runs at this stage in the game. Here comes Carlson with his off spin over the wicket. Finch is back defending for no run. Yeah, despite these fairly placid conditions, if Kent can get past 200, you'd think there's a game on. As Carlson is in once more to Finch, who drives off the back foot, and in fact he's been caught and bowled. Carlson takes the return catch. He can't quite believe that it landed right in his lap. Finch can't believe it either. A gifted wicket from Kent's top scorer. He goes for 68 and Kent 333 for 6.
It was just scooped back to him like someone trying to give a child a catch on the beach, wasn't it? Couldn't have made it easier for Carlson if he'd tried. It popped a little bit. Carlson just shuffling a couple of steps to his right and a big grin all over the captain's face. And excellent effort from Harry Finch. He's soaked up 125 deliveries. And he's pushed Kent into a useful lead, 3-3 for 6. Now it'll be interesting to see whether we see when the tail enders appear, or possibly a hobbling Joe Denley, possibly with a mate as well. But we're not seeing anyone as yet coming down the pavilion steps.
Yeah, before tea he was still in his training gear while Wes Agar was in his whites.
Yeah, that's probably it then.
So we haven't seen any pictures of the pavilion since the tea interval, but yeah, we'll wait and see on that front. But yeah, I think that caught a few of us by surprise, that Finch dismissal. The trajectory of the ball, I almost assumed he'd hit it into the ground. It looped up, and then Carlson, as you say, grinning like a Cheshire cat, took the return catch. Bit of a bonus wicket, that.
Well, every time you think Kent are getting towards safety, or even towards a position where they might think about a declaration, a wicket falls. They haven't gone bang bang at any point today, but Glamorgan keep chipping away. So Parkinson is moving up one in the charts from 9 to 8 in this week's top 10 of Kent batters. He was out first ball in the first innings, bowled by Tim van der Hoogten, who is not part of proceedings today.
Parkinson makes his way to the middle, where he'll be met by Grant Stewart, who's on 40 from 56 deliveries. A brisk innings from Stewart so far, including 2 sixes. Kent's lead stands at 161. And we still wait to see whether they will bat with 11. So as Parkinson takes his guard, he will have 2 slips and a short leg to contend with as Carlson comes in and aborts his run-up. There's something wrong with the crease there, and he'll start again. The Glamorgan captain, who dismissed Harry Finch with his previous delivery. Here he comes skipping in from the river end, and Parkinson defends his first ball.
Kent listeners will be delighted to hear that it's one of Zach Crawley's good days. He's 74 not out, England 139 for naught in the test.
Carlson is in, and Parkinson defends on the back foot this time.
That after India were dismissed for 358 with Ben Stokes getting a 5 for.
Carlson is in again, and Parkinson edges, but I'm not sure if that carried or not. Ingram's got his back to us at first slip. There are hands on heads. Be interesting to see if that carried on the replay. But Carlson doing damage in that over. The Glamorgan skipper removing Kent's top scorer Harry Finch for 68, caught and bowled at the end of the 109th over. Kent are 333 for 6, a lead of 161.
And Glamorgan, if they don't lose this match, may well move ahead of Derbyshire anyway, and second in the table, because Derbyshire are 73 for 3 in their second innings, needing a further 373 to beat the leaders Leicestershire. Lloyd for 11, came for 4, and Madsen 6, all going cheaply. Caleb Jewell, the Australian, is 34 not out. Fernando feeling he's due a wicket. It's bowled well enough to deserve one, and he's in to bowl up in the block hole. Stewart drives to mid-on. Now that's interesting, because there were singles available all around the ground. Glamorgan wanted to bowl at Parkinson. Stewart was offered a single and he took it, which you don't often see off the first ball of an over. So the two teams were entirely different pages tactically there.
Yeah, quite. Stewart clearly trusts Parkinson.
As he's still on a pair. And the field converges with a slip, a gully and a short leg for Fernando, bowling to Matt Parkinson, and bowls him. So it is a pair for Parkinson, maybe a touch of inside edge, but it's shot through him anyway, and Kent lose their 7th wicket. They're 334 for 7, and Glamorgan sensing the door is open now. That's a decent ball from Fernando, to be fair. I don't think there was an inside edge. It's come back in with the natural angle, but it's also moved a bit off the pitch as well to clip off stump, and that would have dismissed quite a few top order batsmen as well as a lower order one. So wickets in successive overs for the home side. 334 for 7. The lead is 162. And Kent may well be called upon to make a decision whether Denley bats or not this evening.
Yes, some delivery that from Fernando. More movement, more seam movement, it looked like, than we've seen all day pretty much. That jagged back in quite significantly to knock the top of off stump. It looks like Wes Agar, the powerfully built Australian, is the next man in as he makes his way down the steps from the pavilion.
So Grant Stewart taking the single off the first ball of the over, and really wasn't justified, his tactics there, because Parkinson fell to the very next delivery. So Glamorgan now have another chance to bowl at the tail enders. I mean, it's not great light, and I wouldn't be entirely surprised if the umpires thought about the light and took a reading at some point, but not quite yet. And Glamorgan will be very keen to get on with proceedings and bowl against the 10 and jack effectively, although Agar's batting at 9 now, with Joe Denley not yet part of proceedings in this innings. There have been follow-ons in the other two matches in Division 2. Gloucestershire a 58 for naught in their second innings at Cheltenham, still 118 behind Lancashire, who are Glamorgan's next opponents. Fernando is in to bowl to Agar, who drives through the offside, possibly for 4 runs. It's being chased down and kept in field by Ul Hassan. Harris puts in the throw as the supporting player, and Agar is off the mark with 3 first ball. 3-3-7 for 7. Fascinating battle this, and well, maybe Kent would fancy a chance to bowl tonight and get into the Glamorgan openers in these rather gloomy conditions.
Yeah, always difficult to navigate those tricky spells at the end of a day. Fernando
In to bowl to Stewart, again is being offered the single, and again he takes it. So 5 off the over and the wicket, and all the fielders coming in for Wes Agar on strike. It's not very often that you see a player being offered a strike early in the over and the established batter taking it quite as willingly. Well, there's 2 balls left now at the end of the over for Agar to negotiate, but obviously Stewart has no qualms about exposing the lower order batters. Wickets really shared round by Glamorgan. Only Kellaway has more than one after his marathon spell, and he's off the field. Fernando bowls a short pitch ball that Agar really looks uncomfortable about. It followed him, and in the end he played it well, but with one hand off the bat, and was slightly fortunate there. That could have gone anywhere.
I think he'll remember that one, won't he? Where's Agar? And if he comes to bowl to Fernando later, there might be a similar delivery.
If Fernando has to bat for Glamorgan, then Kent are likely victors, I'm afraid. Fernando into Agar at 3-3-8 for 7, and he's defended that one rather more competently up to mid-on. 3-3-8 for 7. Kent lead by 166 with 2 or 3 wickets in hand. We don't know whether Denley is planning to emerge.
Well, if you're looking for tail end stands, whenever I hear the surname Agar, I think of his brother Ashton and his 90-odd as a night watchman for Australia against England. Yeah, he looked competent dealing with that last delivery from from Fernando. Stewart at the other end, of course, 42 is his score. He'll face the first delivery of Carlson's latest over, and the field is well and truly spread for the man wearing 9 for Kent. Here comes Carlson. He's in, and Stewart just dabs that to short mid-on for no run. And here is Carlson again, twirling the ball in his hands. Bowling to Stewart, who defends on the back foot. Looked a little uncomfortable against the spin of Ben Kellaway earlier, but has dealt with Carlson effectively so far. And here comes the Glamorgan skipper again. A shorter delivery, which Stewart sweeps down to fine leg. Fernando will do the fielding. Stewart wants a second, but is warned off by Agar, who will have the strike. As the field comes in once again, just the one boundary rider, looks like, in front of square on the leg side. 2 slips and a short leg. for the big Australian, who faces up to Carlson, who comes in over the wicket. And is edged and taken at first slip. Colin Ingram takes the catch. Glamorgan skipper Kieran Carlson has his second wicket. Wes Agar has to depart for 3. And Kent are now 339 for 8.
Well, Carlson has been effective, hasn't he? 2 for 5, his first 2 wickets of the season. And Kent, having resisted so stoutly for so long, as I suppose you might expect from the lower order, for the first time today, Glamorgan have gone bang, bang, bang with wickets in the 109th, 110th and 111th over. So Quinn will presumably come in next, and then we'll see if Denley emerges or not.
And just watching the replay, it was a smart catch from Ingram. Had to react quickly, moving to his left. And if Carlson was a touch fortunate to get a looping return catch from Finch for his first wicket, that is a bona fide proper wicket. Getting the outside edge of Wes Agar's bat, who was maybe playing for a bit more spin than materialised. And quite a swift edge, well taken by Ingram at first slip. So it will be Quinn next to make his way a little less stridently than Agar.
Negotiating those pavilion steps quite carefully. Quite a lot of steps to come down at Glamorgan. You have to come down from the dressing room inside one flight of stairs and then down the concrete steps as well. Not quite as awkward as it has been at St Helens, where the concrete steps were slightly older and possibly slightly less square.
Longer way down there as well.
Yes, I'd been clutching on the handrails all the way down, I think, if I'd ever played at St Helens. Unfortunately, I haven't had that pleasure, albeit watching and working there on many an occasion.
So, Matt Quinn will face the 5th ball of this Carlson's 4th over. Morgan skipper has 2 for 5 so far. Mighty impressive stuff from the Glamorgan captain, who we haven't seen bowl much this season at all. And he's in over the wicket. 2 slips, a short leg. As Quinn plays and misses. And Horton takes off the bails. One more ball for Quinn to navigate before Stewart can get back on strike, as Carlson is in. Quinn is forward defending for no run. That is the end of the 111th over, a 3rd Glamorgan over in succession to yield a wicket. Kent 339 for 8, leading by 167.
And that could be effectively 9 wickets if Denley does not emerge. But if Quinn is the man out, you'd have thought, if at all possible, it would be worth Joe Denley just standing at one end and letting Stewart have a swing of the bat for a couple of overs. 339 for 8. Applause for Carlson from the crowd down beneath us as he retreats towards long off. There is no one saving the single. Only cover is halfway back. That's down leg side from Fernando. Stewart makes no contact. And you wonder whether it's really worth putting everyone back, but that's the way that Carlson has gone.
I do wonder this when you've got the more set batsman palette.
You're effectively not trying to get him out either, are you?
Yeah, and it's, with respect to Grant Stewart, very good all-rounder, but it's not like it's impossible to dismiss him.
Fernando in, bowls. Stewart plays it along the ground towards Tribe at wide cover. No run. Trying to work out what those red flashes at the bottom of Tribe's trousers are.
Those are pads, I believe.
That's the bottom bit of the fielding pad, is it?
Yeah, I saw him taking them off earlier to bowl, and they are his. So I think he's been at short leg. And I wondered, why are they red? But then I thought, I guess the squad numbers and the sponsors are in red. So
yeah,
be my best guess.
Okay. Fernando bowls. Stewart drives into the offside. Long single available. Single turned down. Third ball of the over. Now, is this the tipping point? It is in a lot of these cat and mouse situations where the established batter is happy to take one off the fourth ball.
Well, he's played stick or twist twice, Stewart, and he's got his twists wrong on both occasions. Parkinson and Agar not lasting very long, so he's going to take matters into his own hands.
3-3-9 for 8, lead 1-6-7. Fernando's into bowl. Yep, it's ball 4. It's the single taken out to Carlson at wide long off. Had some distance to make, but they didn't really attempt to come back for the second. So Matt Quinn, the number 11 in normal circumstances, number 10 at the moment, in the absence of Denley through injury. Glamorgan, 3 men down through injury. We'll check on those, and I'll try and work it into an amended version of the BBC online report later on. Fernando then has got 2 balls potentially in this over, and there are 2 slips, a gully, a leg slip and a short leg as he bowls to last man Quinn. A short delivery that Quinn is able to wander out of the way of. 1 delivery left in the over. The vultures gather around the bat for Kent tailender Matt Quinn, who may or may not be their last man. I see someone in whites on the balcony. So Joe Denley may be willing to give it a go. 1-6-8 is the Kent lead. Fernando in, bowls and beats Quinn's defensive prod, but doesn't find the edge or the stumps. 340 for 8 at the end of the over. 1-6-8 ahead, and that one did not go over the top of middle and off by a very long way. Fernando 1 for 68. He's gone for 3 and over. Probably deserves more than that, and that looks as though Joe Denley's going to come in.
Is he there? I couldn't
Well,
see
there's
him
someone
there.
padded up. Can't be
Maybe
anyone.
it's his runner.
Yeah, actually that looked more like Everson, so there was definitely someone padded up, which presumably means that Denley is going to bat.
Well, Carlson's going to continue from the River Taff end, and it's Grant Stewart on strike, and he slaps that past Carlson back over his head and all the way for 6, and that is some way to bring up your half-century. Grant Stewart reaching a very valuable 50 for Kent off 66 balls, and doing so with his 3rd 6 of this innings.
Yeah, by some distance the quickest half-century of the match.
Here's Carlson again. Stewart swings hard, this time over mid-wicket, and the result is the same. Another towering 6 from Grant Stewart, and that brings up Kent's 350. They're 352 for 8, and the lead is now up to 180.
3 4s, 3 6s in his 50. That's a 4th 6 for him.
Struck that very sweetly. his second 6. That's a long boundary that way. Carlson comes around the wicket to counter that, but Stewart goes after him once again. It's in the air. Mid-on is looking over his shoulder because that has gone towards the sight screen for a third 6 from 3 deliveries in Carlson's over. Are we entering Malcolm Nash and Garfield Sobers territory here? Kieran Carlson wouldn't be the first Glamorgan bowler to go for 6 sixes. Grant Stewart is halfway there. Carlson will continue around the wicket to Stewart. This time it's kind of yorked him.
Nearly.
A couple of laughs and boos in the crowd who sensed a moment history was in the offing, but Stewart turns down the single on offer, and Carlson can rest easily that he won't be joining Malcolm Nash in the history books as he's in around the wicket again. And Stewart tries to sweep this but looks to hit the pad, and there's an appeal which is turned down, and it might have come off the bat because no leg byes are singled as Stewart crosses for a single.
Lead 187. Looks like a 200-ish chase. Kent now in the game to some extent.
Matt Quinn has 1 ball to face in this over as the field comes in. 2 slips and a short leg. He's forward. Is there an edge there? Yes, there is. He's given. Matt Quinn is out. Kent lose their 9th wicket on 359. Their lead 187. Now, will we see Joe Denley reappear with a runner? The fact that the players are staying out in the middle would suggest that's a possibility, but Grant Stewart is walking in the direction of the pavilion. Whether that's to chat to Denley or to make his way to the pavilion, we wait to find out.
Billy Root was the catcher, by the way, in second slip, as the details of Stewart's half century are announced. He's had another couple of 6s since then. 20 added for that wicket without Quinn contributing. Wickets falling in the 109th, 110th, 111th, 113th over.
And here comes Joe Denley walking down the steps. So Kent 359 for 9. Joe Denley will bat in the second innings with the aid of a runner.
The incoming batter for Kent is Joe Denley, with Joey Ederson as his runner.
1 Joe is better than 2. 2 Joes are better than 1, rather. Joey Everson accompanying Joe Denley, because Denley certainly couldn't do much running on his own, albeit you have to in test matches. 359 for 9, lead 187. And, well, Zainul Hassan and Mesa Tribe might be looking round rather concernedly at the moment, because they could have as many as 15 overs to face tonight, and it is quite dark.
Yes, and although Joe Denley is walking at this stage and only walking to the crease, it is at a fairly comfortable rate. I'm not suggesting he's capable of running by any means, but he's not exactly hopping around in the crease like Rishabh Pant was earlier today playing for India.
359 for 9. Stewart is on strike at the start of a new Fernando over as he's in to bowl, and Stewart plays it down to third man. No run is taken. So basically Glamorgan are treating Denley like one of the tail enders that they want to bowl at the injured man. And that might be a questionable decision, because Denley's movement presumably will be considerably restricted, but he might be able to do better than the last 3 who've mustered 3 runs between them. And in fact, Kent listeners, cover your ears, Parkinson, Agar and Quinn have managed 1 scoring shot between them in 2 innings. 3 for Agar. Fernando in bowls a full toss that Stewart slightly surprised by. Just bunts out gently towards mid-wicket. Is that Ben Kellaway back on the field? Mid-wicket? Looks like him. 3, 5, 9 for 9. It is. So Kellaway is back with us, having gone off only about 9 overs ago. Presumably some sort of pain-killing effort for his back. As Fernando bowls, Stewart carves at it and misses outside off stump.
Yeah, strange situation for Joe Denley. Seasoned batter, England international, but we best keep you away from the strike.
Stewart not quite throwing the bats to the same degree as he did against Carlson as yet. The field, third man, deep backward point, cover point on the boundary, deep cover 15 metres in from the boundary, long off, long on, mid-wicket, square leg, fine leg, all on the boundary. Fernando bowls, it hits Stewart on the pad. They'll go through for a leg by as Alex Horton, the sub-keeper, picks up from close to the umpire. 360 for 9. The lead is 188. And the Glamorgan field converges for the stricken Denley, who takes guard from umpire Watts, and will face up to a field that is mostly single saving. There's a slip, there's a deep square leg, actually there's 3 on the boundary, deep fine leg and deep point, 5 saving the single. I miscounted one of the fielders as a batter, as that is through outside off stump. Denley plays no shot and hobbles away from the wicket, so Everson is standing out at square leg, the runner. Umpire Baldwin is standing at point. Tribe will move in towards short leg for the final ball of the over. This is more cat and mouse stuff. Carlson says to umpire Watts, this ball is a bit rubbish, isn't it? Umpire Watts says, that's the only one you've got to bowl with, mate, so get on with it. 360 for 9. Joe Denley facing up to his second ball, a short leg and a slip. And that's a good stop by Alex Horton as it flicked the pad, went down the leg side, but it's a dot ball. 360 for 9. Now, will Carlson risk himself again against Grant Stewart, who clobbered him for 3 straight sixes?
Returning to
No.
Ned Leonard.
Yeah, that's sensible enough. That is sensible enough from Kieran Carlson, to discretion being the better part of valour, and or all that another 20 runs or so off one over could get the lead well over 200.
Inviting Grant Stewart to pick on somebody his own size by bringing Ned Leonard back into the attack.
No Van der Hoogten stay on the field for Glamorgan because of what we thought was a foot injury yesterday. He did re-emerge, so he didn't bother to check it. Mea culpa. Kellaway back on after what looked like a sore back.
So another extremely spread field for Grant Stewart as Ned Leonard runs in from the River Taff end over the wicket. Just back of a length, Stewart gives it a big heave and it bounces just short of long on.
Thought that one was going to carry for a moment. Fielder looked decidedly interested.
Yeah, Zainul Hassan back there looked like he was steadying himself for the catch, but it landed a couple of feet in front of him. I think we can see more of the same here. Stewart looks like he's winding up for a big baseball swing from Ned Leonard, who comes in off a long run up, and Stewart does indeed swing hard. Al Hassan's coming in again. Did that carry? Not quite. No, I think there would have been a few more celebrations had he carried, but he did very well to field it. Yeah, with this gloom, hard to pick up the ball up here, so he did well to track that ball as it landed on the kind of half volley for the long on fielder. Stewart turning down the chance of a single on both occasions. Here is Leonard once again. Stewart steps away onto the leg side, makes some room for himself. Al Hassan's under this and takes the catch this time. Grant Stewart went for one heave too many. Kent's second innings is at an end. They're all out for 360, a lead of 188. Now Glamorgan have to navigate what could be a difficult final spell of the day with a batter.
So the victory target will be 189. Leonard finishes with 2 for 60, Fernando 1 for 68, 3 wickets for Kieran Carlson, 2 for Ben Kellaway. Glamorgan will need 189 for victory, and they will have possibly 14 overs to negotiate tonight if the light holds. We will take a brief break and be back with you in a few minutes' time.
That's a good game though, isn't it?
I've got some latest scores from around the country, which I'll give you after I've given you the Glamorgan bowling figures. So, for those of you who like to keep your score sheets up to date, get ready. So Ken, 360 all out. Joe Denny was unbeaten on naught in that total. 23 extras comprising 8 byes, 6 leg byes, 3 wides and 6 no balls. Here are the Glamorgan bowling figures. Tim van der Hooven 6.4 overs, 3 maidens, 0 for 23. Asita Fernando 23 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 68. Ben Kellaway 31.2 overs, 7 maidens, 2 for 83. James Harris 17 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 53. Ned Leonard 14.3 overs, no maidens, 2 for 60. Zainul Hassan 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 21. Asa tried 3 overs, no maidens, 0 for 14. And Kieran Carlson 5 overs, 2 maidens, 3 for 24. scores from elsewhere, starting at Old Trafford, where India, if you remember, were dismissed earlier today. For 358, England currently after 33 overs, 175 for 1. Zach Crawley just out for 84, Ben Duckett is unbeaten on 83. And the other scores in the second division of the Rothesay County Championship. The Cheltenham College Gloucestershire are following on, they're 86 for no wicket. Still trailing Lancashire by 90 runs. At Merchant Taylor's School, Northamptonshire also following on against Middlesex. They're 33 for 2, still 331 runs in arrears. And in the game at Derby between leaders Leicestershire and second place Derbyshire, to the top of the table clash at the Central Co-op County Ground, Derbyshire have been set a mammoth total of 443 to win. They're currently 87 for 4. Two of them batting for Glamorgan, Rothesay and Asa Tribe. And two of them bowling for Kent at the Cathedral Road end, Wes Agar.
Well, I think Andrew Hignell has set that up perfectly for us. Welcome back to the commentary. 189 to win for Glamorgan then, having dismissed Kent 10 minutes ago. Finished them off at 360 with Grant Stewart eventually perishing for a characteristically easier for you to say, pugnacious 63. Got half an hour to say that sentence. How long have we got in the game today? 14 overs remaining. I'm Matt Cole beside me, Dave Pritchard with Nick Webb as well. I've been seeing you through this third day. Something down, I suppose, for Kent to bowl at, but you'd have to favour Glamorgan, I think, at this stage.
You'd think so, the way that pitch played during Kent's second innings, and the fact that we're playing with a Kookaburra ball again. But I thought Wes Agar bowled excellently in the first innings. He's got the ball in his hand for this first over.
We're on him here. Round the wicket then. Seen off middle stump, shouts from the Kent fields. We said they've been very noisy in this game. Single taken by Ul Hassan off the first ball. He's joined by Asa Tribe, the opening pair. I suppose we wonder whether we might see Chris Cook or not. He's been off the field for a while today, hasn't he? So he may have to drop down the order in terms of time. 7, is that right, Nick? Yeah.
7 anyway.
Yeah. In that case, yeah, maybe won't affect that. Yeah, Tribe and Carlson. Tribe got 9 in the first innings. Agar bowled him in that one, and Carlson 27. So here is the Australian bowling to Tribe. Gets off the mark. Avoids the pair. Will Harvey, the substitute fielder, picks up the ball at extra cover. So 2 off the first 2 deliveries.
Very chirpy in the field. Kent again creating their own atmosphere, as they say.
Yeah.
You've got to do that, haven't you? Kind of create pressure, even if it's not there. You know.
I think especially at this point for Kent, where the Morgan big favourites want to just put something in their heads and cheer up the bowler perhaps, or cheer them on. Shortish ball from Wes Agar. It's a good one, well dealt with by Ul Hassan as well. Looking down to the ground.
And although Glamorgan could go second with a draw or win here, you know, it's not an infallible batting lineup. It has gone well at times this season, especially Ingram and Kellaway, but without Northeast, Kent might field a couple of wickets tonight, and they're well in the game.
These sides are sort of mirror images of each other, with Kent starting with 2 wins and not won one since, and Glamorgan didn't have a great start and haven't been defeated since the first 3 games, is that right? I think they've just gone on a fantastic run. So 2 for none, and with Leicestershire looking like they might beat Derbyshire. I haven't checked in on that game for a while, but yeah, Derbyshire 93 for 4, needing 350, well, theoretically 353 runs more. That looks every inch like Leicestershire are going to win yet another game. So Glamorgan, if they pick off Kent here, can go second in the County Championship Division 2. As Agar bowls to Rothesay. Well, if the wicketkeeper slips to be believed, that was a whisker away from the off-stump cartwheeling across Sapphire Gardens, but they enjoyed it anyway. It was a leave by Rothesay. It was a decent one in the end. Wicketkeeper and 2 slips here. And Gully, so it's Daniel Bell Drummond and Ben Compton at 1 and 2. Jaden Denley at Gully. We've got a point. Wide-ish. Sorry, short leg Harby under the helmet there. As Agar pushes in. It's a good delivery actually. Had him just slightly off balance also as he played it to the man short leg on the ground. Good full-length delivery near the toes. So they're not quite mid-off and mid-on. They're more or less level as they come in with the crease at the non-striker's end, where Asa Tribe is rehearsing a good range of shots. The man at mid-wicket as well, and long leg, Grant Stewart, after his efforts with the bat. Agar round the wicket then to Rothesay. He's again clipped that with the angle. Coming into him down towards Grant Stewart. First over goes for 3 for none. Nothing's beaten the bat so far, so Glamorgan will be happy with that as far as it goes.
I am enjoying the excitable whoops in the field so far. You know, even if the Glamorgan batters have middled it, it's a gasp. Ooh, that was close. It's great. Every ball an event. I think that's what you want.
Yeah, I think it maybe wore on Nick a little bit towards the end of yesterday, but as I said, they've been a very quiet side for a number of seasons, Kent, so I'm enjoying the novelty of that. But every ball an event, I like that. Every ball a possible wicket taker. It's the Shane Warne style, that, isn't it? The game is afoot. It's going to be Grant Stewart from the River Taff end. Very similar field to Sam for taking that single at the end of the first over.
Yeah, you wonder if those batting exploits will give him a nice little confidence boost before his bowling spell. We've seen some excellent all-round displays around the grounds. We just talk about Rayan Ahmed taking 10 wickets in the match for Leicestershire against Derbyshire to go with his first innings century. Stewart hit some powerful shots in his knock in Kent's second innings, and a couple of field adjustments for the Kent paceman, including a man on the drive on the onside. As Stewart comes in over the wicket to Ul Hassan, plays that off his legs, and will take a single down backward of square leg.
Yeah, Kent bowling, trying to hit that Yorker length, aren't they, on the toes of Ul Hassan. It's deflected away for that single. And field changing over for Asa Tribe. Will Harby is on the move. The fielder plucked from the Kent second 11 at Abergavenny.
Yeah, 2 slips and a gully for Tribe, who is facing up to Stewart from the river end. Slightly back of a length, and Tribe just dabs that onto the offside for no run.
I suppose that, if not the target, that the timing has fallen pretty well for Kent, isn't it? The seamers can go hell for leather if they want to bowl quick for the last dozen overs here, have a night's rest, come back at it tomorrow morning. So it gives them the best chance, I suppose, in that respect.
As Stewart continues, Tribe leaves that on length, just outside the off stump as well. The Kent fielders like it yet again.
Like that, yeah. I mean, he got a bit of lift and a bit of movement, but I think Tribe's left that on length, hasn't he? So he knows that's not hitting his stumps and no reason he should play it.
Yeah, much more to gain for the bowlers in a mini session like this. And Stewart charges in now over the wicket to Tribe, who defends solidly enough onto the onside and just walks away. Doesn't want to engage with Stewart, who gave him something of a glare on his follow through, as all good fast bowlers should do.
He's a great chatter, Grant Stewart, but yeah, he's not above a glare, that's for sure. See, I like to see it out in the middle, as pleasant as they are off the field. Can be off the field.
Here comes Stewart. Tribe is forward defending for no run. There's one ball left in this opening. Stewart over as he looks over his shoulder, tries to catch Tribe's eye again, but the Glamorgan opener is off practicing his forward defensive, looking at square leg.
He's doing his very best to engage him, isn't he? Maybe there are a couple of mutterings under the breath from Grant Stewart now just to get him to turn round, and but yeah, he's not having a bar of it. Later Tribe, quite right too.
Here is Stewart once more. Tribe defends yet again. So at the end of the second over, Glamorgan 4 without loss. 184 more runs needed to win.
There are those definitely that thrive on, they don't mind being sledged, that quite keeps them in the game, keeps them concentrated batters, aren't there? And some almost bizarrely, conversely, that silence works much better, sort of eerie silence. So
yeah.
I noticed there was some conversations, I think it's fair to say, between Sam Billings and his former Kent teammate Jordan Cox in their 2 games against Essex. The one at Chelmsford came to a bit of a head and the umpires got involved, but very pointedly when Jordan Cox came to Canterbury, Sam Billings, who is not known for keeping quiet behind the stumps, just normally, it was all very, very quiet as Stewart bowls, and all has Sam ducked underneath it. So yeah, and I'm not sure that worked in Jordan Cox's favour, bizarrely. He got out for a low score, and he very much seems to be one of those who thrives on the competition, the edge to it. Fantastic talent as well.
Yeah, Billings always seems so, not mild-mannered, but such a affable sort when he's on the mic for T20 games and that kind of thing.
Absolutely is, but absolutely fierce on the field. It's fair to say. 4 for none. Agar to Ul Hassan. Agar just falls in his follow through there. Ul Hassan has defended it into the offside and it's no run. Sets very high standards for himself and his team, that's for sure. And we've not seen him particularly having back and forth with players on the pitch, but I think almost every opposition commentator has mentioned how much action there is in terms of moving the field around and constant chat from Sam Billings. But Agar, that's a good ball. It's hit the pad. Whereas Agar is up, as you can hear. Good concerted shout, if nothing else. Kind of coordinated their appeal there. That's where it's him. Is it high?
Maybe going down
yeah,
leg.
It could be going down. It's a difficult angle for the right armour, isn't it? Into the left hander, trying to need it to hold its line. But yeah, I think that you're probably right. But
if you got points for appealing, I'd give them a full set.
I mean,
if
you were just we're talking about the noise off the bat with Grant Stewart and how he seemed to have a different profile. If you weren't looking, you were staring into space somewhere, you'd think that's got to be close, wouldn't you? Great work indeed. Well, Hassan has 3 though. Now down the leg side, they're appealing for the leg glance. So to be fair, Glamorgan weren't shy of doing that either. It's, no run taken by Harry Finch. 4 for none. 11 and a bit overs remaining of the day. Where's Agar working up a head of steam here? Big Australian saying to Ed Bevan, almost in trepidation of my first conversation with Alan Donald when he came down to coach at Kent. Just having seen him as a bowler, never met him, the most affable man. Wes Agar is very similar, 4 for none. Unless you're at the other end, he's got a ball in his hand. It's one hit back to him by Hassan. And his follow through takes it. No run.
God, yeah. Donald's eyes
Yeah, absolutely.
after a delivery in the 90s, you know, especially when he's bowling at someone like Michael Atherton. A scary man.
It's that combination of, certainly for me anyway, of well, this man is a legend, but also not sure how he'll take to impertinent questions. Not even impertinent questions, but no, couldn't be nicer and kinder. 4 for none, Glamorgan, and on the front foot, Alassane defends that stoutly back to Agar. None for 3 for him. Off his 2 so far, just 1 off the bat off Grant Stewart from his 1. Coming up to 6 o'clock. Glamorgan are 4 for none here on BBC Wales, on BBC Radio Kent, on BBC Sport online apps, website and app, and with the pictures here. Glamorgan County Cricket Club. Welcome wherever you're listening. It's been intriguing, this game, all the way through. It has great 4-day contests do. It's ebbed and flowed. Glamorgan favourites, but who knows what this the remaining sessions of this game have.
Stewart continues from the river end to Tribe, who defends onto the offside for no run. Yeah, huge swings of momentum in the first 2 days. Glamorgan got themselves on top coming into play today, but Kent batted well in the main. They might feel that they left a few runs out there, but they have a total to defend at least, and this will be a difficult spell for Glamorgan to navigate before close, as Tribe faces up to Stewart's latest delivery. He's in, just back of a length, and defended again, and once more Stewart with a slightly lingering look towards the batter to try and psych him out. Tribe has been solid in his defences so far. Just the 1 run. There is Stewart, arms pumping, a powerful run, and beats the outside edge, but there's an appeal. They think there's a nick there, the Kent fielders. Stewart runs past Tribe in celebration, and nothing given, and Tribe stands there motionless.
It's a good ball.
It is a good ball.
Drawn him into play it.
Angled in, shaped away ever so slightly.
This time Grant Stewart did get Asa Tribe to engage, I think. Their eyes met, at the very least, on the follow through.
Here is Stewart again. Tribe drives this time, connects well, but it's a very good piece of fielding there. At cover.
Survival is key, isn't it, for Glamorgan here, and they don't really need to go at any rate at all here. Just use up these overs and think about tomorrow, perhaps. Again, looking for breakthroughs towards a possible victory.
Here's Stewart.
Shot.
Tribe drives that nicely through mid-wicket, and he'll pick up at least 2 runs here. Ball slowing just a touch, and he'll settle for 2 there. So Tribe's on to 3, Glamorgan 6 without loss. 1 ball left in Grant Stewart's second over. Yeah, as you say, it's all about survival this evening. Take a bit more of the shine off that Kookaburra ball. Old school opening.
It's like England have lost a 2nd wicket. Ben Duckett has gone for 94. Zach Crawley for 84.
Here is Stewart. And a bouncer which Tribe ducks out of the way of. And that brings the 4th over of Glamorgan's second innings to an end. They're 6 without loss, trailing by 182.
Yeah, 3 each for the pair in the middle. Nick is preparing for an update for BBC Wales listeners very shortly. Dav, thank you very much. Dav Pritchard is taking his jumper and cap, metaphorically, although the air conditioning's keeping us nice and cool here. 6 for none, Glamorgan. Another 182 needed. Sorry, 183. It's just trail by, isn't it, rather than the target. So Agar bowls to Ul Hassan. Defends that. Back at the big Australian.
Yeah, you have to remember to add 1 to that each time.
It's not so much a chase as a... Wait a minute, is it? Sorry. The over 8 is +7 now, apparently. This can't be right.
Koki.
At 1 minute past 6. It's been at plus something all day, and yet... Yeah, it can't be right, can it? Because we haven't actually bowled all the overs, as far as I'm aware. Agar to Ul Hassan now. Oh, that's a snorting bouncer. Where's that hit him? Is that chest guard maybe for him? That was a vicious delivery from Wes Agar. And Ul Hassan. Oof, goodness me.
Middle of the chest,
Yeah.
I think. He must have some good padding
He
on.
must have the padding on, yeah. He's looking for, well, if he was looking for sympathy, he's turned round. I think it's like Joey Everson under the helmet there, as might be Will Harvey, has just given him a smile and applauded his bowler in return. So there you go. Not friends on the pitch right now. Agar once more to Ul Hassan, and it's a good delivery. Got some good carry on that. It's outside the off stump though, and Ul Hassan leaves it. Of course, it was a bouncer from Agar that accounted for him, wasn't it? In the first innings, got really close to him, and he almost as a reaction fended it off to through to Harry Finch. I asked him, by the way, where's Agar last night, because there was a big kerfuffle. Harry Finch came down the pitch to speak to him just before that bouncer, and I said, was that a trap? He said, no, he was. Vincey was trying to tell me about all sorts of field changes that we should make, and I just told him no. And, so there wasn't anything in it. Just a good ball, the next one. So Agar bowls to Finch. He is certainly bowling quickly. Where's Agar? Back of a length, ducks underneath it through the wicket keeper. Well, that means anything when he's not taking wickets, I suppose. But 6 for none.
Yeah, you got a feeling that Kent needs something to work with tonight, don't they, to send them into the morning on a high, and with serious hopes of dragging their way back into this game. 183 to win, but given the psychological as well as the physical aspects of cricket, now feels like the time for Kent to make inroads.
Yeah, I'd agree. And these remaining overs, 9 and a bit left in the day, as Agar bowls to Hassan, plays that off stump. And it's a quick delivery, good length this time from Agar. Parkinson shining the ball for him. Will Harvey's also obviously also been drilled in the Kent chirp. And, he's a sort of just backwards square for Ul Hassan under the helmet there. Interesting feel. So leg gully. I was going to say he's mirroring Denley, isn't he, on the other side? So yeah, 2 slips in as well as Agar bowls, and it's another short ball. And I'm not saying Ul Hassan premeditated that, the duck under it, but felt like he knew it was coming from the moment it left the bowler's hand. He's underneath it, 6 for none.
Update for BBC Radio Wales fairly shortly. We have 9 overs left. Glamorgan chasing 189 to win. Torrid time for Tribe and Ul Hassan. Glamorgan are 6 for no wicket in their second innings, chasing 189 to win after a really solid fight back from the visitors over the course of today. They made 360 all out in their second innings, with most of their batters contributing, Finch and Stewart passing 60. Glamorgan eventually induced a collapse, with Kieran Carlson taking 3 wickets in the evening session, but that was really hard work for Glamorgan's bowlers today. We've got 8.5 overs left, and Glamorgan chasing 189, a 7 without loss. 31 seconds. Edward Bevan was the king of the 30-second update on BBC Radio Wales. You could set your watch by him.
Timed bulletins at this time of night? As they
No.
Just good discipline.
As that's played away through the offside by Al Hassan. He's timed that nicely, actually. It is being chased out towards the boundary, but young Harby won't get there. And it's run away for 4 through extra cover. Al Hassan will feel better for that one, having taken a blow off Wes Agar in the last over. Stewart had a huge LB caught behind appeal against Asa Tribe. 11 for naught, 177 needed to win. Really, anything that Glamorgan can knock off the target tonight is bonus runs. There's Stewart in. Bowls. There's histrionics, frankly, from the Kent fielders as Al Hassan leaves a ball that goes down leg side. Got his bat out. Well, he did follow it a little bit, but it moved quite a long way down leg side. I think if I were an umpire, I'd be getting rather annoyed by this.
Yeah, I think they had a word yesterday,
level.
didn't they, with Kent?
Stewart bowls a short ball that Al Hassan ducks underneath. Good bouncer. Forced him to take evasive action. And I'm sure it's different at a professional level, because these are guys who are paid to judge everything on its merits. But frankly, it's only human nature. If a side gets starts to annoy you, then anything that's a 50-50 decision, you think, well, right, I'm going to keep my finger down.
That's true. Counterproductive.
Yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Another delivery is turned away on the leg side by Al Hassan. Straight to Garrett, is that? At square leg?
It is.
It's
yes.
Garrett's shirt, anyway. It's inhabited by Garrett.
Point. It very much looks like George Garrett, absolutely, and there's every reason to expect it is.
It has been known for players to wear someone else's shirt if theirs is grubby or torn or something, and someone else has got a spare one. But
who's off at the moment then?
There's shouts of catch as that's flicked, I think, towards Jaden Denley at leg slip.
Yep.
Didn't carry. 11 for naught. The overs counting down agonisingly slowly for Glamorgan's opening batters, and probably for Welsh viewers and listeners, and many of those in the ground, and I'm sure Kent listeners, conversely, will want this to continue late into the evening with their two fast bowlers, Stewart and Agar, snorting like bulls, pawing at the ground. Let me at 'em. It's that sort of atmosphere at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, as you say. Feels like any wickets for Kent here count double, but 11 for none. I believe it's Chris Benjamin who's off the field. Not seeing him out there at the moment. Do my usual thing. Didn't do it out loud. I'm a credit to myself, I think, after however many years in this job. I'll say, can't see Matt Quinn. Oh no, there he is. Can't see Jaden Denley. Oh, there he is. It's Agar to Tribe, leaves it outside the off stump. He's not really bowled many deliveries, I don't think, to Tribe. It's mostly been a battle between Agar and Al Hassan. And actually his figures would suggest that as well, because he's bowled 2 maidens, I think, at Al Hassan so far. So Tribe leaves that outside the off stump. He keeps it a little bit low, but nothing that's going to worry the batter, that's for sure. Beldrum at slip. It's Compton at 2, Denley at gully, Joey Everson at point, Harby short leg, mid on, mid off, mid wicket. Let's fend it off. Harby's caught it. Is he out? He is indeed. Asa Tribe goes, and Kent do get a wicket in these final overs of the day. More or less fending it off his thigh, it looked like, from Asa Tribe, and the pace And power of Wes Agar has got him. Yeah, it's just rising up towards the middle of his, just a reaction shot, I think, off the thigh pad. It loops up to Will Harvey. Catch for the short leg. He's delighted. Kent are delighted. Glamorgan at 11 for 1. Need another 178 to win.
Yeah, troublesome times for the home side. Maybe inside edge onto thigh pad sounded a little bit like two noises from this distance. So, not Ace of Tribes match, I'm afraid. Dismissed cheaply by Agar twice. First innings inside edge onto pad and wicket. Second innings inside edge onto pad and into the fielder's hands. Oh, Harris is in. We're talking night watchman already. That's quite a long way out for night watchman. Presumably, Van der Hoogten is not allowed to bat this high up.
Yeah, good point. He's been off the field.
Having been off the field. So Harris has done it before. Crane has been known to do it as well, but he's not involved in this match.
Okay, he's no mug with the bat, is he, James Harris?
No, he's not really getting the runs towards the back end of his career that he did early on, to be honest. So Kent with an immediate success, and they'll have at least something to cheer them up in the dressing room this evening. 7.4 overs still left. I wonder if there's a second night watchman as well.
Yeah, as you say, they're taking something into tomorrow, and that's keeping the game going, keeping themselves in it. Kent here.
And another wicket, and we might be getting back towards sort of 50-50 territory.
It's certainly interesting. This with the ball's just 6 and a bit overs as well. Old, rather. Harris gets himself organised. 3 slips now. Short leg. Leg gully. As Agar bowls, and it's seen off by Harris to mid-wicket. Matt Quinn is fielding. There's just one boundary fielder. Kent might as well go on the attack here, and that's one boundary fielder being Grant Stewart down at long leg. There we are, that's Harry Finch. Come on boys, another one. There we are. It's important stuff from the wicket keeper. In case they didn't realise that another wicket would be good. 11 for 1. That's rude of me. Here goes Agar then into Harris. Forward delivery, slats him on the pad. It's a big shout. It's a shout that's turned down. Maybe it was just slipping down leg side, but it's a good delivery from Wes Agar again. It's more or less full. Is it going down? Yeah, it's hit him low.
Yeah.
So that, I think, nothing wrong with that.
Just above the boot, but just about sliding down.
It's a bit of movement in the air as it's going down towards him. He might have taken it. Certainly, whatever it is, it's taken it wide. So 12 for 1. Hassan has 7, Harris has 1. They've jogged through for and it's a single as well, so it's a bit of bat on it.
That's why it wasn't out.
As I like to say, apart from that, it's Agar to Hassan. He's not touched that. Harry Finch was about to jump up with at least some excitement, if not delight, but they stifled the appeal. It's just on the leg side.
Hassan does have a little bit of a habit of following the ball down the leg side, and maybe he needs to make it a little bit more clear that he's getting the bat out of the way of trouble.
You don't want to give the umpire an excuse, almost. So you're suggesting that getting close to it and a vociferous appeal at a time of pressure. 12 for 1. Glamorgan. Last ball of the over from Agar, bowling to Ul Hassan. Sees this one off into the offside. It's fielded by Jaden Denley coming forward from gully. And again, supporters below us giving good applause to Wes Agar. 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 4. And whatever Kent take from this game, it's great to see Wes Agar bowling near his best here. He's a handful, it's fair to say. 177, the victory target now remaining for Glamorgan.
Yeah, this is a horrible little 25 minutes or so for Glamorgan to come tonight, and I'm sure they'd be delighted to see the umpires checking their light meters. And well, James Harris has seen it all before, so he may not be as concerned as others. As Harris, the night watchman, will face up to Stewart and is forward defending. And Harris did, though he hasn't got a first-class century, did work his way up to 6 in the Middlesex batting order at the moment. He's more often 9 or 10 at the moment, reliant on his bowling prowess to earn his place in the side. 2 slips and a mid-wicket on the drive. Harris is forward defending, back to the bowler, and there's no run. And really this period is only one that can benefit Kent this evening, with a further 6.4 overs to negotiate, 40 deliveries. I wonder if these two will try and just go through. Stewart and Agar bowling well at the moment. There's shouts of catch it. It's hit something on the way down towards fine leg. It's just kept inside the boundary. They'll take 2 runs, and they're signalled as leg byes. Now, Harris didn't really appear to play much of a shot at that, so I wouldn't have been surprised to see it claimed as dead ball. But umpire Baldwin saying he was either trying to play a shot or take evasive action. Either is all right in terms of getting you the runs. It was just about clawed back inside the fine leg ropes. 14 for 1. 175 more to win, as Harris plays that one on the leg side.
Yeah, in the interest of balance, I think if there'd been a replay on, perhaps on Matt Quinn's save on the rope there, it might have been adjudged a boundary, but it's hard to tell with the naked eye, isn't it? Just to
yeah, unless you've got a camera trained on it and a match referee in a box. There's Harris gets underneath a nice bouncer or a very nasty bouncer, depending on which side you're on, from Grant Stewart.
So I'm just laughing because Stewart just turned around, almost to anyone who might listen to, I don't know, it was like an expression, the body language of, for goodness sakes, have I not hit him, or he's not hit it at that point to the slips? What more have I got to do? Yeah, certainly. It was like an angry Grant Stewart here.
Last ball of his 4th over sees Harris leave a ball that was reasonably adjacent to his off stump. There's a good leave in the end, and Harris has survived the over. And Glamorgan are 14 for 1 after 8. They have 6 more to survive tonight, and they have 175 runs still to win.
Yeah, very well judged by James Harris at the end. Of the 2 types of leave, that was a good one. So Matt Parkinson just having a brief conversation with Harry Finch. I don't know if they would try an over of him, but I don't know how you feel, Nick. As you say, I might just let these 2 opening bowlers just bowl as long as they can. 6 remaining, so can they bowl 7 each? Or Danny Baldrum just say to them, got to get wickets tonight. Strain every sinew. Agar around the wicket to Ul Hassan. Goes for a quick single there. Gets off the mark to Quinn. He's not the quickest in the field, to be fair. They've maybe picked the right fielder there, and they've come through for 1. 15 for 1. With 174 needed. Now for victory, but at times this match looked like it was going to be well out of the reach of Kent by this stage, and then with with Benjamin, Everson, Finch and Quinn and Stewart batting, it's possible that Kent might take it out of the reach of a possible win for Glamorgan. But now those results are back in play. No ball from Wes Agar, and Wes Agar prepared to chat with James Harris there, one fast bowler to another. Don't imagine it was all particularly positive, but come on Wesy, come on Wezo, there we go. They haven't quite settled on the nickname. Came for Wes Agar. Over the wicket is the right-handed Harris. It's a forward defensive back at the bowler, reaches down with the left hand really well to stop it on his follow-through. It's another dot ball. This is all good news for Glamorgan.
Yes, the inquiry from Dallas Tup next. Can and will Cook and Van der Hoogten bat? Well, they are technically allowed to bat, yes. They would be batting in the lower order anyway, so that shouldn't make any difference. And we will check at close of play the nature of their injuries.
It's Agar to bowl the third ball this over to Harris. Ducks underneath the bouncer.
Are these two going to bowl 7 overs each tonight, or are we going to see a bit of spin?
Yeah. I wonder with Agar bowling at this express pace whether he would get through 7 effectively.
Yeah, he's really checking the kitchen sink at it, isn't he?
I think it is that thing from the captain, isn't it? Just give me 5 great overs. 5 super quick. I'd be tempted to try Parkinson. So they're not going to look to think to attack him. I'll just give him a chance with the newish ball. Agar bowls to Harris as well. Keeps it low down towards point. Garrett fields 17 for 1. Hassan 8, Harris 1. Had a chat with Simon Cook a couple of nights ago about asking whether Nathan Gilchrist, who's moving on at the end of the season, had been dropped out of the seconds because he was not signing a new contract, and Simon Cook, very diplomatic answer I thought, said, well, there might be an element of that to that, but they obviously want to look at bowlers like George Garrett, Matt Quinn, give them opportunities towards the end of the season if they're going to be here with Kent next year and Gilchrist isn't. Another bouncer, or back of a length, it's not called a bouncer by the umpire, through to the wicketkeeper, and there's no run.
And Duncan Evans also inquiring on email about Chris Cook's welfare. Well, we haven't had anything from the dressing room, and don't really have the chance to inquire until close of play, so have a look at the close of play report about an hour after it's finished. Well, the report will be up earlier than that, but we'll include that information later.
Agar to Harris, good length delivery, probably was expecting that after 2 short ones before the end of the over. Manages to guide that to point, again to Garrett, effectively 17 for 1. Hassan has 8, Harris has 1, the 1 wicket to fall so far. A try caught by Will Harvey, the sub off the bowling of Wes Agar, for 4. 172 more needed for Glamorgan to win this match, and we have 5 overs remaining. Parkinson's on already. Well, there we go. Stewart taken out of the attack. I thought he would bowl.
Why?
Yeah, I was thinking more, maybe with a couple overs to go, they might put Parkinson on for 1, maybe 2, but yeah.
It's bowled 4 decent overs.
Yeah.
Surely ask him to bowl 1 or 2 more and maybe stick Parkinson on for the last one, but
Yeah.
Parkinson potentially now has got 3 to bowl, which will have the benefit of getting us to the conclusion rather sooner than might have been the case.
Wonder if they could possibly swap the 2 quicks.
Okay.
Swap the ends, but As I said, Parkinson definitely had a chat with Harry Finch before that Rothesay got over. Danny Beltram's very close to the stumps at this point. He's working out where everyone should be. I mean, I guess they are bargaining here. Parkinson did get a bit of lift and turn with the very old ball, didn't he, in the first Glamorgan innings. They're thinking here, I think, and of just crowding batters who will just want to defend. And actually, Nick, I'm not sure this is going to be any quicker than when the season bowling.
Not if the committee meetings last this long.
No. If this is after every ball, it could be 7 o'clock before the next over is bowled. But,
Ul Hassan has got 3 clutched around the bat. Short leg, leg slip and slip as Parkinson is in to bowl, and Ul Hassan plays it through the offside for a couple of runs.
yeah. Not what was required, was it? First ball up. Bit of a release of pressure from Ul Hassan playing the ball on the offside.
Outside the off stump, and although it's turning in towards the left-hander, didn't pose any immediate threat, but he's got plenty of other opportunities. So he's hit on the pad, that's out. Parkinson strikes second ball, and Kent are hugely back in this game as both Glamorgan openers have gone cheaply. They are 19 for 2.
Well, due apologies to Danny Beltram. That's an inspired bowling change, it turns out, and Ul Hassan sort of, he's not got himself any position there. Actually, it's hit him on the, more or less on the knee roll, hasn't it?
Yeah, no doubt about the height, just whether it might have been going down leg side. Umpire probably deciding it was hitting leg stump. And, well, Glamorgan have got another problem now. Do they send out a recognised batter? Or do they send out another night watchman? 19 for 2, another 170 needed for victory. Ul Hassan looks utterly desolate as he wanders back very slowly over the boundary rope.
Coming back to the ball, the
Well,
There's your answer. No second night's watchman for Glamorgan. The captain will take it on himself and look to bat out these remaining 4.4 overs.
I don't know about you, Nick. You would hope for 2 as a captain, wouldn't you? You'd be that would be great too. Anything further than that would certainly be a bonus. But Kent will be delighted to strike twice in these last few overs.
So torrid times indeed. First the pace of Stewart and Agar. Agar in particular has been really hostile, and now the twirl of Parkinson and the change of pace doing for Ul Hassan with a bit of turn.
Funny old game of cricket, isn't it?
And well, Parkinson has got 2 right-handers to bowl at now, so
Which, I mean, by and large, I was going to say they would, before he's bowled to Ul Hassan, that's the matchup that they would prefer, spinning the ball away from the right-hander. You're not missing any action. A further helmet's being brought on. There's a committee meeting, and it's Ben Compton who's gone to grab the second helmet. He will station himself at, so he's going forward short leg there. No, he's walked all around. Harry Finch has told him he does want him at forward short leg. Harby is mirroring him on the offside, close in. Daniel Bell-Drummond at slip. Jaden Denley is not far away, a close-ish cover.
Parkinson then back over the wicket, and Carlson stretching forward and defending. to silly point.
Is that not one hand, one bounce? 19 for 2.
Not outside the playground, Mr. Cole.
Shame.
19 for 270 to win. Both openers back in the pavilion as Carlson defends on the leg side, and this would be one heck of a game for Kent to win after conceding a deficit of 172 on first innings. But they managed considerable fortitude with the bat today, and it's now their turn to put pressure on Glamorgan. Carlson pushes forward, not out.
Unsurprised to hear Kent appeal for that, given what's come before, but yeah, there's a bat and pad coming forward. It's stopped by the Glamorgan captain in front of him.
Short leg and silly point around Carlson as well as slip, and there's another appeal for LBW. Carlson, not a tall man, but he did get a good stride in there. And the applause for the wicket taking over for Matt Parkinson, who dismissed Zainul Hassan leg before for 10, and Glamorgan a 19 for 2 with 4 overs left to play.
Agar will continue from this Cathedral Road end, bowling his 6th over, 1 for 7 so far. With, James Harris to face at least his first delivery. So completely absorbed in this game, but I'll give you scores from elsewhere quickly. England 221 for 2, 137 runs behind now with 8 wickets remaining. There's a big opening partnership there between Zach Crawley and Ben Duckett of 166. Crawley made 84, Duckett made 94. It's Messrs Pope and Root at the crease right now. Hampshire 345 for 5 against Nottinghamshire. Looks like that'll be a draw. That's in the first innings. They're 233 behind still. There's 5 wickets remaining. Sussex are very much in danger of losing against Essex. That stumps at Hove. It's Agar bowls to Harris. Manages to keep it low past the man at short leg. It'll be a single. 24-2 Glamorgan. So Sussex closing on 245 for 7. They're still 55 short of making Essex bat again, with just those 3 wickets remaining going into the final day at Hove. Warwickshire 43 for 2 at Edgbaston against Worcestershire. They need a theoretical 350 to win. 8 wickets remaining in that game, and Surrey will assuredly be a draw at Scarborough with so much time taken out of the game for rain. 309 for 4 Surrey, 208 behind on the first innings. Agar to Carlson. Just keeps a very straight bat. It's deflected down and off to point for Garrett to field. No run. The battle of the top 2. There's a delay there, not sure if that's for light or for rain, but Derbyshire very much look like they're going to lose against Leicestershire. 98 for 4 in their second innings. Leicestershire needing 6 wickets to win that one. Derbyshire a very unlikely 348 on the final day of that one. Gloucestershire against Lancashire at the close at Cheltenham. Agar bowling here to Carlson. The short leg is not there. I wonder if they would have got it anyway, but it's a lifting delivery towards Carlson. He's more or less fended that off. It's looped up, and well, Will Harvey, who was at short leg, they left the stable door open, and Kieran Carlson is the proverbial bolting horse.
Oh, maybe you better have a short leg.
Yeah.
Why didn't we have a short leg there? It's down as injury. Has that hit Carlson on the helmet, maybe? Is he going to need a check?
Yeah, quite possibly.
Umpires also coming together, and umpire Watts is tapping his head to signal that a new helmet will be required for Kieran Carlson.
Yeah, he's bowling at quite some pace, Wes Agar, causing issues out there. So to conclude the County Championship Division 2 scorecards, then the close at Cheltenham.
The close of play score.
Oh, Gloucestershire 98 for none.
Fourth Rothesay test between England and
Still 78 behind with Lancashire to bat again. 10 wickets remaining. That looks like a draw. That one as well. So Lancashire takes some quick wickets tomorrow. And Middlesex against Northamptonshire. That's also delayed at Northwood. Northamptonshire in big trouble. 64 for 3 in their second innings. Still 300 short of making Middlesex bat again. And here the concussion checks and the helmet checks been gone through. The physio is nodding at the umpires. They're pointing out once again, pointing to their Panama hats, making sure that the integrity of the headgear is retained. And so this will take a few minutes here. Glamorgan 20 for 2 then, after bowling Kent out in their second innings for 360. Top scores there of 68 for Finch, 63 for Stewart. 3 batters in the 40s. We never thought we'd saw a Kent batter past 50 after the second session, but it certainly happened. Glamorgan yesterday finishing their innings at 327. Kent bowled out for 155 in the first innings, and that brings us here. Glamorgan 20 for 2, needing 169 more to take victory here. 3.5 overs available to Kent here to try and take more wickets, or indeed for Glamorgan to score more runs. They are not particularly intent on that, just keeping wickets intact. So Harvey is in at short leg after that, and Compton's taken out from slip. Then he replaces him at first slip. Bob Drummond at second slip. So sealing mid off for Carlson as Agar bowls to him. One bounce to Compton. I think it still stung the hands, even though it was jabbed into the ground as he put the right paw out to deflect it. 20 for 2.
Wesley, Wezzo, Wes. Yeah. Get it. Come on, boys.
We had a Wezzy, yeah. Well, they'd like a debrief to Kent at the end of the day. They might just need to get that straight, Nick, before tomorrow. 20 for 2. It's certainly all aimed at Wes Agar. Bowling once again to Glamorgan captain Kieran Carlson. Keeps it low in the offside. But once again, you can tell the pace that Agar is bringing here with the Kookaburra ball. I would suggest maybe it's just recency bias, but he's bowling quicker than anyone else has in this game, and just the ball getting big on Carlson, but he's dealt with it well. It's gone past the man at sealing mid off. A very short mid wicket. Sorry, sealing mid off, short cover. Ben Compton, and he takes a single. James Harris now will face the final ball of the 6th over from Wes Agar. He has 1 for 9 so far. Again, it's an adjustment in the field. And it is Everson brought in at a leg gully. Agar bowls to Harris. Bouncer. He's hit him on the forearm, I think. He has got protection there. Fends it off. Agar has an inquiry about James Harris. I'm not sure it's about his health, but he's seen that one off with his body as much as anything, or his arm. 21 for 2, end of the over. 3 remaining here at Cardiff. Absorbing stuff this. Parkinson whips off the jumper, ready to bowl the 12th of the Glamorgan second innings.
3 more to survive. Can Glamorgan escape just 2 down? You wonder if another wicket were to fall tonight, would you even put Kent as favourites for this match? What do you think, Matt?
I think it would take an awful lot to bowl the side out the final day for what we've seen on this pitch for under 200, but momentum, I suppose you might suggest.
Parkinson bowls, Carlson stretches forwards and plays to cover no run.
I think, Nick, I've been hurt before, and so have Kent supporters, so I'm loath to...
Well, Kent had momentum for most of the day. Glamorgan got some cheap wickets at the end. Now Kent have got more momentum in the evening session. Carlson defends. Back to the bowler, no run. 16 balls left. in this evening session for Kent to try and strike again. As the two Welsh batters try and grit it out. Parkinson bowls, Carlson is forward, defending. We have to remember that 3 of the Glamorgan side were off the field at various stages today. Van der Hoogten for the whole day, Cook for all but half an hour, and then Kellaway for about half an hour towards the end. Grunt of effort from Parkinson, completely unnecessary shout of catch it.
It was a little yelp that from from Parkinson, wasn't it? It's helping the effort into the rotations.
As that's an edge from Carlson, and it's flown past, slipped down towards third man. It'll be a couple of runs. It'll be hauled up just inside the boundary as Drummond went sprawling to his right. Not sure if it was aerial as it went past him, but it was certainly a nervous edge from Carlson as Parkinson tries to increase the drama of the situation with Drummond rearranging the field. Come on, all in, boys. Let's have a cutch.
There we are. Second slip goes in. Jaden Denley to
Keeper Finch having his say as well, all trying to unsettle Kieran Carlson. As well, Carlson then walks away, maybe because there was a word being said rather too late. If you're going to be keeping chatting, I'm not going to face up. 23 for 2, Glamorgan needing a further 166 to win. Carlson stretches forward and defends. 23 for 2, 2 runs off the over, off a streaky edge from Kieran Carlson, past slip, 2 overs remain.
Yes, indeed. Well, this is County Championship cricket, and it's absorbing best. I'd suggest here 23 for 2. As Nick says, it's Kent looked at times absolutely dead and buried in this game, and these 2 wickets, though, have called that into question. Umpires.
Is that enough for this evening? Are you going to have a look at the light?
Coming together, and
To bowl at the Cathedral Road end, Jaden Denley.
Denley's going
Are
to come on.
Kent being told possibly that they have to
Yeah,
bowl spin to stay
possibly.
out there?
The umpires might just say it's too gloomy now.
Yeah, too dark for Agar, and frankly I'd agree with them.
I, with the greatest respect to Jaden Denley, if you're going to pick a bowler to replace Wes Agar, who's bowling up ahead of steam, you might pick Grant Stewart, mightn't you? You might put Joey Everson. I'm not sure. Well, I mean,
It's probably a spinner or no one, isn't it?
yeah.
Bolt some spin, or we're heading back to the dressing room.
But you never know, do you? You crowd the batters here, last 2 overs. As I said before, Nick, assuredly these 2 overs will be slower than if you had a seamers bowling at both ends, I reckon, because there will be tweaks aplenty as they and just to add to that, James Harris has wandered off, but then, as you said before again, Nick, I'm just repeating your words here, there's plenty of chat, and in fact more field adjustments. The close field, as I can tell you at this point, short leg, silly mid off, slip, close cover as well, and it's gone past all of them on the offside. And good shot from Harris, actually, just reaching for that, steered it out through to extra cover, and Matt Parkinson fields it, and there's no run.
1 run.
Sorry, for 1 run.
Just throw in the fact that should a night watchman not be facing more?
Well, yeah, it's a good point. This one's quicker from Denley, worked away into the offside by Carlson. 1 more.
Just a observation. The point of a night watchman is to protect the more established batters.
Yeah, could have absorbed a few deliveries, perhaps taken a single later in the over, but Denley And padding up is James Harris outside the other leg stump. The other right-hander. Left arm orthodox Jaden Denning. He attempted to spin the ball away from him. It's pads up again. It's impact outside the line of the leg stump, so absolutely fine. 25 for 2. A little bit careful, obviously playing no shot to the spinner, but absolute orthodox tactic that one. Bat on that one. Bounces to Harvey, just in front of him. And there is no run. 2 off the over then. 25 for 2 Glamorgan. And bat and pad together. A shout. I don't think it was an appeal. I hope not for Kent Sanity. 25 for 2. End of the over. 164 still needed to win. Carlson 4, Harris 3, and we will have one final over of Matt Parkinson's spin. I'm trying to work out who on earth I should speak to at the end of the day. Answers on a postcard, please. There's a number of candidates for Kent, but 25 for 2. Carlson 4, Harris 3.
Well, you've got 2 main scorers, haven't you, in Finch and Stewart, and if it were me, have you done Stewart recently, because he'll be contributing with the ball as well?
Yeah, that was my instinct as well, Nick, thank you very much. But any other votes out there, you're more than welcome to chip in.
Last over then from Matt Parkinson, with a very full-length floated delivery that Carlson squirts in the air past Silly Point. That seemed to take an eternity to arrive at the batter's end. Carlson on 4, Harris on 3. As that is an appeal as the ball just turns past the edge of Carlson's bat and into the gloves of Finch.
It's a good ball. I don't think it's appeal worthy, but yeah, it's turned a little bit. I think he's put his bat deliberately inside the line.
Bowler, keeper and 3 slips all went up. We probably wouldn't hear a noise from here most of the time anyway. Parkinson into bowl. Carlson stretches forward and squirts it towards second slip, but along the ground. 3 balls left. Of course, the next batter can take his pads off, because it'll be the end if a wicket falls now. 25 for 2 Glamorgan at 6:48 in the evening, as Parkinson bowls and gets a bit of turn and beats the outside edge. Carlson pushing forward. 2 balls left of the evening play for Carlson to hang on. Parkinson is relishing all this and the opportunity to bowl Kent even further into contention, as that is met on the half volley virtually by Carlson, playing it down firmly into the ground to Silly Point. And here we go with the final ball of today's proceedings, and what a battle it's been. Parkinson bowling to Glamorgan captain Kieran Carlson, who's back, playing it down into the ground to Silly Point, and he reaches safely the end of the day. Glamorgan 25 for 2, need a further 164 to win. Kent needing 8 wickets to win, and the weather set fair tomorrow, then I think we can safely rule out the draw. It's a win for either side or a tie. Glamorgan 25 for 2, chasing a total of 189 to win. Some really hostile bowling from Wes Agar, and some testing stuff from the spinner Matt Parkinson as well in those closing stages. Carlson and Harris hang on. We'll be back tomorrow at just before 11 o'clock for the final day of BBC commentary on this game. Glamorgan 25 for 2, chasing 189 to win.